Hello, I'm Russ Reviews. As many of you know, for over a week now, my son has been missing. We've been trying to search for him, but to no avail. In the final weeks before he vanished, Quinton had become obsessed with getting a new video out. He kept saying something about needing to rebound. None of us understood what he meant by that. But we could tell he was becoming more and more desperate. In the last few days, my family helped me go through Quinton's computer, and we found some strange files. We stitched it all together, and we think this is the video Quinton was working on before he disappeared. I'm hoping this can provide some clues about what happened. Now, before we start this, I have to warn you. The contents of this video are disturbing, and viewer discretion is advised.
Chocolate.
Peanut butter.
Hey!
Oh, hey, you got your chocolate and my peanut butter.
Peanut butter on my chocolate.
What?
The world was never the same again. Crossovers. What happens when you take two brands that have been otherwise unrelated and you jam them together just to see what happens. Crossovers have been a staple of fiction since the ancient ages of mythology. If you think about it, a lot of religious texts were created under the pretense of combining various stories that people already knew about, finding convoluted explanations for contradictions, and that kind of thing. But the modern age of the crossover began due to two things: fan fiction and the public domain. When Universal Pictures made a series of films depicting various monsters from older works, they eventually started showing those monsters coexisting in one shared world, to diminishing returns. But a lot of crossovers are one-offs, having two different characters play off of each other just for the sake of seeing what would happen. Batman meets Sherlock Holmes, Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein, Billy the Kid vs. Dracula, the Jetsons meet the Flintstones, Lupin III vs. Detective Conan, Scooby-Doo meets the Harlem Globetrotters, Ginger Deadman vs. Evil Bong, Fred and Barney meet the Shmoo, Bambi meets Godzilla, all playing to the inherent desire by so many creatives to keep your toys in one box. As we've established, often crossovers exist to shock the audience by showing two different classic brands together for the first time. Often this takes a lot of networking, money, and logistics. For instance, this is the case for most Marvel and DC crossovers. But sometimes crossovers happen just because it's convenient. Oh, the Transformers and the X-Files are briefly licensed by the same comic company? Sure, do a crossover. Whatever, who cares? But sometimes the point is actually to promote a broader idea of a connected brand concept. An obvious example of this are three different crossovers that aired on Disney Channel in the mid-2000s. First, in 2006, we got That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana, a crossover between That's So Raven, The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, and Hannah Montana. Then, in 2007, Hannah Montana did a one-off crossover episode with the That's So Raven spin-off show, Cory in the House. This depicted the President of the United States in Cory in the House also being the President of the United States in Hannah Montana, which was a very dedicated way to illustrate that shared universe. Finally, in 2009, we got Wizards on Deck with Hannah Montana, which combined The Sweet Life on Deck, Hannah Montana, and Wizards of Waverly Place. And sure, individually, all those shows were very different and to some extent incompatible, but more importantly, they all brought together this idea of the Disney Channel live-action universe. Which begs the question, what's a crossover and what's a shared universe? Well, these are very similar concepts, and you could say that there's a little bit of a crossover between them. Sure, when Iron Man first fought Namor in 1966, that was a big crossover event. But these days when someone tells me, oh, Nick Fury's gonna be in the next Captain America movie, you might as well be telling me there's lead in my tap water. That stuff's been going on so long, I don't even think about it anymore. What's interesting is that crossovers weren't always meant to imply a shared universe at all. Take one of the most famous crossovers in the history of comics, Superman versus the Amazing Spider-Man. This official Marvel DC story depicted the cast of Spider-Man and Superman coexisting in one reality, without any question about how this is logistically possible. These days, there's always a dimensional tear or a hyperspace rift or a cortex crystal, but back in 1976, Gary Conway was like, a plane. Superman got on a plane. This is an important detail we don't talk about enough. I think a lot of artists who make crossovers don't want you to think about it too hard. It's often meant to be a fun what if, and not a permanent change of the status quo. But this perspective isn't very funny when presented by a wannabe YouTube comedian, so forget I even brought it up. Before we spoke very briefly about some of the most famous Disney Channel crossovers. But what about Nickelodeon? In my eyes, there's hardly a network out there that has shown a better grasp of what it means to have total brand synergy. Watching the network back in the day, you were bound to see countless sketches in between commercials depicting Nickelodeon as being an interconnected cast of players. The Nicktoons gang weren't crossing over, they were co-workers, just spending the day around the office in between their shows. But of course, there were Nickelodeon crossovers a little bigger than just ad bumpers. Real Monsters and Rugrats crossed over through a kind of dream sequence episode in 1999. There was a Rugrats and Rocket Power crossover comic in the year 2000, and of course in 2003 there was a major motion picture event, Rugrats Go Wild, bringing together Rugrats and the Wild Thornberrys. I remember going absolutely wild for this movie. It came out during the summer, so I ended up seeing it with my papa. My strongest memory is whenever those circles would pop up on screen, you could hear everyone else in the theater scratching those sniff cards you could get at Burger King and Blockbuster, I think. I was so irritated I didn't have one, but it was still a fun experience hearing everyone's reactions. I remember I asked Papa afterwards why they couldn't just keep this film in the theaters forever. I was 7, and it's not like it was the greatest movie ever made, but I think I was at that point where the passage of time was starting to disturb me. And that's a phase I've never exited. Now, you might have noticed that all of those Totem Pole crossovers shared one brand. Rugrats. It's hard to imagine now, but this used to be Nick's biggest hit and mascot, the network's own Mickey Mouse. So it's funny when we look back at the first Nicktoons crossover video game, 1999's Nicktoons Racing, and we notice how prominent Rugrats is, and meanwhile SpongeBob rests in the corner like they almost forgot to put him on the cover. The hierarchy of power in the Nicktoons universe was about to change. By the release of Nickelodeon Party Blast in 2002, it was obvious who was top dog. In April 2003, there was even an official Nicktoons crossover theme park ride, Jimmy Neutron's Nicktoons Blast at Universal Studios Florida, replacing a similar, older ride, The Funtastic World of Hanna-Barbera. The new ride featured Jimmy blasting through Universal Studios and flying into other Nickelodeon properties, which exist in the studio backlot. Up to this point, Nicktoons crossovers tended to be either throwaway sports titles with no story, mini-game compilations, or non-canonical stories where the characters are actors working together at Nickelodeon Studios. But everything changed in May 2004 with the release of the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour. This carefully penned story depicted Timmy Turner traveling to the world of Jimmy Neutron to attempt to borrow one of his inventions for a science fair. Jimmy is swapped in the plot as well, causing both worlds to be put in a state of havoc by this mischief. The major themes of Jimmy being from a world of science and Timmy being from a world of magic is the main focus. In the end, Jimmy and Timmy are able to save each other's worlds and end the special on mutual terms. The Jimmy Timmy Power Hour was extremely successful, and one of the biggest pieces of evidence to this is that it ended up spawning not one, but 2 sequels the following year. These were both mutually exclusive continuities separate from each other, and those 2 sequels were then given their own sequels after this. One of these branches was the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour 2 and 3, and the other is the topic of this video. Nicktoons Unite, an action platform adventure that followed up on the film by expanding the roster. Now, it wasn't just Jimmy and Tommy, but Spongebob Squarepants and Danny Phantom as well. And for the next several years, these Nicktoons crossovers wouldn't just be one-offs with no plot. They would now feature extensive continuity from game to game, encouraging you to play every year's release to get the full story. And that's why today I want to do a deep dive, not only looking at the plot of these games, but some of the implications that they leave behind. But first, I want to give a big thanks to today's sponsor, NordVPN.com. NordVPN is of course the amazing service that connects you to international servers that allow you to access the internet on a global scale. This protects your data, cloaks your location, and allows you to access region-exclusive content on the international internet. For a limited time, only available this month, those who go down below and buy a 2-year plan of NordVPN will get a special discount and an additional 4 months totally free. And you can find that at nordvpn.com/Quinton. Once again, that's nordvpn.com/QUINTON. So with that out of the way, let's get into our first game. Now, when I first started working on this video, I really knew that I wanted this one to be special, and I did a lot of thinking about that. And then I eventually said to myself one day, hey, what better way to review a crossover video game than to make this segment a crossover of its own?
Okay, ready?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we're here at the home of my good friend Keyan
Carlile.
Keyan Carlile. We know each other very well and we're very good friends. At the time we're recording this, it's very close to Christmas. So I thought as a little bit of an icebreaker, it'd be fun if we both brought a gift to exchange. So we could exchange gifts and then kind of start the collab a little bit. So here you go, this is what I got you.
And I got you something as well.
Oh boy.
I'll open up the tissue paper. I'm gonna throw that on the street.
Oh, look at that. Oh.
Okay. I can't wait. What the hell is this gonna be?
How did you know? That's good. I think that should be good.
I think we cooked, dare I say. All right. Let's hit buttons and say slurs.
Well, we're doing some of that stuff. I don't know about...
I want to say...
We're not saying the last.
All right, gamers, let's mash some buttons and yell some slurs.
I'm not pressing any buttons.
Oh, hey, is that thing from those memes?
Yeah, I've never actually seen that. I've never played a GameCube before.
Really?
I'm actually looking at these buttons like, what the hell were they thinking? I'm trying to...
They were not cooking. I'm not going to set the calendar options.
Whoa, that's scary.
It's a bit spooky.
It's scary. I'm scared. Yeah, we should play that game.
Sounds good. Restart. There it is.
Can someone pass me my coffee?
Yes. Go Trin Trin. Checking memory card.
Hell yeah, thank you.
Got a memory card in.
I got some pumpkin spice.
Do you care if I say things with the coffee in frame? Okay, that's part of the video. Okay.
Okay, everybody. Okay, so is it A?
Yeah.
New game. Okay, here we go. So this is a partial sequel to the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour.
I think I watched like 2 seconds of that as a kid, and I was like, this is weird, and I stopped.
No, I loved those.
I liked the Fairly Odd
That was one of the
Parents.
last things I recorded on VHS. I remember that.
I thought Jimmy Neutron was ugly, and so I didn't watch him.
Well.
Okay, so when I first came up with the idea for this segment and this collaboration, my idea was that essentially I wouldn't need to talk about the history of any of these shows because we would discuss that during the gameplay and we would make the focus of our conversations kind of nostalgically remembering these old shows and joking about the inconsistencies in the lore throughout the game. But that plan didn't quite end up working because I found out while we were recording I'm really old now.
Wasn't the plot of the episode that the ghost prisoner created like a perfect prison for ghosts, but then Danny figured out he could just turn back into a human and leave?
I've never watched that show in my life.
You've never watched Danny Phantom?
No.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know. I was born in a loving household with 2 wonderful parents.
Oh, well, there you go. That'll do it.
So I'm 27 and Keyan is 22, so there's a 5-year age gap between us. And I basically learned over the course of our gameplay venture here that that's a pretty big gap because Keyan has seen fundamentally almost none of the source material that this game is based on. So instead of that being represented in our gameplay, you're going to be hearing some of my own personal lore analysis as we go through this review. But before we do that, I think I should start off by quickly talking about each of these 4 shows and the relationship that I personally have with them. Starting off, Spongebob Squarepants. Good show. I don't know what else to say about this show. I've done like 4 videos on it. The internet's analyzed it to death. You basically can't watch any of the first 4 seasons of the show without there being like a lore video associated with that. Skin theory. How about you get some bitches theory? But I guess just in case there's anyone who can honestly in good faith say that they want to watch me review Nicktoons Unite, but they have no idea what SpongeBob is about. SpongeBob's this cartoon about this little fucker that lives under the sea. He's this little yellow fucker, and his best friend's a goddamn star, and he lives next to this octopus. And his name is Squidward because they wanted to piss you off. And SpongeBob works a fast food restaurant at the Krusty Krab. And sometimes he goes out and hangs out with his friends. And he's got this friend that's a squirrel. And he's got a bunch of animal people. That's what SpongeBob is. It's that. It's just little yellow fucker, the show. After that, let's talk about what is probably the most contentious franchise in this game. Danny Phantom. That's this guy. There's probably literally going to be people watching this video that find out that this isn't just someone on Twitter because they watched me talk about this game. Isn't that sad? Now, me and this show go way back, okay? I remember watching the pilot episode for Danny Phantom. It aired after the Kids' Choice Awards 2004, and I sat down and I watched that pilot, and I remember thinking to myself, my God, that has to be one of the greatest kids shows ever made. That has to be one of the greatest cartoons ever made. And can you imagine how much they didn't stick the landing? So the basic plot of Danny Phantom is that this kid, Danny, he's this son of this like ghost hunting family that for decades has been trying to use science to prove that ghosts exist. But everything changes for young Danny Phantom, who incidentally was just 14, when he discovers that his parents are building a very strange machine. It's designed to view a world unseen, but when it doesn't quite work at first, they just quit until Danny takes a look inside of it. There was a great big flash, everything just changed, his molecules got all rearranged. Phantom, Phantom! The pilot episode jumps right into the action, showing Danny still trying to figure out his powers while attempting to stop ghosts from coming through into their dimension through his parents' faulty ghost portal. All this with the help of his 2 friends, the tech geek Tucker Foley and goth girl / Danny's love interest, Sam Manson, who is either named after Charles Manson or Marilyn Manson, depending on which is worse. The series has a lot of fun eccentricities that you don't think about as a kid, but then when you revisit as an adult, it just makes you laugh. Like, the explicit implication of the lore of the series is that decades ago, Danny's parents were paranormal investigators in a world where ghosts pretty much didn't exist. And they were paranormal investigators going around hunting for ghosts, and they weren't getting anything. Until one day, somebody said, hey, do you know what would be really fun? What if we start opening portals to hell? And then they did that. And most of the ghosts that they battle in the show come through portals that wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the Fentons. If Danny's parents had never elected to single-handedly opening rifts to the afterlife, ghosts would not exist in Danny's universe. And that shit's just wild, because you know Jack and Maddie are like, haha, who's crazy now? And it's like, still you! So if I love Danny Phantom so much as a kid, why is it one of the most contentious Nicktoons today? Well, sometimes it's not enough to just be good. Sometimes you have to start good, stay good, and then make everyone feel satisfied in staying invested. And basically the third season of Danny Phantom was so bad that a lot of people don't even know if they like the show anymore. Like, they made one season of the show so bad that a lot of people were like, I guess this is a bad show. You know, I'm not an expert on this, but what I've heard is that like a couple important writers left, and then Butch Hartman got more control, and Butch Hartman had just become a born-again Christian, which is fine, but he suddenly decided that the original Danny Phantom execution wasn't very like Christian and godlike, so he started changing stuff, and everything got very like pulp comic booky and very Butch Hartman-y. And yeah, you know, you have a really bad season 3 and you have a really bad finale, and then suddenly, you know, that's a show's legacy to some extent. For a while, the most topical, relevant Danny Phantom media we had was that Butch Hartman made a bunch of like independent YouTube videos drawing what the characters would look like 10 years later, and I can't watch these videos. I'm sorry. They irritate me so much because Butch Hartman talks about Danny Phantom like he hasn't seen the show. And I know that's not possible, but that's how it always feels to me. Danny Phantom's final season is so contentious that last year Nickelodeon released Danny Phantom: A Glitch in Time, which is an official continuation graphic novel of the series. And basically the main thing you need to know about this is that it's kind of a soft reboot of the status quo, where everything in the universe except for like the emotional state of the characters is returned to where it was in season 2 through some time travel hijinks. Now that's the only official Danny Phantom continuation that we have in current year 2024. Why did I say it like that? What is this? But yeah, there's supposed to be another one of these coming out in 2025, and I hope that one day Danny Phantom sees a return to animation. But of course, that's only Butch Hartman's second most popular creation. The first being the Fairly Oddparents. So Tommy Turner is an average child who no one understands, but secretly he has a secret, and that is that he has Fairlies. That is fairy godparents who grant his every wish and act as his surrogate parents. I think this is another example of a series where your opinion on this franchise is going to vary greatly depending on what incarnation of it you actually experienced when you were young. And the vibe I got from Keyan is that I grew up with this Fairly Oddparents, and he grew up with this Fairly Oddparents. So this franchise suffers from what I like to call the Terminator effect. Now what is that? Well, think of it like this, okay? How many pieces of media are in the Terminator franchise? Some of you are out there counting. You're gonna pause the video, you're gonna go look at Wikipedia, you're gonna leave a comment with a really big number. You're wrong. The correct answer is 3. There are 3 pieces of media in the Terminator franchise at any specific moment. Terminator 1, Terminator 2, and whatever other thing you're watching at that point in time. Which gives the franchise this feeling of being oversaturated, but also underdeveloped and unrewarding. The Fairly Oddparents is the same way. There's been 4 or 5 attempts to answer the question of what comes next, and nothing is canon to anything else, and it's a mess, and it's not worth getting into. If you want to see me talk about the Fairly Oddparents more, back in 2016 and 2017, I made a bunch of videos talking about the live-action Nickelodeon movies. And they're a little bit dated now, but I think they're worth a rewatch. And it's wild to me those videos are so old, because the oldest one is 8 years old, and it feels like I just made those, you know what I mean? Finally, we have to talk about Jimmy Neutron. Now, to a lot of you, Jimmy Neutron is probably one of the most iconic Nicktoons ever made, but to some of the rest of you, it is an absolute obscurity. So let me try and sum it up as quickly as I can. Imagine young Sheldon, but less good. Jimmy Neutron essentially started out in 1995, when a man man named John A. Davis, no relation, discovered a script in his home from the 80s titled Runaway Rocket Boy. He had written this ages ago and had forgotten about it. He then used this script as inspiration to create an animation tech demo titled Johnny Quasar. Davis would soon meet with Steve Odenkirk, no relation. As far as I know, I didn't look it up. Which eventually led to the Quasar pitch being adapted into a feature film, titled Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius. The film soon had a television spin-off, and the rest is history. You know, to people that didn't have anything else going on around then. The Adventures of Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius allegedly had a very turbulent production schedule. A lot of the dialogue was completely improvised. The animation was often rushed and turned in late. You know, there's a lot you could say about if the scripts do measure up to other animated shows at the time, but the most important thing is that in terms of technology and execution, Jimmy Neutron was very influential and very ahead of its time. With that, it's time for us to see how the writers of this game are going to bring together these 4 totally dissonant worlds. So we start off our game in Bikini Bottom, where SpongeBob has woken up for another day of hanging out with Patrick. However, he soon notices a new development, a massive military complex mere feet from his home. From a speaker system, Plankton's voice booms into the air, declaring that he has joined forces with a group called the Syndicate, and that he will now rule Bikini Bottom. As the citizens grow malcontent, Plankton sends out some of his vacuum tanks to suck them into oblivion.
Plankton can't do that to people! Oh no! If Plankton's in charge, he'll steal the Krabby Patty formula and shut down the Krusty Krab!
Oh no, if if the Earth is invaded, they're gonna shut down the Arby's.
Ah! Don't eat me!
Was that like a fucking Rick and Morty portal?
Hello, SpongeBob. We haven't met, but believe me, I'm your friend.
This is awesome. This is already so awesome.
You think so?
Yes, I wish Disney Channel had some shit like this. Well, not the shit we played last night, but, you know, something actually good.
I'm Jimmy Neutron. Welcome to my lab.
This is amazing. He's a giant block of cheese.
Timmy, SpongeBob is a sponge from a place called Bikini Bottom. Oh, that reminds me. My neutronic moisture sealant will keep you moist outside of water.
This is the strangest morning I've had since, well, last Tuesday.
Wow, he can talk?
Of course he can, Danny. Where SpongeBob comes from, all sea creatures can talk.
So it's canonically a different universe.
So Jimmy's just been watching over the multiverse.
Alex Bale's theory is now confirmed as Jimmy Neutron.
Okay, I think it's time for some lore, and in order to talk about lore, it is best that we visit our Pinboard set. Last time we were here, we were talking about Goomer from the show Sam and Cat. But now we are here to talk about some of the internal logic and politics of Nicktoons Unite. So this game very much is based upon the principle that this is a sequel to the Timmy Jimmy Power Hour, but it is kind of in a different canonicity to the actual Jimmy Timmy Power Hour Part 2, which makes sense because I believe that this game came out between the first and the second Jimmy Timmy Power Hour. And in this opening cutscene, we learn that since the events of that first movie, Jimmy has built the Universal Portal Machine, or UPM. However, somehow, the evil Professor Calamitous was able to obtain these blueprints and create his own Universal Portal Machine, or UPM. Jimmy has figured out how to track the portals created by Calamitous, and he has figured out that Calamitous is bringing together some kind of super group of other bad guys from other universes. The traveling Wildberries of evil cartoon characters. So we're here at the Pinboard set to talk about this league, to go through every person that we have to defeat in order to take down the Syndicate. So the first member of our group is Vlad Masters, aka Vlad Plasmus, first introduced in Danny Phantom, Season 1, Episode 7, Bitter Reunions. So Vlad is, without a doubt, one of the most threatening characters to ever come out of a Nickelodeon series. And he is a true classic comic book villain in all the ways that his backstory is entangled with Danny's. So you remember before when I was talking about the Fenton family and I was discussing how their backstory is basically that they believed in ghosts and everyone thought they were crazy, so they spent decades opening portals to hell, and now ghosts are real when they weren't before that? Well, Vlad was actually a part of that origin story. Back in the day, he was actually a part of the early experiments done by Jack and Maddie to open portals to hell for no coherent reason. Until one day, there was an accident, and he got hit in the face with a bunch of ghost goo. Vlad thus became the very first human-ghost hybrid, the same thing that would happen later to Danny himself. These days, he spends most of his time sulking in his giant gothic mansion and plotting revenge. Vlad is primarily motivated by his hatred of Jack Fenton and his lust for Maddie. He believes that Jack single-handedly turned him into a monster and ruined his chances with Maddie. And since Jack and Maddie have a son who also happens to be a human-ghost hybrid, Vlad has spent a considerable amount of time attempting to groom him into becoming his young ward. He wants to manipulate Danny into using his powers to take control and be selfish and, evil. He wants Danny to be evil. That's the short of it. Chronological to this game's release, the last time the audience would have seen Vlad would have been in Season 2's The Ultimate Enemy. In this story, Danny is exposed to a future where he is separated from his ghost half, and his ghost half combines with Vlad's ghost half to become an unstoppable, evil force, who then goes back into time and tries to kill all of Danny's friends and family, so he will inevitably be put on the path of life that will lead him to the future where he is evil Danny. That storyline is so awesome, and it sounds so fucking stupid out loud. In the end, Vlad is indisputably Danny's most serious threat. He knows Danny's secret identity, he's close to Danny's family, and he will kill anyone who gets in the way of his plans. So next up is the founder of the Syndicate, Professor Calamitous. Professor Calamitous first appeared in Jimmy Neutron Season 1, Episode 14B, Professor Calamitous, I assume. According to his origin story, Professor Calamitous was originally a genius student at Lindenberg Elementary School who had one fatal flaw. He was incapable of finishing anything. Projects, classes, his own food, and he continuously failed class after class because of this. Calamitous eventually disappeared from the school and eventually returned as a supervillain, constantly being foiled by the fact that he is utterly incapable of finishing his plans and inventions. But through his many appearances, he eventually learns to overcome his undiagnosed ADHD, and by the end of the series, he is a very serious threat set on world domination. Calamitous also has a daughter named Beautiful Gorgeous, who should actually be named Uncanny Botox. So the main connecting force between Vlad and Calamitous is that they're not just really campy bad guys, because they are also reflections of their protagonists from those universes. Vlad and Calamitous have the same basic origin stories as Danny and Jimmy Neutron, and their lives were twisted by greed, resentment, and failure. These characters very easily represent the bad futures that our main characters can come to have if they're led down the wrong path. And now, Calamitous and Vlad have a universe portal machine, allowing them to search through every universe in existence and find other equally villainous people to join their ranks. And this brings us to the next member of the Syndicate. So this is Plankton. He is a microorganism, and he is actually specifically a microorganism that lives under the sea and has a specific obsession with stealing the recipe to a veggie burger. Look, I'm not going to stand here and pretend that Plankton is not a very good scientist to some degree. I mean, he built himself a robot wife. He has all these inventions, you know. He's done so many of these schemes, and you've got to see him be a scientist, you know, an active scientist. If you need a robot army that's going to turn on you, Plankton is the man to go to. But it is undeniable that the scale of evil seems to have decreased. But don't worry, because we still have the fourth member of this organization to reveal. That being Denzel Crocker. So Denzel Crocker is a 5th grade math teacher? This is a fucking terrible syndicate. I mean, evil vampire, Bond villain, microorganism, elementary school teacher. Where's the goddamn synergy? To be fair, given the canon that we're working with right now, it's entirely possible that Calamitous intended to pull through more evil figureheads, and that he never actually finished doing that. But I mean, the tone disparity here. It's like if I said, oh, here's my evil syndicate. Gargamel, Sid from Toy Story, the Tasmanian Devil, Joseph Mengele, the Angel of Death. The main thing you need to know about the Syndicate is that each of these characters has been draining some kind of power from each of these dimensions. So the only way to stop them is to travel from world to world, find the machine that's draining this power, and shut it down. And Jimmy plans to start by taking us to Amity Park, the hometown of Danny Phantom. With that, let's get back into this adventure.
What do I do?
I don't know, I'm jumping around.
Who am I? Am I playing?
Are you playing? Okay, it seems like you did that.
I did that, but I'm trying to... How do I add?
It looks like you're Timmy. Oh wait, we can change characters though.
Oh.
Look, I'm Danny Phantom.
How do I do it?
I think it's the arrows.
The arrow. Ooh.
Okay, yeah, let me be Dan. Oh man.
Am I Danny? No, I want to be SpongeBob. SpongeBob.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm SpongeBob. Okay, so let me. Okay, now I'm Jimmy. You get out of Danny.
Am I blue?
You're blue.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not used to being inside another man. The Ghost Zone Prison from the hit show The Fairly Odd Parents.
It's pretty funny to be like SpongeBob and the Fairly Odd Parents and Danny Phantom crossing over for the first time. Their first mission: go to hell. They're in hell. This is the afterlife.
So Jimmy has set his portal to Danny's school and initially believes he has miscalculated. However, the group are soon confronted by Vlad, who reveals there is no error. He has used the ultimate power of the Syndicate to turn Danny's school into his new domain. Danny is ready to fight the moment he sees him, before Vlad reveals that he's taken Danny's parents as hostages. But of course, he'll let them go if Danny joins him.
I told you before, I use my powers for good.
You cannot resist, Danny. The Syndicate cannot be defeated. With every passing moment, this ghost portal provides us with power for the Syndicate's ultimate plan, and provides me with unlimited ghost energy.
I will never join you!
You'll have plenty of time to consider my offer further, as you rot for eternity in the Ghost Zone Prison!
I can't believe he would do that to us. I don't know anything about Danny Phantom.
Where are we?
They couldn't get the voice actors.
You're in my world now, not your world. Walker, oh, not again. You couldn't hold me last time. What makes you think you can this time?
Walker was the main antagonist of a previous episode of Danny Phantom, where basically Danny got held up in this ghost prison that was impossible to escape from. But when Tucker and Sam showed up, he learned that humans can simply pass through objects in the ghost zone. So he turned into a human and left. Here we find out that Walker has somehow human-proofed his ghost prison, meaning that the gang will have to find another way of getting out.
Okay, where are we? Where does it go? This is the greatest game ever made. Oh, it just looks like platforming. It's not platforming at all.
So we start out in a prison cell, and the only way out is to convince the box ghost to help us. And in order to do that, we have to collect, you guessed it, rats. Ghost rats. Yeah, because if the box ghost is known for any one specific thing, it's rats. Once we collect the rats, Box Ghost opens our cell and we are free to roam the prison in search of an escape.
Oh, I'm gonna get this coin.
The thing I've always loved about this game is that the lore seems so serious, and also SpongeBob is there. Wait, I was walking on your head.
It's very funny that like SpongeBob's just going on this adventure with them and like just brutalizing whoever the hell these villains are.
Yeah, that's the thing I love. I love that it's all like very lore oriented, and there's like actual drama and melodrama, and like Danny's parents have been kidnapped, and like Timmy's fairies might die, and then SpongeBob's just SpongeBob.
He's just there.
Uh-oh, we need Danny. Somebody's got to take the leap and be cool. I guess it'll have to be me. Oh my God!
Wow!
How Nick All Stars? Come on! How is this? How does this happen? Dude, we're so screwed.
What am I supposed to do?
Okay. Can you switch to Timmy?
I think I did.
Okay.
Oh, now
we're gonna have to go over it because we could not have done that.
Oh my God! So Jimmy just has a gun.
Yeah. Yeah, Jimmy has a gun. Timmy has Cosmos, who shoots stars.
Oh, this is Cosmo?
Yeah, that's Cosmo. Because look, turn towards the camera.
Oh, it's green.
I never even knew that.
Yeah, that's Cosmo.
Beating the game in totality means unlocking specific abilities for each character. Here, Danny unlocks the ability to overshadow enemies in the game, allowing him to pass through security walls and pull specific triggers. After passing through a series of hallways, we eventually find ourselves at the outer boundaries of the prison, but we have to defeat Walker in a battle before we can escape. So SpongeBob quickly kicks Walker's ass, and the gang discuss how to escape the ghost zone.
Wait a minute. If this is a ghost zone, then those things before, they must have been ghosts!
There's something so uncanny about how this SpongeBob model is clearly designed for when he's smiling, so whenever he frowns, his dimples just hang off the sides of his face like infected warts. Jimmy wants to use Vlad's ghost portal to get back to Amity Park, but Danny says he knows of another ghost portal that they can actually use. This takes them to the Fenton Works basement. Incidentally, there's a really cute running motif in this game that Danny doesn't want any of his new friends to know his secret identity, in spite of the fact that they're from other universes and pose no threat to his status quo. This detail made sense when it was included in the Timmy Power Hour, because yeah, if Timmy tells Jimmy about his fairies, then he's breaking the rules and he'll still lose them. But here it just kind of comes across as funny, like, oh, the universe might be in peril, but it's very important that Spongebob Squarepants doesn't learn Danny's secret identity. As soon as they arrive at the Fenton lab, Jimmy wants to stop and study the ghost technology to come up with a plan. But the others insist against this.
This is no time to be studying.
Yeah, we're heroes. Heroes don't just sit around and study.
You're right. Heroes go out and save the world.
All right.
That's a terrible line reading.
Yeah, no, not only a terrible line reading, SpongeBob wouldn't say that.
Yes, but it's not a SpongeBob thing to say.
Well, Quinton, you're gonna get yourself a wiki feet page with the way the dogs are out.
That's okay.
Also, I have like fucking like 2 stars on mine. Like, piss off.
What?
He landed on me. What the hell are these? Are these Danny Phantom's besties?
Yeah, these are Danny's besties. This game is so Kingdom Hearts coded.
So Sam and Tucker tell us that ghosts have overtaken Amity Park, and that they've specifically overshadowed various citizens. And so before we can go any further, we have to find all 6 of these people and free them from the zombification of the ghost control. This is a very serious situation of the utmost importance. Lives are on the line, and that is something that Keyan and I took very seriously.
The answer has to be to jump on this veranda. Oh no! Look at me! I'm stuck. Oh.
It's a Beast Machines character.
Oh, that's a deep cut Beast Machines reference right there. Yeah, this is what killed the video game industry. It's just, they didn't know what to do, so they stopped making games this great.
By this point in the game, Jimmy has unlocked his Shrink Ray. This allows him to shrink enemies, allies, and most importantly, objects. This can be used for some clever platforming. For instance, we turn this car small, and now we can pick it up and use it to reach this zombie victim.
It's gonna be like the first time where I don't control what footage of me goes in the long edit.
Now, by this point, Keyan and I were pretty damn tired. This was the 3rd collab we had filmed in 24 hours, and we had even done a road trip earlier that day. So around this point, we both agreed that our primary goal for the night was to finish the Danny Phantom stage of the game and then call it quits. Out of all the levels in this game, I think this one does the best job and clearly feels like a specific glimpse into the world of this show. It's partially that I never had a Danny Phantom game as a kid, so I have no standards of comparison as per depicting this show in an expanded universe. But it's also pretty obvious that this game was a little bit of a rush job, and that the earlier levels are clearly the material where they had the time to flesh everything out.
I remember this episode. This is a Volkswagen.
It's Cliff Jumper.
A character wished that he could fly, and this Volkswagen flew into a barn or something.
With the people of Amity Park safe, we begin our trek through the city's graveyard as we approach Vlad's mansion.
Okay, we need Jimmy. We need Jimmy to shrink this. Now
Is this like someone's tomb?
Yeah, we're just shrinking dead bodies.
I'm just gonna go around these guys. They seem cringe.
These guys do seem cringe.
Once inside, it's our goal to shut down Vlad's portal and his energy source. To do this, we have to find the generators. But first, SpongeBob will need a new special ability.
That looks like a SpongeBob thing to me.
I'm struggling. Just a moment. Mr. Reviews, be patient. Water soak. Soak up water from pools. Make SpongeBob into a pool and press B when water appears.
Oh, that's so sick. Look at you. Look at the little guy.
And I gotta fill the bucket, I think.
This is the best the game has been so far.
Didn't even
and just lightly touches it and that's enough.
Do I just need to do it from here?
Just throw it. She's spitting on Timmy.
Soon enough, everyone's abilities are on display, as Danny uses his powers to overtake Delilah, the purple-back gorilla from that one episode. We can then use Delilah to break down some boundaries so we can proceed with the level.
Excellent.
Seems epic.
Well, did you see that?
What?
That was bullshit. I fell through the floor.
Oh, that's humorous.
What the fuck?
Did I fall? No.
Look at this. Bad floor.
I have no proof.
I'm really liking our strategy of just ignoring everything.
Yeah.
It's working out great so far.
There's just a minor annoyance.
Okay, now how do we... Oh, come on.
That guy's just
chilling. There he goes. Yay!
It was like a Looney Tunes gravity.
Yeah.
It was Wile E. Coyote.
So now that we've found one of these generators, how do we destroy them? Well, a while ago, Tommy unlocked a new ability that lets him freeze objects. Once those objects are frozen, they can be shattered by any regular attack. It took us embarrassingly long to figure this out during the tutorial. So all you have to do here is freeze one of these Tesla pillars, give it a whack, and you repeat until each generator is down.
What's happening?
Just we gotta not get killed by that. I don't know why that hurt you.
Just running into it is killing me.
Around here, Danny unlocks Phase Shift, which allows you to become invisible and go through certain objects. But the really cool thing is now you can also attack ghost enemies while they're invisible as well. After we shut down all of his power, we go and confront Vlad, who tells us that he's already collected enough ghost energy for the Syndicate to build their secret device. A boss battle begins with a knocked out Jack Fenton on the playing field. Using Danny, you can possess Jack to knock out Vlad's shielding, but in between cycles, you do have to avoid a barrage of attacks.
Usually works out when Jimmy. Oh, you killed SpongeBob.
Hell nah, SpongeBob dead?
SpongeBob dead, I'm afraid.
It took us a few minutes and a bunch of trial and error, but eventually, one of us made the final blow.
I can't. I got him, I killed him, I won.
I don't believe it.
You better believe it, Vlad. You've lost.
For now, maybe. But soon you will regret standing up to the Syndicate. This is far from over. Far, far from over.
Far from over.
That mean old Vlad escaped.
At least the Fentons are safe.
Whoa.
SpongeBob pronounced it as Vlad.
Okay.
Like Tom Kenny didn't have the correct voice direction.
Yeah.
More about their ghost hunting technology.
Trust me, Ghost Hunter...
Danny's mom can still get it.
Besides, Emily Park is back to normal, and we've got other worlds to save.
You're right. Here we go.
I won, SpongeBob. I deliver the final kill on Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, SpongeBob just murdered Vlad. Just completely destroyed him.
And that's gonna be, you should say that's gonna be all for this game session. You can decide if you use that in the edit or not.
Yeah, I'll have footage of us playing at least, I don't know.
Okay, are we gonna do any sort of recorded outro? Like, Keyan, what were your thoughts on the game or whatever?
Do you have thoughts?
No.
I don't have thoughts either, I'm just here.
That was really good. Honestly, that was one of the best experiences of my entire life. That was like losing my virginity, but better.
Okay. I'm glad you used that metaphor. That's exactly the metaphor I wanted you to use.
Thank you.
All right, great.
Okay, so after we finished filming, Keyan ran me back to my hotel. And by my hotel, I mean my Airbnb. And by my Airbnb, I mean a train caboose in the middle of the forest, sitting on a Christmas tree farm that I rented out for several nights. The next day, Keyan offered to run me to the airport, but I knew my flight was at like 3 p.m. I checked my phone, so we hung out a little at his place before he dropped me off. You know, we figured, he could take me early and I'd just hang around and check out the gift shops. And so since we had some time to spare, he goes, hey, do you want some scrambled eggs? And I love scrambled eggs. I really love scrambled eggs. And I said, hell yeah, I do. So a little bit later, he's going around and he's fiddling with his entertainment system. He's like messing with the wires. And I hear this fizzling sound coming from his kitchen. And I say, hey man, what's that noise in the kitchen? And he goes, oh, that's the scrambled eggs. They're cooking right now. So I sit there, worried. And so eventually I wait a while and he brings me my plate. And Jesus Christ, people, Keyan Carlile doesn't know how to cook scrambled eggs. What he brought me was like this giant hockey puck shaped egg. It was just this hockey puck formation. And the whites and the yellows were not mixed together. They were still separated. You could still see where the white stopped and the yellow started. And I looked at this and I said, Keyan, what the hell is this? And he goes, well, it's scrambled eggs. And I go, well, you didn't mix the yellows and the whites together before you cooked it. And he goes, well, you don't have to do that. And I go, categorically, yes. If you're making scrambled eggs, you have to scramble them. And anyways, I missed my flight. This wasn't because of Keyan's bad eggs. It was because I got confused about time zones. You see, my flight was 3 p.m. back home, but I was in Oregon. So my flight was at noon when we were arguing about these damn eggs. So I had to spend an extra night in Oregon. It was just about the only way to do things. And I don't know if you've recently full out missed a flight, but it has recently become a very expensive mistake to make, especially if you're on the other side of the country. So I spent the night at the University of Oregon. I bought some merch. I checked out all their fake Donald stuff. I thought that was all really charming. And then finally the next morning, super early, I got to fly home. Naturally, once I got home, I had a bunch of other videos that I needed to focus on working on first. But then eventually one day I woke up and I got out of bed, and I said to myself, oh yeah, it's gamer time. Now, one hiccup at this stage was that we had done the first playthrough on Keyan's personal GameCube. This meant that I didn't have a copy of any of our save files. So in order to continue, I first had to replay everything we had already done. So with a little more sleep in me, I booted up my backwards compatible Wii and got to gaming. One difference this time was that every time I beat a level, I was able to upgrade all of the different powers that each character has. I think this is a really cool element because it gives you incentive to replay levels, but not for the purpose of backtracking, simply so you can be overpowered in those early stages. Finally, I beat Vlad a second time, meaning I was able to move on. After defeating Vlad, we next move on to Bikini Bottom, where Timmy, Tommy, and Danny breathe by chewing neutronic air gun. SpongeBob is excited to introduce everyone to his friends, but Danny quickly notices Bikini Bottom kind of looks deserted. Suddenly, the group are ambushed by some of Plankton's robots, only to be saved by Sandy Cheeks. From here, we have to follow Sandy as she transverses through the infrastructure that Plankton has built in the town. The immediate drop-off in quality here is intense, in my opinion. I do think it's partially just that I have played really good games based on the SpongeBob IP, but this is one of the worst depictions of Bikini Bottom I've ever seen in a game. I do think this game was made in a rush, the main evidence of which I'll point to later, but I can't help getting depressed looking at all the generic rocks and industrial structures that make up this level, all while Bikini Bottom is so famous for being a visually unique place. It is really cool that each dimension you visit has drones inspired by the different shows, but I found myself really hating these crab robots here. To turn off their shielding, I think you're supposed to ground pound them, but it's really finicky, so I ended up just using Jimmy's shrink ray every time. After some trekking, we make our way to the Krusty Krab. There, Sandy reveals that after Plankton took control of the city, the first person he kidnapped was Mr. Krabs. Now, he's kidnapped jellyfish, and is using his factory to drain their sting energy. That's the energy that Plankton is contributing. Vlad has ghost energy, Mr. Crocker has fairy energy, Plankton has jellyfish sting energy. Oh god, I hope no one pisses on our doomsday machine. Sandy has a secret agent in Jellyfish Fields and sends the group to rendezvous with him.
Quietly. No one must know we are here until we find Agent Star.
Hey, SpongeBob! Don't tell anyone, but Sandy made me a secret agent!
Patrick! Watch out for that jellyfish harvester! Patrick, no!
Help! Just SpongeBob!
Don't worry, SpongeBob. We'll get him back. Let's stick to Sandy's plan.
Sandy's plan is for us to infiltrate jellyfish fields and destroy all of the jellyfish harvesters, aka the vacuum tanks from the start of the game. Jimmy, we're in public. That's disgusting. If you like references to the TV show, there's this cute little statue of Kevin C. Cucumber in this area. Also, blocked off next to the Krusty Krab, you can see some of the hooks from Season 1's Hooky. There's something so charming about seeing references to old episodes in expanded media that aren't just references to internet memes. It's here that we unlock the Neutron Flare, which I think is the worst power in the game. This is basically Jimmy shooting a flare into the air, and this causes stuff to start working for some reason. The clue that you're supposed to use this is always that there will be a tiny amount of smoke on screen, but this is so easy to miss that I would usually end up trying the Neutron Flare just because I had tested every other option other than that. While traveling through jellyfish fields, we wander upon the Flying Dutchman and his ghost ship. Initially, the Dutchman wants to force the four of us into being his prisoners, until he sees SpongeBob is there and says he doesn't want us anymore. It turns out that the Dutchman's former ghost crew has abandoned him. If we can get the old crew to rejoin, he'll let us go. There's this really neat element here that, to Danny, ghosts are ghosts. And it doesn't matter what universe they're from. Danny can kick a ghost's ass. And I really like that. I think it's a fun element to the crossover. So we find all the ghost crew and the Dutchman lets us go. On his way out, he knocks open the door to the jellyfish factories, giving us a way in. We travel through the factory trying to follow Patrick, and we turn all of the release valves to free the jellyfish. Alongside this, Tommy unlocks his cleft power, which turns him into his superhero alter ego and gives him a robot arm. Real quick, this is my all-time favorite reference in the game. Pretty great. It's by Plankton's lab that SpongeBob gains the Bubble Bomb ability, which gives him the power to make and throw bombs. This gives us entryway into the Chum Bucket, where eventually we enter the final boss. Here, we see Plankton has been torturing Mr. Krabs to try and get him to admit the Krabby Patty secret formula. Mr. Krabs has no voice because Clancy Brown had better things to do back then. When Plankton sees SpongeBob, he suddenly switches to his mecha, a giant robot crab. But we hit the mecha with some bubble bombs, kick it while it's down, and soon enough, Plankton is defeated. Plankton claims to have learned the error of his ways, but soon announces it was all a ruse.
When will you people learn?
But then, Patrick falls out of the air, landing ass first on top of Plankton. Plankton announces that he needs a shower, and that the group are too late. With the power being drained from Dimsdale, the Syndicate will still have enough energy for their doomsday machine. He then flies off in his escape pod.
Doomsday machine? That doesn't sound good.
Let's find out what Crocker's been up to in Dimsdale.
We've got to stop them from powering that doomsday machine. Otherwise, all of our futures are at risk.
So we load into Dimsdale, where Crocker has used hijacked fairy magic to turn a school into a monument to himself. Although it would make more sense for this to be the elementary school, this looks a lot like Dimsdale High, so there might have been some confusion in the reference material. It's kind of funny that Crocker and Vlad were the two bad guys to use public schools as the basis for their fortresses, because those are the two characters that are a little bit, you know. Oh yeah, Vlad, tell me more about this 14-year-old that you're so interested. Tell me about that. Oh, he's a family friend, is he really? And you just really want to get this 14-year-old on the side of evil. Yeah, right. Tell me more about this. Have a seat over here, Vlad. Have a seat. Fairy godparents? That's chat site lingo. Don't think we don't know, because we know. The police are on their way. You're disgusting, Crocker.
Oh, Timmy, this doesn't look good. There's a rainbow of pure fairy magic flowing into Crocker's fortress.
Why is that bad? Rainbows are simply the result of light refracting through moisture in the atmosphere.
This is a completely different kind of rainbow, one made of fairy magic.
Fairy magic? Crocker must be extracting energy from this computer simulation.
Yeah. Well, anyway, we've got to stop him.
Here, Jimmy unlocks a new power that really lets him use his head, as he can now smash his body into buttons to open doors. And I'm sure that defeating the Syndicate will make that cognitive concussion totally worth it. Speaking of powers, when I eventually replayed this level for some extra footage, I discovered a secret power that Tommy apparently has. If you hold down the attack button as any character, this creates kind of a supercharge, which will usually just result in them punching really hard or shooting a really big blast. But with Tommy, this causes Cosmo to shoot a massive star, and if this hits an enemy, they'll turn into a random toy. Those enemies can then be hit with a one-hit kill. Now, as I said, I found this during a replay of the level, so it's entirely alien to me if this was always something I could do, or if my constant upgrading of the character's power levels eventually unlocked this. It is kind of out of left field how completely overpowered Tommy is in this game. Even just going by their basic abilities, Cosmo shoots 3 bullets at once, effective at short and long ranges. By the end, it was pretty common for Tommy to just single-handedly dominate every character in the room, and again, that's just with Cosmo. This is relevant during this specific level, where you constantly find yourself being ambushed by hordes of baddies. The only way out is to kill everyone. I think the puzzles in this section are really fun. There's this part where there's a big podium with a gem that can only be picked up by Tommy, but the door to the next room is blocked off. So you use Danny, turn invisible with a smaller podium, then go into this room and open the door with this switch. But to pull this other switch that opens the final door, you have to go and get Tommy, who will bring the big podium in to act as a platform between these two switches. Then you can open the other door. Stuff like this is really fun to figure out on your own, just knowing the mechanics of the game. Anyways, I broke the game twice with this puzzle. One time, as Tommy, I picked up the big podium slightly too close to the small one, and I got soft-locked. I couldn't put the cube down, or move, or switch characters, so I had to start the entire level over. The next time through, I thought it would be funny if I saw how long I could carry this thing around for, and it was extremely obvious that the game developers did not anticipate you doing this. The first thing that happens is that the cutscene breaks the object's collision, meaning both playable and non-playable characters can walk straight through it. This is fixed once you pick up the box to continue your adventure. This level is one of the only times you have to use Spongebob's Doodlebob power, which allows him to generate this Doodlebob decoy, which tricks this robot into stepping on a button for us. And finally, we have a platform for us to climb up. But it's so annoying trying to do that with these enemies in the way. So I start the level over for a third time. Open the door with Football Head, survive the ambushes, complete this puzzle, grab a box, beat the Doodlebob puzzle, kill the Beast Machines guys first, pick up the box, make our way to the next puzzle where we need to do some coordination. Danny has to use his extended ghost jump to cross this gap. Then SpongeBob makes a bubble bomb and throws it to Danny, who picks it up and throws it at this wall, revealing a switch. Pulling this switch reveals a bridge to cross, and now we can keep moving. Oh great, more Beast Machine robots. Better set this down and kill these guys first. So I start the level over a fourth time. Open the door with Football Head, survive the ambushes, complete this puzzle, grab the box, beat the Doodlebob puzzle, kill the Beast Machine guys, move the box up the ramp while gravity's trying to stop you, jump across this gap, throw the bubble bomb, pull the switch, move the box to even ground, kill the Beast Machine guys and some other goblins, and finally, we're in the end game. Once we knock out this spider robot and the other minions, I put the box down to press this button. Doing so teleports us to the next room, the final stage of Crocker's Fortress. Now, the game developers never intended that you would be able to backtrack from here. As you can see, I can't jump back into this ledge to go into the other room. However, for some reason, the AI-controlled characters can jump higher than me. So I let Danny jump over me, and then I switched to him. This revealed the very interesting detail that the walls here don't have collision, so you can just walk through them and fall into the abyss. But once I did make my way back into the previous room, I quickly discovered that this was now my limit. You can't jump with the box, and you can't pick it up when you're above it. I tried my best to trick the game into putting it down level with Crocker's jaw, but it just wouldn't give. So this was my answer for a time. That was just about as far as you could take the box. So I beat the level, beat the game, and got on with my life. But later, I came up with a theory. Sure, I had found the limit as per how far I could take the box with one player. But perhaps, if I played the game again with 2 players, I could be holding the box when this cutscene played. And by some chance, when we teleported away, maybe this would leave the box suspended in the air. So when my friend Hippie came into town, I forced him to sit down with me as I replayed this level for the 5th time. I booted up the level, opened the doors to Crocker's fortress, defeated some ambushes. Jimmy, we're in public. That's disgusting. Did this puzzle, took the box, noticed I broke this wall somehow. Doodle Bob, kill beast machines, up the broken ramp, bubble bomb, clear the room, and then finally, it's time.
All right, now. Oh, shit. Oh.
Yeah.
I guess that's that.
No, because it was just gone. It wasn't even like on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
So I guess it despawned.
I mean, I did get pretty far. I mean, now we know the limit, so it literally... I mean, I know I wasted your time, but it's just that far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No way!
What? No way! Oh!
Yeah!
Yo! Hey, oh!
Yeah!
Okay. I legitimately... I did not think this was possible.
Now we have to be very careful.
Okay, so at this point, we have made it in to Crocker's energy complex. Here, Cosmo and Wanda tell us to redirect all of the colors of the rainbow into this prism. This will solidify the power of the rainbow, allowing Cosmo and Wanda to connect their magic to it, transporting them to Fairy World. Incidentally, it was established in the opening cutscene of the game that Cosmo and Wanda's magic has been hindered by the Syndicate. So if you've been sitting at home scratching your head over why Tommy can't just wish his way to the end credits, that's why. Pretty much if you're going to be playing any video game that's based on the Fairly Oddparents, there's probably going to be some throwaway line explaining why you can't just cheat in the game. There's a funny little screw up here where Cosmo appears as a character you can talk to, but the game developers forgot that Cosmo is also Tommy's weapon, so this means there are just 2 Cosmos on screen at once.
Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
So each of the 5 pathways here is a different puzzle that focuses on each of the character's abilities. Every time you finish a puzzle, one of the colors is reconnected to the rainbow crystal. But several enemies are also spawned in. One enemy happened to spawn directly inside of the box while it still had collision, meaning he was somehow still able to attack us, but we weren't able to attack him, meaning he was invincible until I picked up the box and Hippie killed him.
Smart. Okay, now refill. Now let's really slowly walk towards the camera. Just right here. Just nice and close. Yeah, just stand there a second.
What's going on in the background?
I don't know. Tommy's having a little rave. Now go spit on these guys. What? That insta-kills them? What?
With the rainbow reconnected, the baddies defeated, and the box safe, we head back to Cosmo and Wanda so they can teleport us back to Fairy World.
Okay, so I'm gonna stand right by Cosmo.
Now that should be fine. I think because it's going to bring us to a new world, it's probably
there's no way. There's no way. If we're in a Fairy World and we still have that thing, I'm gonna flip out.
No, we don't still have it. There's no way.
There's no way, but I will have a second coming of Christ. Like I will start going to church if that fucking box is in the next world. Oh yeah, no, I didn't. I knew it wouldn't be there.
No, yeah.
But like we can now say, I was holding the box when the level ended.
Yep.
And it didn't show it in the cutscene, but I was basically holding it right when we were teleported away. It just didn't show it. I guess that cutscene is pre-rendered.
Yeah, I pressed the talk button, made sure you were already holding the box when I did so.
Yeah, but I didn't think I could actually do that. I fucking had that box when the level ended. That's incredible.
You did it.
I sure did. And this is the best possible angle of us.
So once we're in Fairy World, the group meet with Jorgen von Strangle, who asks why Cosmo and Wanda have brought small children instead of mighty heroes.
Ha! Don't sweat it, Jorgen. Big things often come in small packages. Ask Wanda.
Around Fairy World are several captured fairies, so we're supposed to start off by going around and freeing them all. And I'll get right on that just as soon as it stops being amusing watching the game's AI get confused by these bouncy clouds. Okay, here, Danny unlocks Ghostly Wail, which allows him to scream to cause damage and break certain objects. And once again, I'll get around to freeing those hostages just as soon as this stops being funny. Okay, here Tommy also unlocks Remedy, which basically lets him heal everyone on the team. There's no puzzles this really helps out in, but the game is really unforgiving when it comes to checkpoints, so you'll definitely want to use this one in certain circumstances. We eventually find a fairy jail, where several innocent fairies are being held hostage. And of course, we are going to set them free, just as soon as this stops being funny. Okay, so we go through this big courtyard and defeat all the enemies and then get weirdly obsessed with getting all these coins even though they're not worth that much. But when we finish here and go back to Jorgen, it turns out we're one fairy short. Somewhere in my quest, it turns out I neglected to save someone. How could this have happened? It's like I was distracted or something. So I backtrack, of course, and I find the one fairy I missed, and now we're ready to head off and face Crocker. On the way, we encounter some more of these beast machine robots, and this is my favorite place to find them. Because you see, the way these guys attack is they back up and ram into you, but out here, yeah, they just run off the platform. Amazing, right? The Crocker boss takes place at the Big Wand, where Crocker has been draining the fairy energy from.
You're too late!
Calamitous and the Syndicate have more than enough power for the Doomsday device, and very soon the Syndicate will demonstrate the power it has over all worlds by destroying one! Ha ha ha! With fairy magic under my control, I am unstoppable! The Syndicate will rule the universe, and I will rule Dimsdale and Fairy World!
To me, this boss battle is a little counterintuitive. Usually, I would think that you would knock out the pillars and this would allow you to attack the boss and drain his health. But here, you're supposed to assume that if you attack the boss first, drain his health, then you can knock down the pillars. There's 3 levels to this boss, basically with the same cycle every time. Just make sure you don't get hit by Crocker's magic, which will turn you into random things. In the end, Crocker's machine is broken, the fairies have their magic back, but Crocker declares that the Syndicate still has enough power for their ultimate plan. He then flies off, and Jimmy announces that they have to get to Retroville. Tommy tries to wish that the bad guys were all in jail. But Wanda claims that the rules say you can only make wishes that affect your own universe, which is utter horseshit. If I were writing this game, I'd just pull out that old rule that you can't use magic to win a competition. You just say, "Oh, sorry, Tommy, you can't use magic to win a competition, so I guess you'll have to beat the game normally." Great line, everybody loves it, all your questions are answered, but you know, what do I fucking know? So the Retroville level is where I think the rushed nature of this game is the most obvious. First of all, we find out that Cindy is in Jimmy's lab and begins yelling at Jimmy over everything that's happening.
Hi, Cindy.
Oh, hi, Timmy. I didn't know you were back in Retroville.
So the first thing of note here is that Cindy clearly is not sporting the design that she had in the main Jimmy Neutron TV series. Instead, this is the design she had in the original film, 2001's Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius. This seems to be a quirk that's shared among all of the Jimmy Neutron console games released by THQ. Although I couldn't tell you if this is a licensing thing or just an easy way to flip assets. The big issue here is that we actually don't get to see Retroville. A level based on Jimmy's world was planned, but fell through due to time. So instead, the game developers had to get a little more creative. So Jimmy begins to speculate on how Calamitous could have possibly gotten access to the blueprints to his Universal Portal Machine, or UPM. It's then that SpongeBob notices that Goddard is scratching like he has fleas. This causes Jimmy to realize that Goddard has been infected. Calamitous has built a flea bot, which has invaded Goddard and exposed Jimmy's private security. If only Jimmy had known about NordVPN, the sponsor of today's video. NordVPN is the #1 brand for threat detection and prevention, protecting you from malware trackers and even intrusive ads. Whether it's your IP address, your personal passwords, or the blueprints you've created for your Universal Portal Machine or UPM, NordVPN works overtime to protect your data and information. If you don't take precautions, disaster can strike. For instance, what if your identity is stolen? What if your passwords are leaked and this impacts your finances? Or what if an evil supergroup of bad guys of various threat levels use your data to destroy your universe just to prove that they can? It's not worth the risk to find out just how bad things can get. Use precautions now to stop your disaster situation. You can find out more information at nordvpn.com/Quinton. Once again, that's nordvpn.com/QUINTON. So in order to fight Calamitous, Jimmy shrinks down and flies into Goddard. From here, we have to travel through his body to rid him of his flea infestation. Now obviously, this is a level that takes a lot less time and labor than a perfect recreation of Retroville, or even Dimsdale for that matter. Being able to kind of creatively patch together a level based on no specific episode or reference allows the developers to put something here without delaying the game. After a long string of very samey feeling platforming, we get to Goddard's internal processor. In order for the gang to go any further, Danny, SpongeBob, and Tommy have to get security clearance from Goddard's inner mechanisms. This means entering Goddard's memories and retrieving objects for him. This is clearly where the few finished pieces of Retroville are reused in the final game. After this, we take an elevator into Goddard's head, where we encounter the boss, a giant Fleabot. Defeating this boss mainly involves climbing these rising platforms and striking Goddard's eardrums. This causes Goddard's head to shake, stopping the boss from recharging, so we can keep whittling it down. However, due to how easy it is to get separated from the non-player characters, and because of how few revives you have, I got defeated a few times on this boss. And this is the thing I hate about this game the most. When you die in a boss battle, you go back to the beginning of that level. So whenever I would die on this boss, I would be transported back to when we arrived in Goddard. And then I would have to do everything over and over again. Call me a wimp, but I believe in checkpoints. If it takes me a few goes to figure out the rhythm of a boss, that's fine. I think it can even be great. But when I have to redo 40 minutes of monotonous, samey platforming and puzzle solving every time I die during this boss battle, it just makes the game feel like a chore. Jimmy uses the Fleabot to track the signal coming from Calamitous. Because of this information, he now knows exactly where Calamitous is. If only Calamitous had known about NordVPN! With this, we arrive at Calamitous' headquarters, built into an underground warehouse in Retroville. The four villains are strapped into a rotating hub connected to the complex, with each baddie protected by a shielding orb of energy. Calamitous announces that it is time for them to show the power of their device, as he switches on his Universal Doomsday Machine, or UDM. As the process begins, Calamitous announces that it can't be stopped, as he never finished building the override switch.
Are you crazy? You'll destroy yourselves too!
Oh no, Danny, I assure you, we are quite safe inside this protective capsule.
Even fairies couldn't save you now, Turner!
We've got to disable that Doomsday Machine!
Thanks, Tommy. You're contributing a lot. In order to shut down the machine, you have to use these buttons in the corners to line up the platforms just right. Doing this will allow you to reach the individual power banks, where you can use each character's special abilities to overload each power source. Doing this will temporarily remove the protective bubble around each baddie, meaning you can chip away at each villain's health bar. Once you do this for all four characters, the Syndicate defense system is no more. However, the Doomsday Machine is still posed to destroy Retroville, taking out both the heroes and the villains. As the clock counts down, the group speculate on how to save the day.
Come on, brain. Think.
What if I go ghost with it? No, that won't work.
Guys, how about...
Maybe Cosmo and Wanda could send it into a black hole.
I know. I can reconfigure the plasma flux and reverse the polarity. But there's no time.
What are we gonna do?
What happened?
It worked!
No! I never finished the backup power supply.
Way to go, SpongeBob! It's over! You saved the day!
Thanks to SpongeBob's quick thinking, everything goes back to normal. Calamitous goes back to jail while the other villains are given to their heroes for separate punishment. Jimmy preps the portal, giving each hero Neutron recallers in case they ever need each other again. SpongeBob runs off in a hurry as Mr. Krabs charges him extra for being late to work. Danny, meanwhile, gives Jimmy his Fenton thermos, or rather a copy he made with Jimmy's matter duplicator. This way, Jimmy can study the Fenton ghost technology. You ever think about the fact that with a matter duplicator, Jimmy could single-handedly solve the energy crisis, and he just chooses not to? Finally, Tommy leaves alongside a borrowed hypercube that Cocker is being held in.
Life is almost back to normal. Just one more thing to take care of. Cindy, get out of my lab!
So in the end, gameplay, 6 out of 10. Storyline, 7 out of 10. Sound design, 10 out of 10. Nicktoons Unite is a revolutionary title, showing that you can bring together several brands for a video game crossover without it feeling lazy or rushed together. But I do think it was probably born as a concept out of necessity. After all, from 2005 to 2008, there was a new one of these out every single year. And that was an expectation of the industry at the time. If you had a popular title, you couldn't just spend 5 years developing a sequel, you had to turn it around like that. And I suspect that a motivating factor here was that if you're already making a new video game for every Nickelodeon show on the air, if you use that Jimmy Neutron model in 2 games instead of just the 1, will anyone really notice? But what makes this game truly work is that it was clearly made by people who went through the effort of going and actually watching these shows, of understanding why they were popular, and then figuring out how to transverse that energy into a movie-like event. So now that we've finished this game, inevitably the next big step is to tackle its sequel. However, before we do that, I'd like to take a little bit of a break. But it's not an intermission. It's more of an adtermission. Hey everybody in the YouTube world, this is the new Plush Quinton, and I'm here at my tiny pinboard to tell all of you why you need one of me. If you like any of the videos currently playing to my right to infinity and you want to show it, you can find this campaign at YouTooz.com or in the pinned comment below. So here's the top 8 reasons you need a Quinton Reviews YouTooz plushie. Why top 8? It's because I'm small. Number 8, you can recreate your favorite moments from the Quinton Reviews saga. Remember when Quinton stood next to this pinboard? Or when Quinton stood in front of this hammock? Or when Quinton sat in front of a shelf of toys? Or when Quinton was sacrificed to a satanic cult? I remember those things. And now you can relive all of those moments without leaving your home. Number 7, it's a great conversation starter. Just think, you're having company over and they see this plushie and they say, "Hey, what's this?" And so you tell them all about this YouTuber that makes 8-hour videos and how you love watching all of them over and over again. And after that, your friends will start checking up on you more often. And that brings us to number 6. This plushie will improve your social life. Hey Quinton, did you hear that my plush campaign was a massive failure? Yeah, I did hear about that. But honestly, I think that was because you look like Gordon Freeman. Fair enough. Okay, that brings us around to number 5. Even if you have the original Quinton Reviews plushie from 2020, this plush is far superior in terms of size, materials, and basic recognizability. Number 4, the shirt I'm wearing is one of Quinton's actual real shirts. It reads, "I think we all sing," which for legal reasons is a reference to nothing in particular. Number 3, my clothes come off. Wait, Wait, that came out wrong. All right, I think I can handle this one. So when I first started working with YouTooz on this idea, one of my weirdest stipulations was I really wanted most of the clothing on this guy to be removable. I mean, there's stitching, it's high quality, it's well put together, but if you take like scissors or tweezers or even like an electric shaver, you can remove some of that inner stitching and you can take off the shirt. And most specifically the jacket. The reason is that I thought it'd be really cool to, Bonbon? Sorry, Bonbon's interrupting the ad. I'm trying to make us both some income here. This is our collaboration, and you're sabotaging it is what you're doing. So why was this a request? Why did I request that the jacket be removable? Well, it's for a very specific reason, which is that I thought it would be really funny if I could buy a bunch of these and then just put the jackets on other plushies that are, kind of about the same size. For instance, look at Tommy here. Couldn't you imagine Tommy sporting a nice orange jacket? Wouldn't he look so cute in kind of that look? And so that's basically why I wanted the clothes to be removable, so you can maybe take some of these clothes off and put them on, any plushie that's roughly the same size. Any plushie you want. Can't think of any more. There you go. That's it. Yeah, thanks for explaining, Real Quinton. I really got us both in a pickle with that one. Next up, number 2. Due to explicit parasocial boundaries and his increasing trust issues, Quinton Reviews will never be your friend. But YouTooz doesn't package me with any of that baggage. So the new plush Quinton Reviews is ready to be your best friend forever. And finally, number 1. Let's talk about this cat on my head. This is Quinton's real cat, Bonbon. But her design here is based on the famous internet post, "To be loved is to be changed." And let me tell you something, folks. I am so ready to be changed by you. And those are the top 8 reasons that you have to buy me. Remember, if it's on a comedically tiny pinboard, it can't be a lie. Back to you, Real Quinton. Thanks, Plush Quinton. I think I'm supposed to be looking that way. So, if it wasn't clear up to this point, you can check out this plushie in the pinned comment down below, or just go to YouTooz.com between now and April 11th, and check out this amazing plushie of me and my little girl right here.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to let you know that the campaign has been extended to April the 25th. Out of respect for my son's disappearance.
So with that, I now would like to continue on our journey of reviewing the games in this series. And since we're reviewing another crossover, perhaps it's time for another collaboration.
Whoa. 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 Well, he made that for me. What has Quinton Reviews made you? He made me this shirt.
Are we recording?
Yeah. He made me this shirt. He made me this.
Hey everybody, I'm here with my good friend of many decades, Billy the Kid, the classic Billiam. And we are here in his pad, and we are about to film the most epic of collabs. We've got our own shirts. He's got the Quinton Billiam Power Hour 2. I've got the classic Normal and Scrappy Pack. And this is my man. He is known for talking about a little show called Lost, which has a pretty famous island. And today, we're gonna be jumping head first into a different kind of island, which is Nicktoons Battle for Volcano Island, which many call the best of the saga.
Oh, Quinn, I'm just happy to be here today. It's like, what's with this guy?
So in this game, they assume that you played the first Nicktoons Unite, and the characters just interact with each other like they've already met. And like Danny in this game never goes, "Who's this SpongeBob guy?" Because they met.
I would just assume through all of like the little Christmas party animation
Well, distinctly.
between the shows. You remember that?
Yeah.
It's not the same.
That's not in the same canon?
I don't think no. Not even all the Nicktoon games are canon to each other.
We can wait no longer. It is time. Only the 9 can save us from the evils of the Magu.
Dude, Squidward's one of the 9.
When you're searching for the chosen one and you pick Squidward.
He's not on these.
No. I'm the chosen one.
They have it. Motherfucking Newports.
So Battle for Volcano Island is an interesting title because it's clearly steeped in a bunch of complicated lore, but it doesn't necessarily explain that lore in such a direct way. So I think it's best that we come here to our Pinboard set to try and figure things out. But before we start, be sure to remember to go out and buy this guy, my YouTooz plushie, who will be gone after April the 11th.
As a reminder, the campaign has been extended to April the 25th.
So I believe that Volcano Island takes place in a splinter pocket dimension tangential to every other reality, where everything that goes missing in the Bermuda Triangle ends up. There's one really big piece of evidence to that, but we will get to that when we're going through the actual level design and gameplay. On this island are a bunch of indigenous animals and people who are typically known to be peaceful. These include the crab people and these guys, the Mermechs. But one day, the island was attacked by a great evil, the Magu. The Magu is this, like, crazy, magical, supernatural guy that's, like, big and purple and bulky, and I think he's kind of made of ooze, and, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know who the fuck the Magu is, but he's evil, though. He's evil. So long ago, the people of Volcano Island were able to defeat the Magu by trapping him in the volcano. And if I had thought out the like spatial layout of this pinboard better, I would have put a big volcano right here. So it was like, they trapped him in the volcano. I didn't do that. But yes, they trapped the Magu in the volcano. However, prophecy stated that one day the Magu would escape and seek ultimate revenge, and that the only way to stop the Magu would be to summon the 9. So yeah, it's an ancient evil in an ancient volcano, but the shopping district by the volcano, that's brand new. They just built that. Just before the events of the game, the Magu indeed escaped his captivity, and he began unleashing on the island an evil ooze from the volcano, which corrupted all of the inhabitants of the island, turning them evil. The Magu begins feeding off of the energy of the world, growing in size while planning not only to take over Volcano Island, but the universe. The universe. I don't quite understand. I think he's trying to take over every universe. It's really, really vague at times. The only thing that doesn't make sense to me right now is not even this game's fault, because in a future title, we will actually get to spend a good amount of time in the Magu's evil lair, and it's like this big bat cave complex filled with computers. And that doesn't make any sense to me. Because first of all, this is clearly a battle of magic users versus magic users. And second of all, I thought the Magu was trapped in the volcano for centuries. When did he have time to go to fucking Radio Shack? So in response to all of this, the crab people tried to use a summoning spell to bring the 9 to the island, but the Magu actually intercepts the spell with a magical blast. However, the spell is successful at summoning 8 out of the 9 heroes, although they are scattered across the island. These 8 heroes are Spongebob Squarepants, Danny Phantom, Tommy Turner, Patrick Star, Sam Manson, Sandy Cheek, Squidward Tentacles, and Tucker Foley. So the 9th member of the 9 is supposed to be Jimmy Neutron, but due to that disrupted spell, he never makes it to the island, but we will be in contact with him a little bit later on. Now, on a surface level, it is obviously ridiculous that Squidward is one of the 9, but I think the point of the 9 is that each of these people individually contribute something that ultimately will help us defeat the Magu. And I have a hunch, just a hunch, that in a pinch, Squidward could use his crotch as a slingshot and shoot us to an important platform. So I actually did read the manual for this game, hoping that it would give me some extra pieces of lore. And it kind of did. It kind of did. And all these characters have occupations, and Jimmy's says occupation boy genius, which is just funny. That's not a job, Jimmy. That's not a job. Also, did you know that Retroville is in Texas and that Dimsdale is in California? And I think according to the Fairly OddParents movies, Fairy World is legally in Michigan. So that's fun. All the non-playable characters in this game have a little blurb about like why they count as one of the 9 even though they're not playable. And Squidward says, Squidward isn't happy unless he's pursuing his artistic passions. He's especially unhappy about being marooned on Volcano Island with SpongeBob. So that doesn't explain anything. With that, let's go ahead and get back into the gameplay. Next time I emulate another YouTuber's outfit, I'm gonna pick someone that just wears one layer of clothing. Just one layer of clothing sometimes is good enough. Sometimes you don't need 5.
Let's learn the objective here, Danny. Danny, I'm the serious one in the relationship. So that's what we should do. We should improv this scenario.
That's where
SpongeBob the straight man and Danny
the
gay man.
He's like, I'm willing to do anything to win the battle.
Wait, no, you explicitly said you wanted to be Danny Phantom. You do not do the SpongeBob.
So Danny and SpongeBob both end up landing at Summoning Rock, where the wise crab gives a tutorial on playing the game. One charming detail is that the characters often have specifically recorded dialogue discussing each area, meaning you actually get original banter relating to what you're doing.
When you find yellow energy, pick it up. It'll energize you. How does he do that? Oh, it's a crab thing.
This gives this really funny vibe that Danny and SpongeBob are catty co-workers, making chit-chat. As we explore, it becomes increasingly obvious that something has gone wrong with the bridge between our worlds. Soon, random objects drop from the sky, each identifiable from the character's home dimensions. This leads to one of the most important details in the game. Sitting on the beach just out of bounds, we see Plankton's green crab mecha, which we defeated in the original Nicktoons Unite. This concretely confirms that Volcano Island is continuing the timeline established by the previous game.
Hey, look! That's Plankton's big robot thingy! Oh, we sure showed him.
Yeah, we sure did, SpongeBob.
Sure did, SpongeBob. God, Tom Holland could deliver that line.
And Butch is gonna get what he wants.
But couldn't he also play SpongeBob? That's the problem.
That's the fucking solution, Quinton.
He does both.
Imagine Tom Holland going, "Whoa, guys, we got a blast!"
Yo, imagine Ant-Man saying...
He's playing SpongeBob.
Imagine Ant-Man saying, Danny Phantom, you have to distract Thanos.
Yeah, this is what I call a speed run. Alright, great. That was a little a speedrunning strat.
Dude, I think speedrunning's like... It's all about getting in and out.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to expand upon that a little bit?
No. Speedrunning culture is all about our generation's fear of commitment. Quinton, do you think speedrunning culture is about our generation's fear of commitment?
But it takes a lot of commitment.
Yeah,
I think it's a rebellious against our parents' insistence that we'll never get ahead in life half-assing things. And thus, you get to go back to that childhood desire to work harder, to work less hard. Like, I want to work so hard to figure out how to skip 90% of this game that I love.
That's so true.
It's not true at all.
I would call that profound if I We're a little stupider.
As we make it past the tutorial, we find Patrick, who agrees to join us to find the other 5. Now, I don't think the Battle for Volcano Island is necessarily the greatest game in the series, but it does have one thing that it does far better than the rest. Out of all the titles in this series, Volcano Island is the best at atmospheric world building. And the next level is the best example of this. At the edge of Volcano Island, closest to Summoning Rock, rests some massive ocean liner, the Titanic Australia. To find the next chosen one, we have to journey through the ship's ripped open hull, avoiding the rudders still spinning as strong as ever, yet unable to turn the ship from its own fate. Lifeboats hang loosely at the ship's side, quietly confirming the worst possible scenario. The first-class ballroom, adorned with photos of high society, is now nothing more than a shortcut through the foliage. In their own country, these were people of class, of nobility, of status. But on Volcano Island, they don't even have the luxury of a grave. Special thanks to Slippy Slides for getting me the footage of this area. I think it's easily the most fascinating section in any of these games. But the funny thing is that I don't remember noticing any of this when we were actually playing the game. And I think it's because I was so terrified about coming across as naturally funny on camera that I just couldn't concentrate.
I saw Passengers.
You did? I'm sorry to hear that.
It's alright.
Yeah, it's alright.
Just a movie.
Things
can be bad. You know who wrote songs about me? George Thorogood.
I don't watch him. I'm not into Canadian philosophers.
And also Michael Jackson. I'm really bad.
He's the guy that
was really bad.
Your favorite song?
I don't know. I can't be funny.
The Badman song.
I'm overstimulated.
The Badman song by Tears for Fears, that's your favorite.
That is.
Okay. I feel like our banter is just you listing off a long string of pop culture references and me being like, that sounds great.
Dude, how would you improve our banter? 3-point plan.
Isn't that how you improve? Go, no.
What's your 3-point plan, Quinton?
I thought if we switched, I could do the SpongeBob voice and you could be Danny.
Dude,
Do the voices?
That's just so that's the only way to improve banter?
No. Impressions?
Yeah, let's do our best impressions.
Yeah.
Why can't you be Danny?
I don't know.
We have to switch. Only I could be SpongeBob.
I'm just trying my best.
Oh, dude. Is it because you look like Ethan Slater?
Why would you say something that awful to me in the middle of our
pulled
collab?
Ariana Grande.
Hell yeah.
Which has got to be why you do all the Victorious videos. Because you're trying to pull Ariana Grande.
No, absolutely not. She's not my type.
All right.
Ooh, what is it?
I don't know.
What is it?
All right, so that's point 1. We do impressions. Well, that's point 2.
I don't know, man.
Dude, you have to do all 3 points, or else it won't feel satisfying.
Okay, third step plan.
Yeah, so step 1 is impressions.
Step 1 is impressions. Step 2 is. What was step 2?
You didn't give me a step 2. That's what they're saying. Quinn, I think you gotta one sentence to the next.
Step 1 is we gotta pitch.
No, step 1's impressions. You already gave me step 1.
Step 1 is impressions.
Step 2.
Step 2, we have to complain about the lore not making sense so I can tie it into the video.
But that's a pop culture reference I don't understand.
I'm banking so much on this video. I have to rebound.
Rebound from your very successful iCarly retrospective. It's only gotten 10 million views. I need to rebound. All right. So third step. So no, step 1's impression. Step 2's profit. What's step 3?
Step 3 is song remixes of us not being funny.
I love the Game
We'll
Grumps
call you.
remixes.
The Game Grumps remixes
I die by the Game Grumps remixes. I work out to color of the game.
Yeah, and I go to sleep to Sleepy Time Junction.
Sleepy Time Junction is good.
So I think here's our angle. So we know what space Game Grumps occupies. We know what space the angry video game nerd occupies, and the nostalgia critic. We're like when the angry video game nerd and the nostalgia critic met for depressed people.
Oh, great. That's quite good.
Yeah,
That's
so
quite
like, hey, I'm practicing self-care, and like, I love myself.
So I guess my three step plans are: step 1 apparently is impressions, step 2 is
Profit.
speculating about the lore in these cutscenes, and then step 3 is banting about our childhood memories of these franchises.
Raise your hand if you had a crush on Danny Phantom.
I mean, like,
Only when he was a phantom.
Only when he was a ghost?
Yeah, he's way sleeker. Like,
yeah.
See ya, Danny Phantom.
No, Danny Fenton?
Yeah, no, Danny Fenton, he was just 14. Did you know, according to Butch Hartman, it's young Danny Phantom was just 14?
No,
According
it's
to Butch Hartman, they're not even ghosts. They're like
what?
They're just alternate dimension people that just happen to seem like ghosts. Because he doesn't want anyone to think that they are dead people.
And to like view it through that lens, that's so fucking lame. Well,
Butch Hartman.
Dude, somebody needs to talk about how lame Butch Hartman is.
Like, why don't you just hand me the controller?
Just cutscene death.
All right,
now
Quinton.
this is how it...
Now, like, while they play and they let's play, let's have our own podcast.
Have you been loving yourself recently?
Dude, that's our core message. We're the game loves.
We're the game loves.
We're the game loves. And we're no longer grumping in this space. We're just loving.
Yeah, I'm just hoping if I love myself enough, it'll rub off on other people.
Hey, I love. I also love.
You too. What is this?
No, this is and we're the love guys.
We're the love boys.
The love yourself boys.
Love boys face serious allegations.
What if like Danny Phantom live action movie and the poster's tagline is "They're not ghosts, it's another dimension."
There's just like a sweaty guy at Nickelodeon that's like, people think they're actually dead people. We gotta do something. What would SpongeBob do on the Lost Island?
What would SpongeBob do on the Lost Island? He would chill on the perimeter underwater.
Because he's an underwater creature.
Yeah, because he's a sponge. But SpongeBob on the Lost Island, he'd probably interact with Clancy Brown, who was in 2 episodes of Lost.
Excellent.
Yeah, at the end of season 2. And they would he would get a job with Clancy Brown, and he wouldn't pay him very well. What would SpongeBob do in Death Note, Quinton?
Die.
He'd just be like, oh boy, a notebook. I'm gonna make a list of all my favorite Krusty Krab customers.
Oh no, and he kills them all? I think
Mr. Krabs.
As we travel through the wreckage, we save Tucker before being taken to Camp Castaway, where we rest for the night. Camp Castaway will be our hub area to load in future and previous levels. We also have the option of unlocking bonus stages if we collect materials to build onto the camp. There's also a zoo, which again is a fun excursion that contributes to the atmosphere. But the most notable part of Camp Castaway is the view of the volcano, steaming with a vortex of energy leading right to the Magu. For now, we rest, but the people of Volcano Island are counting on us. The old crab sends us off to Calamity Cove to find the Night Girl and the whiny cephalopod. The Night Girl turns out to be Sam, who has been fighting off the Magu's monsters all night.
We gotta find some whiny guy and save the world again. Come on.
Oh, are we on a date?
Uh-oh. I hate that anytime you see like a Sam cosplay, it's blatantly based on like Rule 34 art. And they always put up the reference image and it's not from the show.
Yeah, I hate that too. Nobody should prove us wrong on that.
During our quest from here, we occasionally run into the wreckage of other objects pulled into this dimension. These include Vlad's castle from Danny Phantom, and later Tommy's school. But eventually we find a clarinet buried in the sand, which turns out to be Squidward. The old crab sends us to Fort Crabclaw, where the prophecy states a three-headed boy will be found.
Your friend may be in great danger.
And while you're there, look for something to eat. I'm starving.
As we travel through the jungle, if we stop here for a moment, we can find one of the most interesting Easter eggs in the game. The Voot Runner from Invader Zim, a franchise not even properly included in this game. This is another one of those atmospheric details. It gives this feeling that Zim has maybe made it to the island, and he's off lurking somewhere, and we can't see where he is. We find some old huts and climb through the nets on the wall until we make it to the crab base, where it turns out that the three-headed boy is Tommy, Cosmo, and Wanda. The three are being held captive by a group of militant crab people, who are totally different from the other crab people that we've seen so far. Parallel evolution. Educate yourself.
Whee! This is the most fun ever! But with monsters.
Harold just died, SpongeBob. Harold died, and this is the most fun you've ever had.
Angelica
And you're
put down her
reveling in
life
battle?
so we could do this, and you're having fun.
We lost her in the last level. And now I keep Tommy Pickles screw around
She
my
sacrificed herself into that volcano, and you're having a fun time.
So we infiltrate the base and free Tommy, who reveals that he has found a Jimmy Neutron communicator, which is distinctly not the same thing as the Neutron recallers, which I don't think ever show up again.
That's great. Maybe Jimmy can help us out.
Sorry, battery's not included.
That's how they get you, Timmy. That's how they get you.
Don't worry. With all this junk falling from the sky, maybe we can still find one.
You're right, SpongeBob.
Back at Camp Castaway, we meet one of the crab children, who tells us that the crab people village is under attack by one of the Magoo's monsters. Upon arrival, we discover a state of panic, with crabs abandoning their homes as they are attacked by a monster made out of sand with a wooden shell. The monster swallows the wise old crab, our only guide on our quest. So we use the cannons to slowly chip away at his armor before knocking him into the waterfall, causing him to collapse in a heap.
As was foretold in legend.
The old crab makes us honorary members of the Crab Clan, but the ceremony jewel is actually the missing battery. So soon, we make contact with Jimmy Neutron. Jimmy instantly fills us in on the missing pieces to the lore. The Magoo is using a rip in time and space to steal energy from all of the universes. This has been the cause for all of the objects from the shows falling from the sky. If the Magoo keeps draining this energy, not only is Volcano Island doomed, but the heroes' worlds will be destroyed as well. But Jimmy has invented a device, the Neutron Rip Zipper, which will recover the stolen energy and seal the tear in time and space. To build this, we need to collect scattered pieces of technology from across the island. Incidentally, by this point in the recording, we had taken a break to have lunch, but when we came back, we didn't realize that our mics had stopped working. So from here on out, the audio on our live reactions is a little bit iffy, but I've decided to just use the clips anyways. We already did this one. I sent us back somehow.
Dude, we have to go back. Do you get that?
What?
Do you get that line? Do you know what that's a reference to?
Back to the Future.
Take a shot in the dark.
Lost?
Yes!
We have to go back.
Dude, Heisenberg bald, that's a Lost reference. Have you seen Breaking Bad?
No.
Have you seen Better Call Saul?
No.
Have you seen El Camino?
No. But I've seen the little cartoon where he's like a kid.
Yeah, do you mean Slippin' Jimmy?
Yeah, I've seen that. That's a
great
good show.
starting place, yeah.
I want to go in chronological order.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
So we finally find the right level, and the old crab sends us off to retrieve the prophesized deep sea squirrel. To find her, we have to venture through the Crystal Ruins.
Darn, it's busted. There must be a way across. If we could knock down that pillar.
Do you think he said that in Nicktoons Unite? When he reunited with Jimmy Neutron? How do you think that scene went?
I think he was like, alright, Brain Dome,
tell me what's up. What's going on? Why are we here? I don't want to hang out with you again unless the girl is here. And then he said, we've got a problem.
That's how
Tommy, we've got a problem. I'm Jimmy Neutron. Tommy, we've got a problem.
He sounds like Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah, and he goes, Tommy, I built a multiverse machine, but Professor Calamitous stole it.
It's a solid 4 out of 10. 4 out of 10 Jimmy Stewart, Jimmy Neutron impression.
And now he's working with Cocker, Jimmy. Tommy.
Yeah, say it one more time.
We make our way to an old fortress filled with crystals, which we have to pass through. We then reach Sandy, who joins our team. Soon, the old crab tells us that the queen of the Mermechs has been kidnapped by the Florians, who have taken her to their ooze mine. The group has to battle through the fetid forest and the ooze complex to save the queen.
Mining the ooze, all right.
Danny is so out of his element. He's just like, I do ghosts. Dude, they're mining the ooze, all right.
When was the last time you spent the night at home mining the ooze?
Ain't nothing I like more than building stuff.
Bro, more than Texas? You like building stuff more than Texas?
Totally didn't take notes for this.
Yeah, I hope somebody was fired for that one.
Yeah.
Simpsons reference.
What would Homer do in this movie?
What would Homer do? He would just like blend into this ensemble of wacky characters.
Yeah, seamlessly.
Yeah, seamlessly.
We have to help the
Keep going.
Bart, we must help the crabs.
Oh, dude.
I should do my other bad impressions, like...
Yes.
Well, God.
That's not good at all, never mind.
No, you always do that one. You don't lose your confidence in front of the camera. We're YouTubers, man. That's all
I
we
do
have.
that. I do the Hank Hill voice a lot, but I'm not at all good at it.
You don't I think you're really good at it.
Yeah,
it's like,
fine.
He's like fishing for compliments here, like Hank Hill fishing with crack cocaine.
I'll tell you what, Sandy Cheeks. I don't know a lot about this. Never mind. I'll tell you what, I don't quite know what's going on here, but this Sandy Cheeks, I can tell you she's from Texas just from talking to her.
Oh,
don't let him edit out the first take.
I'll tell you what, I don't know much about what's going on in this volcano. But if these people think they can mistreat Lady Propane...
Alright, stop the thought. Finish it as Peter Griffin. I know
We eventually find the queen being guarded by the Florians, whose minds have been tainted by the ooze. We free her, then find one of the pieces needed for Neutron's invention, a coffee maker. We soon find out that the Florian king's tainted mind is even affecting the safety of his people.
King has built a dam to stop the river flowing through the Florians' village. Now they can only drink the ooze, which makes them slaves to the Magu.
It's an environmental apocalypse. How can we stop him?
It's really funny that Sam is such an activist that she's the only person in the game who has stopped to figure out the plot. If the Chosen Ones can distract the Florian King, the Mermechs will destroy the dam and return flowing water to the Florian people. And so, we head off.
God, Sandy and Sam, Nicktoons Unite, girls rock.
Said it. Girls get it done.
We confront the king, who is currently some kind of mutated cabbage thing. We've all had days like this, don't judge him. Soon enough, the dam is destroyed, and the king is returned to his natural form.
Please, you must stop the Magu. He is the cause of all this evil. Perhaps this will help you.
That's it. This is the last doohickey we need to finish the rip zipper. Now we'll show that Magu who he's messing with.
To use the Rip Zipper, we need to get as close to the tear in time-space as possible. This means we have to climb through the top of the volcano, getting closer and closer to the clutches of the Magu.
What if we get to the end of the island and we like save these crab people and then we start wandering around and we're like, let's explore this place, let's chill out, let's relax a little. And then we find out it's Epstein, this volcano island.
The financier They definitely knew about this back then. And they were telling us through Nicktoons Unite Battle for Volcano Island.
It's preemptive programming.
Dude, why would
they wanted us to play this game so that when the news came out about the island, we'd say, "Hey, I played Volcano Island. That doesn't shock me. In fact, I think it's fine." That's what they want.
That's what you said? Not me, man. Not me.
After several minutes of battles, platforming, and climbing, we eventually reach the top of the volcano.
And now Skeletor. Do your Skeletor impression. I knew you did one. Have you practiced that before?
No.
I've practiced a Skeletor impression before. You sure you haven't?
I don't think I've ever practiced any. What is he, just like, He-Man!
And she prays!
I will keep control of Epstein's Volcano Island!
Dude, you are obsessed about Epstein's Volcano Island.
I don't know if it's a good enough bit to keep going or if it's like has to be cut.
I don't know either.
That's for you to decide. That's your problem.
At the volcano's peak, we have a direct encounter with none other than the Magu, who turns out to be a Pokemon fan.
Chosen ones, behold your doom. I choose you for destruction!
Can he do that? I thought we were already choose it.
Jimmy suddenly has an idea to push the monster into the rift before closing it, meaning that the Magu will be trapped outside of time and space. To accomplish this, we begin jumping on random pieces of garbage, buildings, cars, and platforming that have been caught in the gravity of the space-time tear. Now, at this point, I think I have gotten pretty good at this game. Right here, everything but the background glitched out for a minute, but I still managed to finish the section somehow, which I'm really proud of. I died later, but still. After a while, we end up at another really cool Easter egg. In the background of this part, we can clearly see Zim's house from Invader Zim. I think this is an awesome detail because it really feels like the game devs promising that the next time they do something like this, it's gonna be a bigger roster. After this, we begin climbing up a gigantic multi-track record player, where we have to avoid the discs as they move around. We go to confront the Magu to lure him into the rift, but first we meet with Squidward, who manages to use his crotch as a slingshot to shoot us onto the platform.
Hey Magu, me and the sponge are gonna suck all of your energy back into the rift, and there's nothing you can do to stop us!
Fools! You have seen.
So we begin the boss, which is your pretty standard cycle of shooting the bad guy when he's far away and then avoiding his attacks when he comes close. In the end, the timing is perfect, and Tucker activates Neutron's invention just as SpongeBob and Danny push back the Magu.
This isn't over, chosen ones.
Back at Camp Castaway, the storm has subsided and reality is back to normal. The old crab and Queen of the Mermechs see the heroes off. As Jimmy activates portals for everyone, Danny and Sam discuss how preposterous it is that the locals truly believe that they are the chosen ones of legend. As the camera moves away, we see a colossal sculpture depicting the Nine. As we fade to the credits. With that, we have successfully beat Nicktoons Battle for Volcano Island.
I'm not seeing any things right. We're not anywhere, right?
I think it's broken.
No, like.
Oh, you're on the outside?
Oh, there.
Just drop off. Let it kill you.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so we broke the camera. We might just have to restart this level.
Maybe that's our sign.
Oh, it's time to give it up? Okay, you're pretty tired. Alright, cool.
I'm EP, so I'm gonna go.
We can just pretend we beat it.
Whoa!
You guys are so much to the games. Good job.
Dude,
what did you think of that game?
What did I think of that game? My favorite part easily was when SpongeBob jumped into Danny Phantom's arms, dude. They don't make things like that anymore.
Yeah.
They're just not doing it like they used to.
They got me excited.
How so?
I'll be thinking about it for weeks.
Dude, I won't be thinking about it the way you will be. Because I like it that much more. Dude, that's excellent.
So that was Nicktoons Unite?
No, that was Nicktoons Battle for Volcano
Nicktoons Battle for Volcano's Island?
For Volcano Island. Nothing to do with that other guy.
Who?
Brian Epstein.
Oh, the dog from Family Guy.
So when you're not caught up in the stress of trying to make an entertaining Let's Play, Battle for Volcano Island is an excellent, creative title, with some incredible platforming and a lot of great original characters. But the big thing it gets right is the lore, and it's not just that it has lore, it's that it barely has lore. There's just enough there that you can get by barely paying attention every once in a while, and otherwise just subsisting on vibes. This is an important distinction because people like to pretend that they love lore, but they actually don't. What they love is the implication that there is lore there, that if they were paying attention, there would be this ongoing thread that totally makes sense if you put the pieces together. Fucking muscle memory, man. Ugh, shit. Well, while I try and find a landfill or a public park to dump another one of these, a lot of you probably know at this point that the next game we have to review is Nicktoons Attack of the Toybots. But before we go any further, I would like to stop right here and do this video's first intermission. Now, when we're talking about the Nicktoons Unite vanilla timeline, it's commonly accepted that there are 4 games in the series, all for consoles. Nicktoons Unite, Battle for Volcano Island, Attack of the Toybots, and Globs of Doom. But here's the question. Are there any other games that might potentially fit into this sequence? Well, the convenient thing is that in between the first game and the last game, all the various characters seem to get pretty thoroughly schooled on the general synergy of the artist formerly known as Viacom. So in the first game, when 2 characters appear on screen together for the first time, they react accordingly. You know, they make commentary on it and they're shocked.
Don't eat me!
But in the final game, when 2 characters appear on screen together for the first time, they act as if they've met before off screen. So Danny's just walking around like, oh shit, is that Greg Doongle? And so it feels pretty easy to be like, hey, what if in between Attack of the Toybots and Globs of Doom, all the characters get together and play a little basketball? And it's like, yeah, sure, why not? I don't care. So for this intermission, I have picked out 3 obscure bonus games, which either potentially fit somewhere into the Nicktoons Unite timeline, or just kind of match the energy of the series, or maybe I just think they're neat. So let's start off with Nicktoons Winners Cup Racing. So this is a PC game that came out about 4 months after the original Nicktoons Unite, and it features 4 heroes and 4 bad guys in a big race. The 4 good guys are Jimmy Neutron, Danny Phantom, Spongebob Squarepants, and Tommy Turner, while the 4 bad guys are Calamitous, Vlad, Plankton, and Crocker. Sound familiar? Because it's the same characters released around the same time as Nicktoons Unite, a lot of fans like to speculate that this is the heroes fighting back against another crazy scheme by the Syndicate. Like Nicktoons Unite, Winners Cup Racing also features the characters visiting each world: Bikini Bottom, Amity Park, Retroville, and Dimsdale. My favorite detail in this title is that each character has their own vehicle that kind of fits with the themes of each series. And Vlad's car looks like the Munster Coach, which I absolutely love, partially because it's funny to imagine a game developer working on this having absolutely no knowledge about Danny Phantom, taking one glance at Vlad and going, he'd drive the car from the Munsters. And the second reason I love it is they are absolutely right. Vlad would drive the car from the Munsters. As much as Danny Phantom is fun to revisit because it has a lot of serious themes, it's also fun because there's a lot of pulp. So if they did a racing episode, it would absolutely be a parody of Wacky Races, and Vlad would absolutely drive the Monster Coach. But there's one really big problem that I think definitively disqualifies this from being a part of the Nicktoons Unite timeline, and that's that the game really doesn't have a story mode. It's just a racing game, there's no plot, it's just supposed to be fun. The only narrative is, hey, isn't racing cool? So it's much more Mario Kart than Jack X.
You have a habit of leaving people to die, don't you? You get used to it.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's fun for what it is, but I don't think it fits into the carefully crafted continuity of the Unite series. For our second game, I want to talk about a bit of an anomaly. A video game which features Jimmy Neutron building multiverse technology to gather heroes from across every universe, which technically came out before Nicktoons Unite. And that game is Nicktoons Freeze Frame Frenzy, exclusive to the Game Boy Advance. So this game has a very interesting story, which fundamentally rewrites the history of today's video. Because it turns out that Nicktoons Unite was not the first video game to attempt to create a Nicktoons crossover with a storyline. In 2004, Warthog Games and their subsidiary, Z2 Game Design, began work on a game titled Nicktoons Snapshot for PlayStation and Nintendo home consoles. If finished, the game would have been very similar to Nicktoons Unite in concept. Jimmy Neutron discovers that a series of crime sprees and strange disturbances are occurring across Ocean Shores, Bikini Bottom, Dimsdale, and Amity Park. There are also crime sprees happening in the all-grown-up world, but that show's set in San Bernardino, so that's normal. Jimmy summons a hero from each town to help him investigate these phenomena, using his state-of-the-art invention, a digital camera, to document evidence. These gathered heroes are Reggie Rocket, Spongebob Squarepants, Tommy Turner, and Danny Phantom. Chucky Finster is also on the home screen, but he's more like the team mascot, I guess. Additional footage released by a developer indicates that there were some plans to incorporate characters from My Life as a Teenage Robot. The developers appear to have spent most of their time working on fleshing out the individual worlds for the characters to explore and document. The game wasn't quite a beat-em-up platformer, but was instead clearly inspired by Pokemon Snap, and was all about the game mechanics of taking photos of all these different places. Now, interestingly, I don't think that this title was intended to be a multiverse adventure. I think the implication is meant to be that in this game, you are simply visiting towns across the planet. It's pretty easy to imagine the game starting in Bikini Bottom, then transitioning to Ocean Shores, then Dimsdale, Amity Park, and so on. In addition to the other 5 franchises, you could also run into NPCs from All Grown Up and the Wild Thornberries, which doesn't make any sense. If Rugrats and the Wild Thornberries are contemporary in the same shared universe, shouldn't the Thornberries be like 9 years older?
Good heavens, what manner of animal are you?
A sponge?
Well, I never. I thought you chaps lived at the bottom of the sea and wore less in the way of pants.
Naked sponges? That'd be rude! Bah!
And yeah, based on the footage we have here, this seems like a really fun time. You know, it's fun to watch Tommy run around and make platforms with Cosmo and Wanda, or to watch Danny go around flying. Oh shit, they made a movie too? The game would have taken a big turn with the discovery of a string of evil lairs designed to kidnap and brainwash people from each town. And it would eventually turn out that this was a scheme by none other than Zim from Invader Zim. It's shocking that so much of this title was clearly finished, and yet it never came out. The reality is that the developer ended up going under, meaning that the entire thing had to be scrapped. The prototype of the game wasn't discovered until 2021, and the game footage you're seeing here comes from the YouTube YouTube channel Mike's Toontown. So Nicktoons Snapshot was far enough into production that a handheld version of the game was commissioned, and after the console version fell through, the handheld version ended up making it to market under the new title Nicktoons Freeze Frame Frenzy. This meant the game released over 13 months before Nicktoons Unite. Now, probably because Snapshot was cancelled and also because of the influence of things like the Jimmy Tommy Power Hour, the final version of Freeze Frame Frenzy seems slightly different from the console prototype. Now, I didn't have time to play this myself, so the following Let's Play footage is by Long Play Archive. The game starts out with Danny Phantom, Timmy Pickles, Spongebob, 2 words, Tommy Turner, Otto Rocket, and Jimmy Neutron as the primary characters. In this version, the worlds we visit are pretty explicitly different universes that Jimmy has been keeping an eye on. Jimmy detects disturbances across the many worlds and sends you out with his Intermodal Digital Transporter, or IDT, to investigate. By the way, in the opening cutscene, you are explicitly a friend of Jimmy Neutron helping contact the other Nicktoons. Jimmy sends the characters out with his new invention, the Neutrano Cam 4000. He's detected that several people have become lost between worlds, and that if you photograph them several times with your camera, it will send them back to their origin universes. He also says to take some pictures of birds, cause birds are cool. I mean, yeah, you're saving the multiverse, but there's always time for a little bird watching. God, I hope Jimmy's camera doesn't malfunction and cause someone to melt into a pile of goo. At the end of each stage, we battle a robot duplicate of a Nickelodeon character, made by an unclear evil force. I can't believe I'm seeing this! A robot Helga! This is crazy! I wish Gerald was here to see this. Arnold, did I ever tell you how much I like you? I mean, I really like you. Oh man! Even the robot Helga has a crush on me. What the fuck? Like the cancelled console version, it eventually turns out that Zim is behind everything. Zim gets pissed off and heads off to his Voot Runner to blow up Jimmy's house. But Jimmy uses his rocket to intercept him. We then begin a direct confrontation. Jimmy's boy genius inventions against Irkin technology. This would be a really badass battle if we weren't just taking photos of a guy. During the boss, Zim's shuttle runs out of fuel and begins listing into Earth's gravity. In order to avoid burning up in the atmosphere, Jimmy and Zim have to work together to reach the engine room and stop the ship from crashing. Also, they take photos of stuff along the way, you know, just for fun, just for the fun of it. Jimmy fixes Zim's ship and the two have a final conversation where they agree to let each other go just this one time. Jimmy has a party with all of his friends to celebrate, but when they try to take a group photo, he falls over, resulting in a gag shot. But as the heroes celebrate, we see Zim with his rebuilt Nicktoons robots, screaming that he will have revenge. So I know this game is goofy and has weird mechanics, but I was instantly sold on that final act. I always see people say that it's a shame Nicktoons Unite wasn't a TV movie, and I don't buy that. I think it should have been a video game. But I am now thoroughly convinced that an Invader Zim Jimmy Neutron crossover film should have been made, because it just feels right to see these two little guys going up against each other. Now, some light spoilers here, but because of Zim's presence in the 4th game and everyone already seeming to know him, it feels very convenient to place this game somewhere in between Volcano Island and Globs of Doom. But I don't personally think that this game fits in the main timeline. The biggest disqualifier to me is that in this game, Jimmy Neutron knows that Danny Fenton and Danny Phantom are the same person, and Danny spends a bunch of the game in his human form. Now, as I record this, I haven't beat the last 2 Nicktoons console games, but it seems to me that Danny keeping his secret identity from his friend friends is a big element of the series, and if you're gonna change that, I want to see it. I want it to play out on screen as juicy goss, because I sit down and I watch Danny revealing his secret identity compilations. I want SpongeBob to have an identity crisis when he finds out that Danny Fenton and Danny Phantom are the same dude. So to wrap things up in this intermission, I would like to talk about a remarkably similar game to this one, which is certainly not a part of the Nicktoons Unite timeline. But I think it fits the energy really well, and it would be an eye crime not to at least mention it. So, let me ask all of you a question. Did you know? In the late 1990s, Leapfrog bounced into the realm of kids' entertainment, becoming one of the most successful toy companies of that era. With their proprietary product, the Leap Pad, the company became a juggernaut, with it becoming the top-selling toy in the US in both 2001 and 2002. Those who bought Leap Pads then continued spending, buying new books for the kids every single year. It was a fantastic venture, but within a few years, sales had begun to decline. Attempting to rebound, Leapfrog began investing in new technology, hoping something would match their former success. One of these inventions was an advanced writing pen, the Fly Pen Top computer. My friend Billiam has a video about this, remember him? Anyways, another one of their strongest creations was the Didya. Did you know? This was essentially a bulky version of the Game Boy Advance, with the assumption being that the Game Boy Advance is not appropriate for very young children.
Game Boy Advance, ready for everyone.
The Didya would seek to only sell completely educational games, which were typically exclusive to the device. 16 official games were released for the console, some coming in physical releases and others being downloadable from various websites. Pretty much all of these came out in 2008, so you can only imagine this thing wasn't a home run for the company. One of these games is, of course, Nicktoons Android Invasion. Now, the only issue from here is that the Didya doesn't have video out, and knowledge on modding or emulating the software is pretty limited. YouTuber iDogHacker was able to get this game playing on a Leap Pad 3, but this greatly increased the frame rate, making some parts so fast that the game becomes virtually impossible. And I wanted an authentic Didya experience, so I ended up using the tried and true CN Real Capture method. I turned off all the lights in my home, pointed a camera at the screen, and got to gaming. However, despite me both playing and finishing this game, there were a few parts that I wasn't able to get footage of. Because of that, I will be lightly lifting other Let's Play footage for certain parts of this segment. So a big shout out to the other epic gamers who have footage of them playing this game. iDogHacker, Crabman Gaming, and Adrian is chillin'. So here we are at the Didya home screen. Clearly this is a used model. I think I'll log in as Daddy. And yeah, there's a bunch of little things you can mess around with, and I guess some stuff you can customize if you plug in a computer. And there's the game, so let's get going. So random telephone booths suddenly appear in various cities across the planet, and when our heroes answer the call, they are pulled into Earth's core. It turns out this is a plot by Zim, who has been pulling heroes and some random buildings into his grand complex, where he then clones the heroes to produce android duplicates. So in most ways, this game is a straightforward platformer, with occasional bad guys to beat up along the way. But the Digi pledges to only publish edutainment titles, so there has to be some learning to do somewhere. This materializes whenever we need to use the Square computer terminals to hack into Zim's computer complex by doing very basic math. The point here is that any kid who wants to know how this game ends will have to learn addition, subtraction, and by the end, multiplication and division. We start out as SpongeBob, who goes through the android factory and saves Patrick and then Sandy, sending them both home. SpongeBob then meets another potential hero willing to help stop Zim, Manny, aka El Tigre. So this was a show that aired on Nickelodeon very briefly in 2007 and 2008. I remember really liking it and especially thinking the artwork was just beautiful, but it just vanished to the Nicktoons network in an instant, and then you had to go out of your way to watch it, and then it was gone. So seeing it in one of these games feels pretty cool. We save Frida, then Grandpappy, and send them both home. You You think you can stop me by shutting down a few machines? Yes. We then end up in the Amity Park pod zone, where we free our next hero, Danny Fenton, who then goes ghost and joins the two as Danny Phantom.
He's a phantom.
Because in this universe, neither Manny nor Danny find SpongeBob knowing their secret identity to be very threatening at all. I actually don't remember if El Tigre has a secret identity. They did not air this show very much at all. At this stage, the full gameplay gimmick becomes clear. Like the original Nicktoons Unite, every character in Android Invasion has a different power that you have to use to finish different stages. SpongeBob has a long jump pulled off by using his underwear as a parachute. El Tigre can use his claws to climb up vines throughout the complex. And Danny has a double jump. Yep, Danny's power is a skill set that every platforming protagonist should have by default.
He's a phantom.
Obviously, to get to the end, we have to sporadically switch between these characters to do certain sections. We free Tucker and then Sam, who is very touchy-feely today with Danny. Also, there's this running gag where El Tigre keeps considering joining Zim's side, because the entire gag of his character, I think, is that he's a very chaotic person with a father who's a hero and a grandfather who was a supervillain, so he hasn't decided yet if he wants to be a hero or a villain in his future. Good fucking show. Could have run 10 years, but Nickelodeon had other plans. But I get the temptation. I mean, Zim's plan is foolproof. As long as no one knows what 12 plus 70 is, his data is completely secure. But do you know how he could make it even more secure? If he had installed his Android factory computer systems with NordVPN. NordVPN is the #1 service for anyone who wants to accomplish their online goals. Whether those be enjoying social media, running a business, or building an army of Viacom androids to take over the planet. You can find out more information at nordvpn.com/Quinton. Once again, that's nordvpn.com/Quinton. In the Retroville pod, we free Weezer and then Sydney. Finally, we rescue Jimmy Neutron, who has deduced that the technology in the complex is alien in origin. Instead of staying with the rest of the heroes, Jimmy goes back to his lab to study what he has found. The more computer terminals you interact with in the game, the more difficult and advanced the math becomes. But luckily, as someone who has long graduated from the 6th grade, I did not find any of this challenging.
Hey Siri, what's 8 times 8?
That would be 64.
Thank you, Siri.
You're welcome.
Hey Siri, what's 7 times 6? Hey Siri, what's 7 times 6?
7 times 6 is 42.
Thank you, Siri.
No problem.
Hey Siri, what's 2 times 1?
2 times 1 is 2.
Thank you, Siri.
Don't mention it.
Something weird here is that you are obviously intended to free the characters in a specific order, but it's not enforced. So in this gameplay footage I found on YouTube, the gang saves Wanda and they tell her they've already saved Cosmo. Then they go and save Tommy, then Cosmo, and then they tell Cosmo that they haven't seen Wanda or Tommy. It's kind of weird. In the case of my gameplay, I accidentally beat a bunch of levels without saving people I was clearly supposed to. So in my playthrough, Cindy, Sam, Tommy, and Wanda just never get rescued. Great. Off screen, Jimmy has deduced Zim's plan. The invader has been building an army of android duplicates of all of the characters that he intends to unleash on the world. Jimmy nearly tells us how to stop this plan, but his signal is interrupted by Zim. So we go to battle Zim's evil spider robot in a final boss battle, eventually taking it down. But Zim has a hidden backup army of Reddit robots and asks how the heroes plan to stop them. Gur suggests they press the self-destruct button in Zim's lair and the heroes do this. Zim is defeated, Jimmy hacks into his systems and gives everyone a way out, and the day is saved. One thing I'll note is that I started this game very much with the assumption that this would be the first time these characters were meeting, and that was indeed true for SpongeBob and Manny. But during the encounters with Jimmy Neutron, everyone acted very familiar with each other, and I found that confusing. Now, I think it would be fun to pose that freeze frame frenzy and Android Invasion actually take place in the same timeline, with Android Invasion being Zim's attempt at revenge after the Game Boy Advance game. However, I think there's two big things that contradict this. Firstly, the character interactions don't quite match up, and secondly, Freeze Frame Frenzy clearly states that we are traveling across many worlds, while Android Invasion appears to be set in just one version of Earth, with all these franchises coexisting. Which, for a game like this, is fun, or at least I think so. It's a little bit of a tall order to expect a kid playing this game to understand all this complex platforming and know their multiplication tables, and know what string theory is. But yeah, those are just a few examples of fun Nicktoons crossovers that don't quite fit into the main timeline, but are cool games. So with that, I think it's time to start another crossover.
Hey everybody, welcome back to our third gaming session. This time I'm here at my pad with one of my favorite creators, the fantastic Oddheader.
Thank you, appreciate that, Quinn. You're one of my favorites too.
This is a funny story. We have been watching each other's content for, I guess, years now. And for a long time, we used to watch each other's videos and we'd basically like hype each other up. So we'd be in like the DMs and I'd be like, yo, that was one of your best vids, man, and he'd be doing the same for me. And we've always talked about doing some kind of collab. We've always talked about finding an excuse to do a crossover between our channels. But a funny thing that happened was, a couple of years ago, we were talking after so long, and we happened to just incidentally mention where we were from, where we're at, and we realized that we were like really close to each other, like an hour away from each other. And pretty much the moment we figured that out, he moved.
Yeah. Well, I found out he was nearby, so I had to get the hell away.
Yeah, but it was just this funny thing of like, okay, so this is another creator. I never meet a creator from anywhere close to where I'm from. We figured out that we're from the same area, and then he gets married and moves across the country. And that was like really inconvenient for us to see each other. But this is the first time we've hung out in person. And I'm really hyped to record this.
Yeah, I'm hugely excited. You want to show the game that we
Oh yeah, and so we're going to be playing Nicktoons Attack of the Toybots, which I think is one of the more infamous ones, but I'm excited to get into this one.
Let's do this.
Okay, you ready?
Oh, weren't you making that cup of joe too? That you didn't.
The pot finished.
Okay, cool.
I keep telling people, one of these days, I'm going to do a collab with a YouTuber who also drinks Folgers. Because I did a couple videos with Billy. Billy just has cold brew and like espresso shots.
Yeah,
not my
same way. Yeah.
But then Keyan, he like doesn't do caffeine. He doesn't have any.
Is he Mormon?
I don't know.
Well, I also might not just sit right with him.
Yeah, he's kind of a health nut, you know. I think he's just kind of like, wow, I don't.
Oh, you gotta drink.
Yeah, he looks for that natural high, right?
Hey, do you know what's wild? Look, isn't this a lot smaller in person?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild.
Wait, that's your... Is that where you had the characters up in the...
Yeah, that's my pinboard. It's a lot smaller in person.
I can't
That's
believe
wild.
It's that small.
Yeah.
Why so small?
Did you make it?
I did.
Did it come that small?
I did make it. I did make that as a joke. That's for that. I made that for the Plushie sponsor.
Oh, gotcha.
But it's the correct aspect rate. It's the correct scale.
Wait, did I just act really dumb thinking?
No, but it's funny. It's funny. This is my childhood PlayStation 2.
Oh.
I actually went to my parents' house and I found it on like our old entertainment shelf, but it didn't have any of the cords. And I was like, well, I'm not going to look for it. So I bought all the cords on Amazon. And when I plugged it in yesterday to test it out, it looked terrible. There was like static. And I Googled it, and it turns out that like because I bought the cords on Amazon, they're lower quality, and so they don't have that coating that our CA cables are supposed to have. So I was getting interference. And so I was looking around like, how do I get a new cable? Like 12-hour notice.
Yeah.
How do I do? I was looking on Facebook Marketplace, like, do I buy a new PlayStation? And then what I ended up doing is I just started wrapping duct tape around the cord.
No, and that worked?
Look, the parts of it was just duct tape, and that worked. It was just...
That's awesome.
That kind of eliminates a lot of the... Like, it doesn't look perfect, but that eliminated a bunch of, like, the static.
That's awesome.
There's just
duct tape wrapped around the RCA cord.
Yeah, it's a pretty clean image.
I'm in between you and Odd, like age-wise.
Oh, okay.
But my little sister is 5 years younger than me, so and then I have an older brother too. And he's like Odd's age.
Huh.
So I know stuff from like kind of like both like tail end of millennials and like Gen Z.
Yeah, so. I consider myself Gen Z, I think. Yeah. I've changed on this, but
I change all the time too.
Because someone told me that the cutoff is if you remember 9/11, and I don't remember that shit. So that, in my opinion, that's pretty definitive. Like, I guess I'm more Gen Z then, because I feel like my childhood was more about like, my earliest memories are like people's like, the irrational fear that surrounded you if you grew up after 9/11, where like nobody trusted anybody. And it's crazy when you see people who like don't remember it that way, in my opinion, because I just remember nobody trusted anybody. Okay, so last time we were here at the Pinboard, I was talking about Epstein's Volcano Island and the 9. And the time before that, I was promoting a very, very cool plushie at YouTooz.com that you should go buy right now or else. And the time before that, we were discussing the members of the evil syndicate from Nicktoons Unite. But this time around, we have a little bit of a simpler org chart, and it turns out there's a lot of redundancy in the old model. So this time around, we can get rid of Vlad, okay? We can get rid of Crocker, and we can get rid of Plankton. So there you go, okay? There you go. It's just Calamitous. That's all you require. Yeah, so Calamitous is the only franchise bad guy in this game. I don't think he's really the most compelling character from the original Syndicate, but to be fair, if I had a chance to work with Tim Curry, I'd go for it every single time. So I totally get it. So here's a quick gist of what's going on with this game. It all starts out with a reality TV show called The Biggest Genius. The show invites on various contestants and gives them 3 surprise ingredients, which they then have to use in a genius plan. And these surprise ingredients end up being Krabby Patties, Magical Fairlies, and Ghost Energy. And so Calamitous has to use these 3 ingredients to single-handedly orchestrate some kind of huge evil plot. And this is how he brings it all together. So it turns out when you have fairies binge-eat Krabby Patties, they produce a gas, and that gas is magical gas. So step 1 of the plan is to build fairy harvesters disguised as Krusty Krab franchisees, which feed fairies Krabby Patties and then kidnap them, harvesting them for that magical gas. Step 2 is to build a bunch of toys. He builds toys and then he uses the Krusty Krab fairy farts to bring the toys to life, but they ain't got no souls! And so he infuses them with ghost energy from the Danny Phantom universe. This turns them into magical evil toys possessed by spirits from an alternate dimension. I hope you're following along, because things get only stupider from here. Calamitous decides that for his biggest, most threatening toys, he needs to base them on pre-existing Viacom properties. So he uses his Universal Porn Machine, or UPM, to travel to every known universe and kidnap a hero from each world. He then brings that hero back to his toy factory in Bikini Bottom, where they are used to create a master model, which is then scanned to create the giant robots based on all these protagonists. And those robots can then travel into each universe to take the universe over. This is the stupidest plan I've ever heard in my entire life. I know that working SpongeBob into the synergy of a project like this is hard, but come on, that's what you came up with? The Krabby Patties. If fairies eat too many Krabby Patties, they fart. And if you steal their farts, you can bring toys to life, really? That's what, oh man, you must have spent like a whole A whole 20 minutes coming up with that. Wow. And not to mention that I honestly have no idea how any of this works or why he came up with this. I don't know why it has to be toys. I think he's gonna sell the toys. I think that's the vibe. I think he's trying to rush these toys out for Christmas, and then the parents are gonna buy them, and then it's gonna be like, boom, evil toys. I think they don't. It doesn't really make any sense is the thing. In fact, I regret talking about this and even explaining this part of the plot to you, and more specifically, I regret wasting a Pinboard segment on this. So, you know what? From here on out, we're just gonna act like this one doesn't even count. I'm gonna act like I never did this one. And so next time I do a Pinboard segment, if I start talking about the Volcano Island Pinboard segment as the last one that I did, that's an artistic decision and not a production error. Speaking of Volcano Island, Calamitous isn't the only contestant on The Biggest Genius. Also up against him are Plankton and the Magoo. But Calamitous' evil toy jumps onto the table, causing the Magoo to crush Plankton and then punch himself off of the stage. So yeah, at the end of the last game, when the Magoo told the Chosen Ones, "This isn't over," what he specifically meant was, I will free myself from this tear in space-time, go on a reality television show, get immediately eliminated, and then you will literally never hear from me again. So once we start a new save file, everything begins in Bikini Bottom, because where else do these things ever seem to start? Here we see SpongeBob and Patrick driving a massive pile of Krabby Patties to a new factory that's appeared on the outskirts of town.
Here's your Krabby Patty takeout order, guys. All 3,287 of them.
Alright, so 3,287 Krabby Patties with cheese, of course, compounding that with the average cost of a Krabby Patty with cheese, which based on my estimates, you know, is about $2. It changes from episode to episode, season to season, you know, inflation to inflation. But, you know, 3,287 Krabby Patties, about, you know, $2 per burger. If everything goes right, Mr. Krabs is walking out of this situation with $6 million. Obviously, you have to stop to subtract cost and labor, which I figure is about 90 cents, because a Krabby Patty is basically just a souped up quarter pounder from McDonald's, and those cost a little bit less than 90 cents to make. And so once you go ahead and subtract all that, Mr. Krabs is making a gross profit of about $3.3 million. But there's a catch. The robots begin sucking the Krabby Patties up with a big hose, causing Patrick to be sucked into the factory. And if you listen to his in-game dialogue later on, SpongeBob points out that the robots never paid for their food.
Hey, those robots didn't even pay for those Krabby Patties.
This means that Mr. Krabs spent about $2.7 million that he is never getting back. And if you're curious, in today's money, that's about $4 million. Considering that he opened this restaurant in the 60s or the 70s and he didn't make his first $1 million until 2003, that is a huge loss for his business model. This isn't a calculator, by the way. I've been playing a Garfield game this whole time. Yes, high score, haha. So SpongeBob sneaks into the factory, disguised as a robot hunting for Patrick. This is easily the best opening level in any of these games. The vibrant creativity is energizing and engaging. The platforming fun while organic to your surroundings. If you're paying attention, you feel invested in this world, but if you're jet lagged and half asleep, you can easily get to the end anyways. As we go through, we discover glimpses of Patrick along the path. Trapped in the patty tubing system, the conveyor belt boxes, and in the central container for all the patties. He soon escapes, only to become trapped in the toy packaging side of the complex. Vacuum sealed in plastic before being dragged away by a massive arm. This is where we are first introduced to the goo canisters, containers of ooze that we can use as a weapon to shoot at bad guys and other targets. Because that's what SpongeBob was missing, a gun. Eventually, SpongeBob finds Patrick and frees him from the vacuum plastic. It's then that the two encounter their first misplaced hero.
Hey, little fella, who are you?
I'm Tack, of the Poo-Poo Nunu people. You are the good guys, aren't you?
Sure, it's the beady red eyes that are a dead giveaway for the evil fellas. I'm Spongebob Squarepants. Nice to meet ya.
Now, originally at this part, I wanted to do a full recap of the Tack and the Power of Juju brand. Were the games good? Was the show good? Is the brand mildly offensive? And so on. But then I realized something very important. If I start a conversation about this character, then people will assume that I give a shit about Tack and the power of Juju. And then people will be having conversations about this character in my comments section, and when I go out in public, I'll get recognized and people will come up to me and start talking about Tack and the fucking power of Juju. And you know what? I'd rather be dead. But I will say this one thing. I personally don't think that this franchise belongs in a Nicktoons game.
You know how to be in Smash Brothers, you have to be from a video game?
Yeah.
I feel like for Nicktoons Unite, it should be the opposite. I think being from the video game should disqualify you from being included. I think it is against the spirit of things that this character is in this. When he started off as a video game character, it doesn't feel right. There was a trailer for a Tack game, the first Nicktoons game, as like a bonus feature, and I watched it, and it was just so funny to me because it was like, for the first time, Greg Doomble is a playable character, and it was just like, who is this? It was just some guy.
For the first time ever, play as Locke, Team Poopanunu, the Gramazons, the Jibba Jabbas.
And it was a selling point. They were like, get Greg Doomble in your team.
So SpongeBob, Patrick, and Tack discover their first master model room. This is where all the heroes are taken hostage so they can be scanned for robot duplicates. Interestingly, all of the buttons in these rooms are marked with the emblem of the Urkin Armada, implying that Calamitous is using certain ingredients that were not included on the game show. In the model room, the group finds Tommy alongside Cosmo and Wanda.
Now that's an odd parents, fairly odd parents.
Cosmo and Wanda are still sick from eating too many Krabby Patties, and only have enough magic left to keep all of the heroes alive. This throwaway line explains why there is a poof effect every time a character falls off a cliff or dies in this game, something incidentally carried over from Volcano Island.
The power of Juju tells me that there are other heroes here.
Where?
I don't know, trapped somewhere. Come on.
We next explore the first segment of the Toy Factory complex, a cold, sterile environment filled with effigies of the evil toys. Feet from the door, we see sweeper robots doing away with reject models, smelted together in a pile of sin. The robots shed tears as the cast-off mound grins back at them without thought. Just down the path, other reject models are shrouded by the darkness, avoiding the fate of their brothers while peering into the corridor. The sight inspires as much pity as it does fear. But perhaps SpongeBob is right. Maybe there's only one thing hidden behind those glowing red eyes. Evil.
You could put this in one of your top 10 creepy discoveries.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at these people looking at you from the void. It's dang creepy.
It's like the Sky Valley trees that everybody's obsessed with.
That reminds me of, for a while we talked about me coming on and doing that video game where Lyman, is it in the Garfield video game with Lyman? And I'm like, the problem is once you understand what it is, it's not scary.
Yeah, that was the thing, is like, you know, I was like, well, this is pretty freaky. What's the story? Then he told me, and I'm like, oh, I guess it's kind of more of a joke than anything.
Yeah, well,
that doesn't always stop me. Sometimes I'll take a clear joke and spin it to be like the scariest thing I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, like the top 10 creepy Lion King songs.
Yeah, I always get like people on Twitter. They're like, the funny thing about Oddheader is you get scared at the easiest thing. It's like, the funny thing about you is you don't understand what a joke is.
Yeah. The funny thing about you is, bitch.
Oh, hi, poor Bob.
Yeah, she just spent a good like 5 days. My parents sat her while I was in Orlando.
Oh, you were just there?
Yeah, I was just there actually.
Where do you feel like with Drew Gooden?
With Drew Gooden? No, I don't. I've met him, but we're not like. I don't like.
Met him?
Yeah, but we're not like. I feel like once every 2 years I'll shoot a DM like, hey, good video, and he'll be like, thanks. But he's like way over. Drew Gooden is way over my fucking pay grade, man. I know I don't.
The first zone of the toy factory starts out rather simple, with us exploring the smelting plant and mostly encountering maintenance robots and very small, simple toys. At the end of this entrance zone, we discover another master model room, where we free Jimmy Neutron. A voice addresses us, telling us to go to the basement to hear them out for a proposal. From here, we begin the second factory entry point, where we encounter Mr. Snuggles, as we explore the factory floors where this evil bear is brought to life.
I love that this is automatically like a different game. It's got like each level's different. That's what I'm looking for in a thing like this.
Oh, now, you know, there's something interesting about these toy boxes right here.
Oh yeah, can you tell me what that is?
Yeah, let me go into that.
One of the most recognizable enemies in this game is Mr. Snuggles, a pink teddy bear who seems in no way inappropriate for a Nickelodeon game. That is, unless we use the free look tool included with the Dolphin emulator, so we can unlock the camera and get a closer look at Mr. Snuggles' box, while the image here is actually oriented upside down, given they never expected anyone to actually see this. What it actually says is, I'll hug you and kill you. You'll never sleep again. I'll kill your parents. Always fun knowing there's all kinds of traumatizing stuff hidden just out of view in kids' games.
Thank you for telling me that fact. That's a great fact.
Oh yeah. I hope I don't keep you up that night with that one.
Yeah, the creepy with the whole vibe going there. I'm gonna lose sleep.
Oh, now you see this box right here?
Yeah.
There's actually something interesting about that.
Can you tell me that?
Yeah, let me go into it.
One of the most recognizable enemies in this game is Mr. Snuggles, a pink teddy bear who seems no way inappropriate for a Nickelodeon game. That is, unless we use the free look tool included with the Dolphin emulator so we can unlock the camera and get a closer look at Mr. Snuggles' box. While the image here is actually oriented upside down given they never expected anyone to actually see this, what it actually says is, I'll hug you and kill you. You'll never sleep again. I'll kill your parents. Always fun knowing there's all kinds of traumatizing stuff hidden just out of view in a kid's game.
Eventually, this brings us to a militarized zone, covered in broken structures and camo paint, where enlisted bears attempt to hunt us down.
You know, one of my favorite, I don't know if you're a fan of this, I think we talked about it before, but I love that video where I think it's just called This Is Not a YouTuber. And it's Gamer from Mars. I was like binging all this content.
No, it's you're confused. I have a video called Every Gamer from Mars video, and then I have a video called Every MatPat video.
Oh, okay.
And that one is me doing my impersonation of how MatPat writes his videos.
Last week, we definitively proved that both The Simpsons and The X-Files were both part of the same universe, and that universe was actually a part of the long string of shows all set inside the Say Elsewhere snow globe, and that said snow globe is actually Plank from Ed, Edd and Eddy.
I had a renewed hot take about MatPat, but now even that will be controversial.
Oh, really?
So my take is that MatPat's whole career is about pushing the boundaries of the format of video that we make.
Right.
Where it's like, in my opinion, when MatPat was at his greatest was when he was basically making videos proving that the format of that style of video, it is great at proving an argument even when the argument doesn't make sense.
Mm.
And throughout the years, I've started to really respect that on some level. Because MatPat would, without any question, he would make videos arguing for positions he didn't believe in.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's one of the only YouTubers that can get away with that. And it's in his catchphrase. Like, what? That's just a theory.
Just a theory.
Just a theory. It's like, damn, I picked that up from him. I'm like, oh, I guess I should just be telling people in the videos, like, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Then people won't challenge me as much.
Yeah, but it's a sort of a thing where now there's this idea that same style of videos should be like academic. We should be respected academically, and I don't buy that shit at all. Because it is a format where, yeah, I'll convince you of whatever I want to say, because that's what the format does.
Right.
So I don't think it should be. I don't think it should be considered academic at all, because it's not.
Yeah, it is crazy when people take it that way. Like, say some game came out in 2006 when it came out in 2007.
Oh yeah, and they're like, your reputation.
They're like, not even that. I remember the guy who's like, this is a dangerous video.
What's that box?
I actually know a fun fact about that box. Let me tell you
that
about
box
this.
right there?
Yeah, let me tell you about this.
One of the most recognizable enemies in this game is Mr. Snuggles, a pink teddy bear who seems in no way inappropriate for a Nickelodeon game. That is, unless we use the free lock tool included with the Dolphin emulator so we can unlock the camera and get a closer look at Mr. Snuggles' box. While the image here is actually oriented upside down, given they never expected anybody to actually see this, what it actually says is, "I'll hug you and kill you. You'll never sleep again. I'll kill your parents." Always fun knowing there's all kinds of traumatizing stuff hidden just out of view in kids' games.
Along our quest so far, you might have noticed us destroying, and sometimes ignoring, these little tubes. If you've been paying attention, these are identical to the tube that we saw Cosmo and Wanda trapped in the last cutscene. And indeed, these are fairies hidden throughout the factory, and we are tasked with freeing them as we go along. For every 100 freed fairies, you unlock a special cutscene of Jorgen congratulating you, but pushing you to find all 500.
When you have rescued all 500, I will reward you. What are you waiting for? Get out there and find the rest!
Obviously, to find all the fairies, we have to finish the game, so we'll come back to this later on.
Exactly. Hold on, wait, stop. This box right here.
Yeah.
I need to tell you. I need to tell you about this.
Okay.
Wait, is it about the SpongeBob episode where they imagination in the box?
No, it's a little darker than that.
Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 and blah 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 blah.
What even is this background like with these clouds?
So my interpretation is I think the thing these games go for a lot is they go for this element of like these universes being pulled together, causing them to like kind of break apart. So I'm guessing that this is supposed to be like Fairy World, kind of ripped to pieces.
Okay. Literally torn realities.
Yeah.
Have you heard about those boxes?
No, what about them?
What? Tell me about these boxes.
I don't know if I should tell you guys, man.
Is it pretty dark?
Don't tell me there's something creepy.
I had to get therapy after I read the message that's hidden on the side.
Okay, well tell us about this.
One of the most recognizable enemies in this game is Mr. Snuggles, a pink teddy bear who seems in no way inappropriate for a Nickelodeon game. That is, unless we use the free look tool included with the Dolphin emulator so we can unlock the camera and get a closer look at Mr. Snuggles' box. While the image here is actually oriented upside down given they never expected anybody to actually see this, what it actually says is, "I'll hug you and kill you. You'll never sleep again. I'll kill your parents." Always fun knowing there's all kinds of traumatizing stuff hidden just out of view in kids' games.
Damn, that's spine-chilling. That's a crazy fact. I'm glad you told us about that.
You're kidding. That's not actually.
That can't possibly.
That's not actually.
Get a free cam if you don't.
Dude, you see this box here? Do you know what I learned about this box?
One of the most recognizable enemies in this game is Mr. Snuggles, a pink teddy bear who seems in no way inappropriate for a Nickelodeon game. This is unless we use the free look tool included with the Dolphin emulator so we can unlock the camera and take a look at Mr. Snuggles' box. Wow, the imagery is actually oriented upside down, given I never expected anyone to actually see this. Well, actually says this, I'll have you. And hello, you never sleep more than I'll kill your parents. How is fun knowing there's all kinds of traumatizing stuff hidden just out of you in his games. So far, the platforming in this game has been pretty easy to sleepwalk through, but here things start to change. Sporadically from here, the game will introduce platforming segments that require absolute perfect timing, meaning you're pretty likely to get caught off guard replaying the same part on a loop.
Oh my god, this is so hard. It's harder than it looks.
I'm actually thinking this whole time that's really hard. The two gears. You gotta avoid both.
There you go. Oh my god.
There you go.
But now I gotta do this one.
You gotta get that cube, that blue cube. Uh-oh.
Are you? Oh my god!
Block now?
Look, SpongeBob's T-posing. Oh my god!
He's definitely gyrating. He's spinning in the air.
He's gonna spin up. Ah, there you go. There we go.
Nice.
I've always wanted to see someone cosplay as Yomer. I think that would be hilarious.
Oh, that'd be great.
That would be good.
Because it would kind of be an easy one to make. You just need a bald cap.
Oh my god!
Again in the same spot? Oh, geez.
He died for your sins. Good girl.
Asserting dominance.
Oh my god, these gears suck. I don't love danger that much.
But it's like, you're an adult doing this. Imagine a kid trying to do this.
Okay.
After resetting and getting back into the game, we enter the Mr. Snuggles Packaging Center, where thousands of boxes of the evil bears pile up, wall to wall, with some clearly escaping from their delicate containers.
It's interesting that there's a whole factory of these boxes, because I heard something pretty disturbing about these boxes.
But to change the topic, do you see that box over there? I actually have a fun fact about this box.
You think that's crazy? Let me tell you another
thing. The thing about this box you gotta understand is
one of the most recognizable enemies in this game is Mr. Snuggles, one of these teddy bear who seems in no way inappropriate for Nickelodeon game. That is, unless we use the free lock tool included with the dolphin emulator, so we can unlock the camera and get a closer look at Mr. Snuggles' box. While the image here is actually oriented upside down, what it actually says is, "I'll hug you and kill you. You'll never sleep again. I'll kill you." Parents. Always fun knowing there's all kinds of traumatizing stuff hidden just out of view in kids' games.
That's not great at all.
Oh, there we go. That's definitely not good.
That's not going to sell, I think. I think the manufacturer needs to reconsider that one, because I just think, Christmas morning, you can see that, you're going to want to return it right away.
Yeah, like who hired that copywriter?
Ooh, yeah, exactly.
Did they get them off Craigslist?
Yeah, I'm not sure if parents are going to want to buy their kids that.
English wasn't their first language. They were just trying to say it's a killer product.
That'd be great if it was somebody
said it was a parent killer.
As we reach the basement, we find out who's been helping us all along. It turns out that while Calamitous has been stuck in a video diary booth, giving self-indulgent speeches on live galactic television, his assistant has been doing the bulk of the dirty work. You will never guess what this guy's name is.
I am Chadbot. Professor Calamitous is hardworking and underappreciated helpbot. He makes me work too hard here, and as for that mustache...
Chadbot, I'm not big on the lip caterpillar either. Do you think you could help us contact our friend, Danny Phantom?
Oh, by the way, that's a big running joke in this game. Everyone's always commenting that Calamitous's mustache is the worst thing ever. It's a big thing, just get used to it. So to properly tackle the ghost energy that is being used in the professor's plan, Jimmy wants to contact Danny Phantom. Chadbot says they could easily do this with his personal dimensional communicator.
What are we waiting for, big guy?
What we are waiting for, big hair, are more action figures to add to my collection. These are some of the master models that Professor Bad Mustache created, each one a perfectly crafted replica of the heroes he borrowed. You bring me more from my collection, and I'll let you use the dimensional communicator to talk to your friend.
The Soy Neutron versus the Chad Bot.
Let's swap over.
Okay, cool. Actually, you think I can take a quick bathroom break?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So here we are, having finally beat the first full stage of Attack of the Toybots. Now, in spite of how wholly invested I'm sure everybody is, I think at this point the game is starting to show a few telltale faults and quirks. Just a few little things that don't ruin the game, but do make it seem like something is missing. And one of the loudest is what we unlock here. This is the main menu that is used to select which levels we want to play or revisit. So why is this screen such a big deal? Because of what it seems to replace. In every other game in the Nicktoons Unite tetralogy, the levels are connected via Hub World, a special three-dimensional space that can itself be explored. In the first game, this is Jimmy's lab, followed by Camp Castaway, and we'll have another hub world in the final installment. If you study the concept art, it seems obvious that the factory basement was intended to be this game's hub area, the physical space we could walk around between levels. Perhaps we could have interacted with the Chad bot or watched clips of The Biggest Genius. Obviously, it's not a huge problem that we're stuck with a hub menu instead of a hub world. But this is merely the symptom, not the disease. Because fundamentally, everything in this game that I truly have praise for, we have now completed. Everything from here, in one way or another, is a total mess.
I could have done like a real dark joke, like brought the mic into the bathroom and be like, what'd I do? I killed them. I killed them all. That's why I didn't kill them. and then it can show you, and you're like, and if you think that's weird, on this box.
And now, 18 minutes of us trying to beat the second zone of the Toy Factory.
Is this Bob the Builder? What's this kid doing here? Why is Bob the Builder here?
I showed Quinton Roger.
Oh yeah, your childhood cat?
Yeah.
That cat looks like Wilfred Brimley.
Yes. I thought you'd like him because he looks like Garfield.
I guess he does look like Garfield, but he just looks like he's about to be like, diabetes is a serious disease that you know. Yeah.
I used to sing Bob the Builder, can he fix it?
Bob the yes, and you go, no, he can't. It's like all the Barney rhymes, all the nursery rhymes kids would make up about like killing Barney. Kids these days will never understand just the need to prove that you're grown up by singing about murdering Barney. Since I did the Blues Quiz video, so many people come up to me, so many people tell me, yeah, my mom sat me down to tell me that Steve was dead. Because you just hear shit and it'd be like, honey, Steve is dead. And people believe that for so long.
I like how he's made a career now of like showing up every 6 months to be like, I'm still alive, everyone.
Yeah.
He like goes viral like every year.
Yeah, and you know, he got that Young Sheldon money.
Oh, is he on that?
No, he did the theme song.
Oh, really?
That's just a song he did after he left Blues Clues. He just put out an album, and one of the songs is the theme to Young Sheldon.
Oh, seriously? I didn't know he had anything going on for him after that, actually.
Do you know what's a show I watched that I've never found someone else that watched?
What?
So my parents used to like selectively not pay for cable.
It was just one of those things where it's like, this month we can pay for cable, and then you have like a 3-month period where you didn't have cable. When you have like Dish and you don't pay your Dish, they still give you the NASA channel. And then on NASA they had this show that is so hard to Google that was called The Treehouse Detectives. Now there's a different show called that, but it was a live action show about these kids in a treehouse solving mysteries, and you'd learn facts about science. And that used to be the only kids show I could watch.
Can you imagine living on the planet Mars for a year?
I don't know. It seems great. But don't you think living on another planet could be very difficult?
If I can live with my sister, then living on Mars should be really easy.
What did you do? I just stuck a fuselage through an egg carton.
Something's definitely wrong, but I can't figure out what it is.
What's in the box, Jacob?
And I've never found another person that's like, oh shit, yeah, Treehouse Detectives.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
It was just a random.
Yeah, my parents always paid the cable. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, that's cool. What is it? It's this new game I bought. It uses batteries so I can play it at the pool. Yes, high score.
You'd have to find other people who didn't pay their cable bills.
Yeah,
and you'd ask them
exactly.
About Treehouse Detective.
Yo, kids at home, did you ever watch the Treehouse Detectives? Did your dad sometimes just like bring home shelves he found sitting in the garbage?
Shout out down below.
Shout out down below to those living down below the average living standards in America.
Then slowly I find out education is more important than doing an action, punch and kicking. Good luck. I know you guys be winners. Okay? Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you, Jackie Chan.
Look at this ugly car.
Wow, that's a good angle.
This is a well-designed game. Wow.
I was really excited about Fairly Oddparents when it came out. I felt like SpongeBob never did any movie parodies.
And that was all Fairly Oddparents.
Yeah, so I was kind of into that. I was such a Matrix fanboy. I was just sold when they did the Matrix parody in like the first episode.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
When he's like in the VR, and there's like a bunny rabbit that shoots carrots at him, and he does the Matrix move.
I remember they did a movie that starts off with like 20 minutes straight of him doing other movies.
Yeah.
And it was just not fun at all. It was just like, and here's Timmy doing Spider-Man, and I was like, this isn't even clever. You're just doing Spider-Man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
During the second game, I was asked to designate the 3 things we have to do.
Okay, so what is it?
It's okay. So step 1 is do impressions of the characters.
I like this.
To be like, oh, I'm Timmy.
Impressions.
Oh, and then step 2 is we have to talk about the lore of the game. And then step 3 is talking about our childhoods, and that's how you make an entertaining let's play of a game like this.
Okay. Cosmo! Wanda!
That's really crazily good. Like have you done that before?
I used to do it when I was little and crack my mom up.
Hey, evil toy! I got a surprise for you!
That's so good.
That was pretty
I don't know how much longer I can do it.
Oh yeah, I want to do a Doofenshmirtz video, so I've been practicing my Doofenshmirtz a lot.
See?
Oh, he's
That's
the
what it's
best
like.
character.
I don't understand. Why do the platypus fight so good?
Oh, that's really good.
My name is Doof, and
You'll do and I say whoop whoop. There's a platypus controlling me. He's underneath the table.
I feel like I used to be able to do it better before I got sick a few times, and then I feel like your voice changes a little.
Is it a fun game at least?
What, this game?
Yes.
This game?
I think it's pretty fun. It's just stressing me out how much it's like, oh my god. I mean, you just get stuck on 1 second. If it didn't have those parts where you get stuck for an hour, it seems like it's a great game.
I feel like they could have focused on making it more fun instead of so challenging. You know what I mean? Like some games, it's not challenging at all, but it's like, oh, I'm having a ton of fun though. Like this.
Yeah, like it
cool
seems
idea.
ridiculous that landing on like these pillars kills you.
Yeah.
Like
It's
no
so
need.
touchy, it's crazy.
Like the fact that you have to like jump exactly in the right way. You can't land on these like signs.
But it makes sense because if you're jumping from that height and you hit a pillar,
like
you'd
a
be
foot.
dead.
I mean,
this is tougher than Crash Bandicoot. Like all the games, they ease you into it so slowly. Like something like this would be towards the later levels of Crash Bandicoot. These moving platforms. And
I agree. I absolutely agree. And look, that hurt you.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And look, oh my god,
many
so
obstacles.
meticulous, so finicky.
Playing this as a 20-something, you're frustrated. How would you have responded to this as a child.
I think I would have played something else.
Yeah.
I've always struck the Nicktoons games have always struck me as like I have a friend over games.
Damn, what am I even supposed to do here? I'm blocked. Oh, I gotta grab. Okay, I gotcha.
If you guys wanted to be here for like 3 days, you could just let me play the game.
It's wild that these toys are nuclear.
Is that the nuclear symbol?
I think that's what that is.
Yeah, I think they altered it slightly, maybe. So
And it's like, I'm glad we're gonna stop these toys from getting to kids, but I mean, look at Timmy just clinging to that thing. That can't be good for him.
Yeah, he's gonna have some more.
He's gonna have some wishes to make after this one. But don't worry, Jimmy has a lot of expertise in that field. He might have some pills. I just figure cancer is one of those things that Jimmy Neutron has probably just solved in his basement. I'm holding on to this until I'm at the minimum age for a Nobel Prize.
Yeah.
Jimmy!
I'm not gonna release this until the day I get a Nobel Prize for it.
Jimmy, there's thousands of people dying of cancer.
Too bad!
I'm God.
God a blast! Yeah, I'm so good at video games.
I'm
It
allergic
just
to
sucks.
dogs.
This isn't fun at all.
We
Because
just
it's
need
just,
some
I
pizza.
feel like the more you get caught in these puzzles, the more it breaks your brain.
Right.
Where you're like, oh my god.
Back.
What's the sponsor on this video?
It's gonna be
No way.
NordVPN.
Well, you know, maybe you need some more security in your internet.
Yeah,
browser.
maybe if
That's why your brain's
maybe I could sleep easier at night if I had better security protecting me from online hackers.
How am I even? I don't even know how to do this part. This is where
I think
I'm
you just
always
have to
stuck.
jump the moment. Wait, no. Can you grapple to the? I think you do have to jump over
I
this.
have to jump over that, but there's not enough.
I know it
This
sucks.
is crazy.
Look at that. I got Nord. So if you were 8, would
This is
would-
crazy.
If your parents got you this game and it was this difficult, would it make you want to do the thing on the box?
That's such a wild.
Is that joke too dark?
No, that's really good.
Look, even Bonbon's pissed about this level.
Don't worry, I got it now. I leaned forward, so.
Should I feed you guys pizza while you're trying to play the game?
I feel like that would not. I feel like people would not react to that in a normal way. I feel like.
I really cannot believe it's this hard. Oh yes!
Yes, excellent.
Oh, see, like we made it right when the pizza came.
There it is.
How do you feel about eating crust? Do you guys eat crust?
It depends on the crust.
Yeah, same.
Oh,
You're doing it one-handed? Here, I can give it a go.
okay.
Like pizza.
Were you named after Quentin Tarantino?
No, because it's spelled different. Look at this spoiled cat. She wants me to feed her. There you go.
Cats even eat pepperoni?
This one does. My one cat, I used to have a cat that would eat Cheez-Its.
Does she eat bonbons?
I do not think so. I don't think cats eat chocolate. Bonbons have chocolate, right?
I actually don't know.
I just remember them from that episode of SpongeBob.
Wait, so you named your cat Bonbon, but you didn't know what a bonbon was?
Well, actually, my mom named her Bonbon, and she named her Bonbon after an anime character.
Oh, from what?
Get Backers.
Wanda, give me Crash Bandicoot 3.
Oh, Tommy!
The way they
Tommy, if we give you that game, it'll disrupt the government, Tommy.
Which
The government will shut down, Tommy.
Well, good thing my name's Timmy.
Are your neighbors gonna get mad for
No.
Have you ever had a neighbor ask what you're doing?
I had a neighbor call the cops on me once.
Are you serious?
Yeah, someone called the cops on me and told the cops that I had a woman tied up in my apartment.
Are you serious?
And so the cops were like, yeah, so we've had a report of domestic abuse. And I had to prove to them that I live alone, so I actually let them in.
You just open your medicine cabinet and be like, look, no girl things. Yeah, there's actually a Bioshock Easter egg in my wedding vows to him.
What?
Uh-huh.
Tell me about this. This sounds adorable.
No, it would ruin the game.
Would you kindly spend the rest of your life with me?
So the Bioshock was expected pre-lore for your wedding.
Yeah.
You put in a little Easter.
I didn't even catch it.
Oh, I break rules
It's
too.
I'm never going to give you up. Never going to let you down. Never going to run around and desert you.
So you put a Rickroll in your wedding vows?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she did do that.
That's incredible.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised by that. I gave a very heartfelt vow, and hers
I just rickrolled.
hers is just a full-on Rickroll.
Like, look, I write things all day long. Sometimes I just run out of ideas.
That was a good idea, though.
I dive into the top 10 reasons I love you today. But 10 reasons isn't enough, nor is 180 words to express how much I truly love you.
I'm going to rickroll you every day for the rest of our lives, and here's how. Every day, I'm going to show you how I'm feeling. I'm never going to say goodbye, never tell a lie, or hurt you.
But when it really comes down to it, nothing makes me happier than just being with you. And that's why I vow today to always love you and be at your side and support you for the rest of your life.
I promise to never take that for granted, and to put as much love into the world as we are surrounded by every day.
You guys are lacking on the voices.
Yeah, we're not doing enough voices. This is my Bonbon impression.
That was you? I thought that was a cat or something.
No, that's me.
Do either of you need to touch up your lipstick?
Just a little.
I think I'll be good for now, but... So do you think this game is like a commentary on like Nickelodeon commercialism?
With the toys, yeah.
Toy motif?
Yeah, all the merchandise. Big commentary.
They're trying to turn all these characters into toys.
Maybe.
They're showing how corrupting capitalism can get when all they're concerned about is monetary value. They're literally willing to harm children just to sell these toys.
And their parents. Have you heard about that?
I do kind of hate when someone finds something that's just a worker kind of slacking off and joking off and being edgy, and they're like, this is a commentary on the abuse at Nickelodeon. I don't think so. I think that's a drawing of SpongeBob with a dick. I don't think it's a commentary on alleged abuse at all. I think you're reading really far into that one.
Yeah, are we on the same freaking level that we've been?
I know, we haven't fucking
for like
beat
hours
this.
now.
Cosmo! Wanda!
I wish I was playing a better game! Sorry, Tommy! I can't help you there! It is very much like a make the game annoying because it's really short otherwise.
Yeah, for sure.
If SpongeBob can ride through the whole level, why can't we?
You got this. You got this. Double jump.
Oh! Hell yeah.
Oh,
Take out my anger on
this
this.
game.
Yeah, what the hell were they thinking?
This is crazy.
What
We're
were they?
still on the same level.
Yeah, this is taking us like 2 hours just to get through one area. Because they decided this needs to be the goddamn X factor of platforming.
Yeah, I was trying to try and make sure you guys offered some of the gave you enough good material to work with, but
Yeah, it's hard to do material when you're just on the same part for 30 minutes straight.
I guess so. I can't believe I did that. Oh.
This is crazy.
I just want to know where the game developer lives. I don't want to do anything. I just want to know his address, and just out of a curiosity, and I'm not going to do anything with that information. I just want to know.
Yes, high score.
I killed SpongeBob. SpongeBob dead, I'm afraid. This first ray here is hard. You have to double jump mid-air.
Oh yeah, okay.
that's sometimes why we
And
do
then
the-
getting back on the first one's hard because it's at an angle.
Not all kids' games are easy.
Or good.
Yeah.
Or playable.
This is so ridiculous.
This is crazy.
Like even the floating platforms by themselves.
Just that alone.
Just that alone.
And then I have
ridiculously.
and then I have lasers.
And we're not even halfway through the game. It's such a hard thing to put in at this point in the game.
It's only level 2, I think.
I think that Satan designed this level.
I mean, I've really never seen...
I think that Satan needs to hire the man who designed this game.
I've never seen a kid's platformer that utilizes the late double jump like the way this game does.
Yeah.
Like how you said I had to double jump in midair here. Like I had to do the late double jump. That's crazy. You never see that in a kid's game. That's freaking nuts that they make you do that.
I love getting stuff on Amazon and there's like mistranslations.
Oh my god, that's so good.
I love bad English translations.
Have you heard about the new trend of products that are called like, I'm sorry, AI cannot complete your order?
No, I haven't heard that.
It's like people will like go like ChatGPT, name me this product for Amazon, and it'll go like, I am sorry, I cannot complete that order. I cannot comply. That might have seriously broken something.
I'm sorry, I saw it happening in slow motion and I couldn't warn you in time. My brain froze.
It didn't break, but it's...
Do you have all your products insured?
Huh, that's not good. So now that we've finished the second zone of the Toy Factory, we next unlock Amity Park. Except for the fact that we don't. Because to contact Danny Phantom and thus unlock Amity Park, we need 11 master models. As Chadbot starts out with 4 action figures, this means we have to collect 7 more to proceed. So how do we do this? Well, littered throughout the game are these pipes in the background. We noticed these the first time through, but couldn't quite figure out how to use them. We had assumed that each pipe unlocked the character seen on the hologram, but in actuality, it's the opposite. You need to be playing as those characters in order to enter. Although I will mention that I watched some speedruns of this game out of curiosity, and it does seem like you can sneak into most of these pipes with just about any character, which is obviously an essential step if you want to do all of this stuff as quickly as possible. Because for the regular player, you're really not supposed to be able to figure any of this out until you meet Chadbot. Luckily, the factory zones are subdivided into entry points, making replaying specific sections much easier than if you had to continuously start over from the beginning.
Oh, Cat Scratch actually. Now, who is that? I don't recognize that character even slightly.
Oh my god, that's the X's.
I thought that was Danny Phantom.
Okay, get this. Okay, so this is a show that didn't go off, and it was about this family of spies. And the show was called, like, The X's.
Oh,
and I tried, ages ago, I remembered this show and I tried to find it. So I naturally searched Spy X Family. And I couldn't find the show because there's a different show called Spy X Family.
That's hilarious.
I think it's called The X's. So the master models are, in my opinion, the worst part of the game. At least if you're qualifying worst as most frustrating. The problem is that there are 24 master models in this game, 5 of which you unlock automatically as you play the main campaign. And clearly, the game developers had neither the time or the energy to make 19 side quests. For several of the main characters, there is at least a repeating trend, with all of their sublevels feeling kind of the same. SpongeBob tubes send him going down slides on his tongue, a pretty established SpongeBob gaming mechanic featuring splitting paths and obstacles. However, there are no checkpoints, meaning you have to get everything right in one go. The main secret on how to beat some of the hardest areas in Attack of the Toybots is that the game developers clearly intended you to understand that there are 2 kinds of double jumps. There's mashing the button twice with no pause in between the presses, and then there is hitting the button, waiting half a second, and then hitting the button again. And for a lot of these levels, if you don't figure out that you're supposed to put a pause in between some of these double jumps, you're just gonna get stuck forever and ever and ever, and it's going to be really frustrating. And then as soon as you figure out that that is the trick, you're gonna feel like a dumbass for not knowing how to do these levels, even though no one told you how to do these levels, you just had to brute force it until you figured it out.
TAC levels are more standard platforming segments and are a lot of fun. The levels feature TAC using his juju powers to get this huge boosted jump, and you're basically bouncing through these little thorny platforming stages, and you'll die, you'll mess up, you'll have to figure out a puzzle or two, but there's checkpoints. That's the important thing. There are checkpoints, meaning you don't feel frustrated and angry when you die, because it's just part of getting to the next puzzle to figure out in these areas. Finally, once we unlock Danny, his levels will feature him doing a kind of hacking minigame of him going through this big computer terminal thing. Outside of this, there are 1 or 2 unique sub-levels that feature completely original platforming areas, but a lot of the rest are a little bit less unique than this. For instance, does this level look familiar?
What?
To save time, a lot of these master model levels are copied and pasted from other areas. So backtracking often means replaying carbon copies of the worst parts of the game.
This game sucks! Oh my God.
This game!
Get this game out of here!
Quinton, I want to fight you for inviting us over to play this.
Whoa, come on. It's not his fault the game sucks ass.
It was a nightmare to have to go through all of this again, and we probably would have been driven crazy if it wasn't for our inane conversations about better PS2 games.
And I always loved that Hercules, they don't find out Hercules is a god until Kingdom Hearts 3. Like, he just forgot to mention that. He was just like...
He's not a god, though. He gives up his goddom at the end.
Oh, that's right.
But he's the son of a god, right? Well,
but doesn't he give up all his powers too at that end?
Baby then.
But that's funny. But my point is that like in Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, they just think that Hercules is like a strong guy. They just think he's a bodybuilder, and it's not until Kingdom Hearts 3 that they find out that he's
a bodybuilder.
Because apparently he never brings it up, and then he brings it up in the 3rd game, and they're like, he's like, my dad is Zeus, and they're like, oh shit. We thought we were on his level. His dad is God? Your dad's just God, dude? You didn't bring this up the first 2 games.
He's the god of gods. He's the Nepo baby of Nepo babies.
He's like, oh, I forgot to mention? Yeah, my dad's God. The ultimate Nepo baby, Jesus Christ.
Doesn't this cat make you want to buy a plushie?
Absolutely.
A reasonably priced plushie at YouTooz.com.
I mean, if it was a plushie with you in it with the cat, then absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
How much is the plushie?
I don't know yet.
Oh. I was gonna be like, oh, that's not that bad. Can I get 3?
Now, this game has some shooters out there. A lot of people still contend that Attack of the Toybots is the best game in the series. And the justification I hear the most often is the crossover element. Toybots features the most Nicktoons out of any of the 4 games in this continuity. Because of that, it has to be the most impressive, right? I would agree with this if it wasn't for the fact that outside of the main 5 franchises, pretty much none of these characters are fully implemented. For most of the characters unique to Toybots, what you actually get is an implied crossover which has happened entirely off-screen. You'll remember that Calamitus's plan has been to return all of the heroes he kidnaps before they know what's going on.
Then we send them back home, none the wiser.
So while some heroes are still present when we find their master model chamber, most have already been sent back to their origin dimension. These are Angelica from Rugrats, Crumb from All Real Monsters, Arnold from Hey Arnold, Dag from the Angry Beavers, CatDog from CatDog, Donnie from the Wild Thornberries, Otto from Rocket Power, Ginger from As Told by Ginger, Rudy to Booty from Chalk Zone, Timmy Pickles from All Grown Up, Aang from Avatar The Last Airbender, Mr. Blick from Cat Scratch, Tuesday from Spy X Family, El Tigre from El Tigre, and pass. So the implication here is that by the first quarter, Calamitus has sent out a toy UFO to all of these worlds to kidnap these characters and scan their abilities before quickly sending them home. There is a lot to comment on here. For instance, the presence of Angelica and Timmy Pickles implies that either Calamitus is using time travel technology or that Rugrats and All Grown Up do not take place in the same universe. You can go ahead and debate that one in the comments section. Next, it's obviously insane to waste your time kidnapping and making copies of literal babies with no skills or powers. But what's even more insane is kidnapping Aang, the fucking Avatar, and then not doing anything with that. Meanwhile, there's a giant robot of Sam from Danny Phantom who doesn't even have a master model, by the way. Explain that one. And at the end of the day, you go through hell playing these endless, stapled together platforming sections, you clear out master model chamber after master model chamber, and what do you get in the end? A PNG of Angelica from Rugrats. Whoa! It would be one thing if finding these action figures resulted in us actually being able to see the action figures. Maybe we could rotate them around in the menu, like in Smash Brothers and a bunch of other games. But outside of those 4 master models in that cutscene, we never get to see any of the figures we're collecting. Instead, we end up with a gallery of faded stock art, all images that you can easily find online in much higher quality. Look, I get it. It would have taken ages to model high-quality 3D depictions of all of these characters, and clearly this game had some time crunch. But I think it's a valid complaint when there's 18 of these to track down and it's just an absolutely boring experience at the end. This drawback is ultimately why we never see Chadbot's toy collection any time after this in the game, and it's also probably why the factory basement is a hub menu instead of a hub world, because they just didn't have time to model all the stuff that you're collecting throughout the game. It's also worth mentioning that in the game's files, there are a handful of master model images not used in the final release. These are Henry and Jude from Kablam, Sniz and Fondue from Sniz and Fondue, several characters from Action League Now, and Snap from Chalk Zone. Kidnapping characters from Action League Now to turn them into toy duplicates feels like a waste of everyone's time. But circling back around, as many of you are leaping up and down to tell me, there are still a few other master models that I haven't discussed yet. These being Jenny from My Life as a Teenage Robot, Rocco from Rocco's Modern Life, Stimpy from Ren and Stimpy, and Gur from Invader Zim. These figures are special because when we find these master model rooms, the heroes inside have yet to be sent home. This means we can recruit them to our side, adding 4 extra characters to our rotation. Going into this video, this was the detail I was most excited about in any of these games. I have always viewed Invader Zim and My Life as a Teenage Robot as the missing links of Nicktoons Unite. These are the 2 biggest case studies that match the original ideal criteria of the original 4 franchises, yet were not included in the first 2 games. And specifically, I have always regarded My Life as a Teenage Robot as one of my favorite childhood cartoons. It was a charming show with memorable bad guys, an awesome art style, and a lot of heart, and in some ways, it's one of the best aged Nicktoons to ever be made.
The only episode I remember is where she has to go back to kindergarten.
Oh yeah, because they find out she's actually like 6 years old.
Yeah, because her friend is was biking around singing a song from like
7 years ago, and she's like, oh, I wasn't built yet.
That's right. I forgot, you're only 5 years old. Wow. So you don't remember the blizzard of 24.
For some reason, like a CIA agent is listening to their conversation.
Yeah, and he's like, finally, I've caught them. She's preschool aged.
It's a really good episode.
Wasn't she in a relationship with one character too?
Yeah, age gap discourse. However, when I finally unlocked Jenny as a playable character, I was extremely disappointed. Because finding bonus characters is optional, none of the heroes you unlock are featured in the actual plot, specifically in the cutscenes. Because of this, there is fundamentally no interaction between the pre-existing Nicktoons Unite cast and the unlockable characters added to the roster. Now, this was very nearly not the case. On the cutting room floor, you can find unique dialogue which was recorded for each of the master model rooms with unlockable characters.
Hey, who's that in that pod? Looks like a tiny robot.
Look, it's a little metal man in a pod. Shall we rescue him?
A girl robot? What a strange idea. But she may be able to help us.
That is one cool robot. She has to be a hero.
Hey, there's a thing with a really big tail in that pod! And a cool shirt.
Let's save that poor Hawaiian-shirted marsupial from his dress sense.
Hello, it's a big cat. Hello, kitty. Who's a big drooling kitty?
Aww, it's so cute. In a kind of gross way. Can we keep him?
But in the end, all of those lines were cut. So when it comes to these new characters feeling involved in the story, all that's really left behind is the occasional dialogue they'll blurt out when you're playing them in the game.
Saving the world is pretty cool. Saving a bunch of dimensions is awesome.
I hope I can figure out how to get home. I think I left the oven on.
I knew I shouldn't have accepted a ride from robots in a flying saucer.
I claim this factory for all mankind and King Ferdinand of Spain.
So many heroes from so many dimensions. This is pretty cool.
Sponges and shamans and ghost boys, oh my!
Yay! We're doomed!
It would obviously be a lot more satisfying if these new characters were unlocked as we beat the main campaign. But my best guess as to why this didn't happen is there wasn't enough time to prep the characters. In most video games, it is standard for characters to have one model for gameplay and one for cutscenes. And if you put these side by side in high definition, it's pretty obvious that these are not quite up to the same standard. So while there might have been time to add in characters like Jenny and Gurr, having them involved in the cutscenes would have been a much taller order. Now, on top of this, there is one last unlockable character you can access in this version of the game. Going into the cheat code menu and entering this combination will allow you to play as one of two versions of Mr. Snuggles.
They're here. They're in the game.
I love that character.
Whoa!
Incidentally, it turns out his name is actually Mr. Huggles, but around here, once we get a character's name wrong once, it's permanent. With 11 master models under our belt, we are ready to visit Amity Park. This is the only level in the game that does not take place in some part of the factory complex, making it a significant escape from the claustrophobic feeling of the rest of the game. It's also the only level that is fully a depiction of an area from one of these shows. But there's a lot of setup that we need to get into here.
What? I said I wasn't at home when Professor Calamitous' invading toy army took over my house to use the energy coming from the ghost portal. And now it's surrounded by big tin robots that look like Sam and me.
Okay, so you weren't home when the toys invaded your house to get to the ghost portal. But does that mean that you were never kidnapped by Calamitous in the first place? Sure, that would explain why Danny is in Amity Park and not the factory, but if Danny was never kidnapped, why does he have a master model? Not to mention that he has robot duplicates, but again, so does Sam, and she doesn't even have a master model. In fact, we know Danny was kidnapped at some point because he says so in his in-game dialogue.
If only Calamitous hadn't neutralized my ghost powers, this would be a lot easier. I wonder what a quiet life would be like.
So Danny was home at some point, was kidnapped by Calamitous, had his ghost powers neutralized, then was sent home, and did Calamitous stop by Amity Park again later? I guess he's not known for being efficient, but it's just a strange setup. And by the way, we haven't discussed the fact that SpongeBob also has robot duplicates and a master model, despite the fact that he showed up at the factory entirely by accident. I guess we're supposed to assume that he was kidnapped earlier off screen and then put back none the wiser. So the basic gist you need to know here is that the Evil Toy Co. has set up shops in every dimension, and Jimmy decides to use this to their advantage. He has everyone convene at the Amity Depot to soft launch his latest project. A series of massive mech suits which the heroes can pilot into battle against the giant robots. It's pretty evident that this was a big part of the original pitch, because without the mech suit levels, the big evil toy angle doesn't seem to make sense. And without big evil toys, why do the master models exist? Without the master models, why involve the heroes in the first place? However, there are only 2 mech suit levels, and neither of them are very outstanding. And when you play these 2 levels, you can check out a bunch of different mech suits, and you can unlock upgrades, and it's like, why? We barely use these ugly things. I seriously doubt that even people who like this game have a lot to say about this part. I mean, this is barely even recognizable as Amity. At any point in this sequence, have any of you really thought, oh cool, a Danny Phantom level? Nah, cause it just looks boring. The frustrating thing is that at some point, the level stops feeling like the difficulty is an issue of skill, and more that the game is throwing a million things at you at once to guarantee it'll take you a few times to get through. And it's easy to see why they did this, because without the constant ambushes, this level would be a literal walk in the park. After about 20 minutes of this, we reach our very first boss level in the game.
Now that's an odd head.
So how do we defeat this boss? Well, we shoot at it. And we try to avoid the game throwing a million things at us while we do that, but ultimately we just shoot at the tank and then eventually we win. The good news is that this is the worst boss in the game, so things are hopefully going to pick up from here.
Giant evil toy Jimmy Head, you are down and out! Clean up in aisle 7!
So with the boss defeated, all the toy robots in Amity Park shut down. You know, toy robots is such a mouthful, I wish there was a shorter way of saying that. With his connection to the Ghost Zone cut short and a lot of his toy robots destroyed, Calamitous decides it's time to compensate by kidnapping more heroes with his robot saucermen, who appear to be cloned from the Urkin Armada, although we never see them in person. From here, we enter the third zone of the Toy Factory, a bright, cheerful facade hiding the sinister nature of the complex. Some of the platforming here is pleasant and clever, featuring us having to grab hold of rotating platforms with precise movement between them. But there's this one awful part where we have to climb up these hippos with wings, and there's lasers that'll kill ya, and you still have to climb up them all, and I don't know how to describe the frustration of this section, so here's a sped up clip.
This game sucks!
Oh my god.
This game's great.
Again, the frustration of these controls is hard to visualize, but basically, while a lot of these areas are 2D platforming stages, it's still possible to fall over the edge. So there's this precise, finicky strip of this 3D space where the platforming exists, and if you miss that little finicky strip, then you're gonna fall to your death. You get stuck in this rut because the point is you're supposed to figure out how to solve the puzzle. So you figure it out, you do all the right things, and then it doesn't work because the platforming is just bad.
But hey, you gotta admit, at least the graphics hold up pretty well. I mean, this doesn't look like it was rendered for a PS2 game, it looks like it was rendered for a Nickelodeon TV movie.
Eventually, this sunny facade is stripped away, bringing us to an alien-themed area, where we encounter the toy UFOs. We have to outrun these while they chase after us with destructive beams. The secret here being to memorize the path and roll whenever you have the chance.
What do you say when people ask you what you do for a living?
I tell people I'm a filmmaker and a documentarian, and that I make video essays. What do you do?
I say I run a business with my husband.
Oh, that's sweet.
I say we're game journalists.
Something. I have a number of different answers depending on like the person, because I try and do things that are going to evoke the least amount of questions.
We cycle out these UFO chases with a few other platforming areas, including a series of rooms with trampolines where we have to jump over these moving walls and destroy these glowing orbs on the floor. And you have to destroy all the orbs in one go or it'll all reset. It's a really frustrating series of rooms to go through, and for some reason, they get progressively less hard. Eventually, we reach the end, where we use a cannon to blow up all the toy UFOs, meaning Calamitous can't kidnap any more heroes. And thank God for that, because we might have the Avatar Master Model, but if Calamitous made toy duplicates of Fanboy and Chum Chum, he'd be unstoppable. With the UFOs gone, his ghost energy waning, and many of his fairies freed, the professor again pivots. He next plans to send his Spongebots to make a surprise attack on Fairy World, luring more fairies into his harvester trap. To stop this, we must travel to Fairy World. However, to do so, we also need 14 total master models, meaning we'll have to stop here and collect more. So this is a good time to tell you about a strange out-of-bounds secret that was found by Slippy Slides while he was gathering footage of this game. If we use the free look tool to pull the camera back, we discover a sinister hidden secret. Surrounding the stage is a looping, stretched out image of 3 robotic arms putting on some kind of show, with one of the hands wearing finger puppets as a disguise. It's possible this is concept art for some kind of boss level, but why this disturbing art was hidden in the stage is unclear. Incidentally, while backtracking through this game, I encountered a glitch that reminded me of this discovery. While replaying the end of the second Toy Factory, at one point the game failed to render any of the visuals except for these 2 platforms. As you can see, the obstacles are still there, but invisible, and there's an interesting piece of art in the background here. I did try to get through this part without resetting the game, just for fun, but this part is already pretty hard when you can see what you're doing. Doing it blind is essentially impossible. Once we obtain 14 master models, we head off to Fairy World, with a group spy on the professor's fairy harvester, disguised as a Krusty Krab franchisee. Interestingly, in the concept art, the fairy harvester had a mascot, a combination of the Frisch's Big Boy and Parker from Mr. Meaty. So far, we've seen a trend of the most obscure Nicktoons in this game being the most likely to be cut. Because why include Mr. Meaty and Kablam when you have to make room for Tack and the power of Juju? So we enter the Fairy Harvester and travel through it to free Jorgen von Strangle and shut down the machine. From here, this level was much of the same, a mix of solid platforming tricks that were intuitive and other areas that felt impossible until I looked up a Let's Play on YouTube, at which point I learned that doing that part of the game involved some specific secret moveset that the game just doesn't teach you. Near the end, there's this section with tubes and rotating platforms where the solution is to simply build up a rhythm and jump from one to the other at just the right time. This would be incredibly easy to figure out and fun if it wasn't for the fact that every time you respawn, a bunch of enemies appear with you, throwing off your rhythm entirely. This part of the game absolutely wrecked me. I couldn't get this part to work, and I spent hours just trying to brute force it, and nothing was working. But finally, after being stuck forever on this one stupid section, I managed to do it, and I got to the end. I went through the tube, a cutscene played of us saving Jorgen and Calamitous setting up the final area, and then... Yeah, so the game froze up right there. The exact moment before autosave would have kicked in, meaning that none of what I had just done was actually saved. And so originally I decided that was it. I gave up. I said I'm not finishing Attack of the Toybots because fuck this game, I'm not doing all that again. But then, one day I just kind of woke up and was procrastinating on other work, and I decided, what the hell? I knew that I still needed some extra footage of all the unlockable characters, so I figured I'd just go in and play a little as Jenny and then turn the console off the moment the game became annoying. And so I replayed the start of Fairy World to get some good shots, then I happened to finish the middle bit of Fairy World, and then in one go, without having to die or reset, I managed to get across this section without any help. Just by getting some rest and letting my brain defragment, I now was good at this part of the game. After this, I found a couple more master models, and just because I felt like it. I had other work to do, other things I was supposed to be doing, and here I was, playing Attack of the Toybots, just because I was in the mood for it. But with Fairy World completed, we can now begin the final stage, which is also the second level to feature the mech suits. And because of that, it's not only bad, it's boring. There is nothing to say, nothing to do in this segment except extend out the supernumerary proportion of my overripe dialect in order to present a measly portion of all the footage I aggregated. Near the end, I did this brief puzzle involving blowing up these two small generators, and after this, I hung back for a while hoping some health would magically spawn in, as I didn't want to go into the final boss unprepared. But after waiting a while, I decided to risk things. Anyway, so there isn't a final boss. They forgot to do that part. They forgot to do the final boss. This means that the only thing in this game that is an actual proper boss level is the Jimmy Neutron tank and maybe the area where we blow up UFOs, but not really. And it's weird because sometimes it feels like the game is teasing boss levels and then they just don't happen. So instead of fighting a big calamitous robot or something like that, we go straight into the final cutscene, with the Galactic TV host presenting the results of the competition.
The judges have made their decision. The winner of the biggest genius is the Chatbot.
Whoa! I didn't expect them to show up.
It turns out that by recruiting SpongeBob, Tommy, and Danny Phantom, the Chatbot has unknowingly met the prerequisite of combining the three theme elements. Chatbot thanks his friends and is then given his prize, a Professor Calamitous immobilization bot, and an electric shaver. And as Chatbot shaves off the professor's lip hair, we transition to the credits.
Well, shit, it looks like we beat that game right here and right now.
I wasn't expecting us to, but we managed to do it.
Oh,
within that time, too.
We missed our plane.
Yeah, that's okay, though. You don't have to leave.
Well, that ending, though, it made it all worth it, didn't it?
I think so. Or maybe it didn't.
That ending, are you serious? Like, after all of that?
That Easter egg, though.
But that ending was great.
And that toy box, you remember that the message on the... Did I tell you about that? The
no,
message
can you tell me about
let me
this?
tell you about that, actually.
One of the most recognizable enemies in this game is Mr. Snuggles, a pink teddy bear who seems no way inappropriate for a Nickelodeon game. That is, unless we use the free look tool included with the Dolphin emulator so we can unlock the camera and get a closer look at Mr. Snuggles' box. While the image here is actually oriented upside down, given they never expected anyone to actually see this, what it actually says is, "I'll hug you and kill you. You'll never sleep again. I'll kill your parents." Always fun knowing there's all kinds of traumatizing stuff hidden just out of you in a kid's game.
So at this point, I had successfully beat the game. When I restarted the console and went to the load save option, it said there, as plain as day, 100% complete. But this wasn't enough. Not by a long shot, because I knew that if I ended things here, everybody in my comment section would be like, Quinton, Attack of the Toybots isn't a bad game. You're just bad at playing it, and you're lashing out. So I decided I didn't just need to beat Attack of the Toybots, I needed to perfect Attack of the Toybots. And so I went back in, despite how much I wasn't enjoying the game, I went back in and I gamed, and I gamed, and I gamed, and I gamed, and I found every single master model. And more than that, I rescued 500 fairies. Every single one. This turned out to be an almost brutally impossible task because we had missed a few while we were just playing the game and trying to beat all the platforming, right? We had missed a few. But the menu system in Attack of the Toybots is so overly simplistic that it does not tell you how many fairies are in each level, or how many you've saved, or where the ones you missed are, nothing like that. The only way to free all those fairies is to just go back and find all the places you missed just from memory. And I did exactly that. I went back through and I replayed levels until I organically found all these fairy tubes that we had missed until there were only 2 left. And when there were 2 left, I threw in the towel and I started going through the Let's Play footage we had already done to study it and figure out exactly where these last missing fairies were. And it turned out they were specifically in the parts of the game that I hated the most, that I had been avoiding replaying. And so I replayed those areas, and finally I found the last few fairies, and I unlocked the secret cutscene.
Fantastic work! You have rescued all 500 fairies! 100%! We of Fairy World make you an honorary fairy 2nd class. What? Why not 1st class? Because there is only one way to receive that award.
Falling into a volcano?
And it is so secret that if I told you, I would have to turn you into a fire hydrant.
Hey man, I'm serious. If that's what it is, just tell me. I know an old hermit crab just crazy enough to hook me up.
This is not some video game. This is real life. You're number 2. You're number 2.
Okay, so who is ready for the big punchline? Nicktoons Attack of the Toybots, the game in the series that I hate the most, is also the game that I have played the most, because I played so much of it trying to get all the footage that I wanted for this video. On my computer, I have more than 24 hours of Attack of the Toybots gameplay footage. More than 24 hours. Enough footage that I can't fit it all in one Premiere Pro timeline. And there is no reason for anyone in their right mind to spend more than 24 hours invested in any piece of media. But it was worth it to find all 24 master models and free all 503 fairies. Because now I get to sit here and tell you that I do not hate Attack of the Toybots because I'm bad at it, because I'm actually good at it. Because I sat down and I grinded and I practiced and I replayed levels over and over and over again, and I got good. I learned the rhythm of the platforming, I learned how all these sections worked, and now once again I can sit here and tell you that I am so extremely good at this unfinished piece of shit video game. And if you want to come at me, then you better at least be honorary fairy 2nd class, and you better be carrying 24 master models in those skinny ass twink jeans, because I will go round. Next up, it's time for us to look at the final game in this continuity, Spongebob Squarepants featuring Nicktoons Globs of Doom. But we have a little bit of a problem, because...
Hey, did you hear about O.J. Simpson?
Whoa, hold on, are you serious? Is O.J. Simpson dead, dude? Are you being for real right now? Cause like... Hey man, I just looked this up, and as of March 2024, Google says that O.J. Simpson is still alive. So what did you mean when you said, have I heard about O.J. Simpson?
Just like in general, I guess.
Okay. Anyways, I've run out of YouTubers who like me, so here's me and my friend Wyatt.
Hey guys, I'm here with my friend Wyatt. We're gonna play Globs of Doom. Let's go!
So when I was working on the live reaction gameplay segments for this video, one of my main goals was to go in with absolutely no spoilers. I wanted our reactions to be entirely authentic, completely genuine, with me actually experiencing these 4 games in the proper order. And while I was mostly able to stay true to the promise of going into these with no spoilers, there was one tiny detail that I became privy to as I researched SpongeBob Squarepants featuring Nicktoons in Globs of Doom. And that is that this game features the return of the evil syndicate, and that specifically there is an entirely new rotation of the group's members. Naturally, because of this, we have to return here to our Pinboard set. Last time, we discussed the 9, aka the Chosen Ones, the people who would become the salvation of Epstein's Volcano Island. And this time, we are here to talk about yet another round of the Syndicate. I'm here with Wyatt, of course, and I'm going to be very quickly getting him up to speed on some of this pre-existing lore and kind of where we're headed from here. So the game we are looking to play today is actually a sequel to a game I've already beat for the channel, and that is the famous Nicktoons Unite. And the basic plot to that game is that a bunch of bad guys from all these shows, they are getting together, they're working together to create a supergroup to defeat another supergroup of the protagonists.
Yes.
So this was the original Nicktoons Unite Syndicate. You had Vlad from Danny Phantom, Calamitous, Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah.
That's Plankton.
Yeah, Small. Yeah, Mr. Crocker.
Mr. Crocker.
Yeah. Well, I remember these. Well, I don't remember him.
Do you remember his human form? He had like long. He had a ponytail.
Looks like he's in human form there, or he's a ghost, right? That's the.
He's in ghost form.
Danny's science turns into science. His parents are scientists, right? And he becomes a.
So this was the original Syndicate, and all these games are canonically the same timeline of events. So the game we're about to play is set in this is a sequel to this game. So this game happened, and then the game we're playing happened. So this is the new Syndicate, okay? This is the new 4-member Syndicate. Do you remember that guy?
No, it was green.
He is green. So his name is Nikola Technis.
All right. Okay. Technis.
So
like Tesla.
My impression of this character is I think he was a joke character, like a character bad guy of the week. Every week, Danny fights a different, like, ghost character, and they used him, they sent him away, and then somebody went, oh, we should have made that guy badass. So they brought him back, and made him badass the second time. But yeah, I wanted to do more research into him just to make sure I was remembering the right guy, but I did not.
Okay, so you're unprepared. Well, I'm kind of relying on you to, like the Matrix, like
that. I think that's what they were going for.
The,
anyone in any kind of trench coat, you got to know they're badass, because why would they be dressed like that if they weren't?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that he's definitely awesome. No one's claiming that's not true. Okay, next up. So this is a bit of nepotism. This is Beautiful Gorgeous, or as I call her, Uncanny Botox, and she is the daughter of Professor Calamitous.
Yeah, I remember her.
Yeah.
Was this a movie? Or was
I think it was a movie. In fact, I was shocked to find out that Calamitous wasn't from that movie. I think the plot was Jimmy and, the rest of the gang, they're all really into
Shane Carl. Goddard.
The dog too. Yeah. They're all into like James Bond movies, but they don't call them that.
Yeah.
And so they're obsessed with these James Bond movies, and they're obsessed with the star who's clearly Sean Connery, but they don't call him that.
Yeah, I do remember.
And
all that.
And then it turns out that Sean Connery is actually a secret spy. This is like a woman that he's in love with, and it's constantly like ruining his life or something, because she's a spy and she's the daughter of a supervillain. Next up, I forgot to remember to look up this guy's name.
Oh, no. I don't. What was that show that's like in the
Attack and the Power of Juju?
The Jibber Jabbers.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
I think his name's like Talak.
But that's where he's from. That show, yeah.
Because when I googled this guy's name, like a bunch of like indigenous stuff came up. Like this is an indigenous folklore character, and now he's in Globs of Doom. Okay, and this is our final one, our new SpongeBob bad guy. It is Plankton again.
Yeah.
It's Plankton a second time. Plankton's in both of the Syndicate.
Well, he's probably the best one.
Okay, so here's the question here. This is the real question we need to go over. Okay, so Technus, beautiful, gorgeous, Treylock, and Plankton. All these 4 characters. Do you think this is a threatening force to go up against?
From what you've told me, yes.
You think you're intimidated?
Well, I don't know. What can Technus? Does he shoot electricity or anything like that?
I think he controls technology. So I remember him. He'd always like get toasters and shit.
Okay.
And he'd be like, "Here's my big robot. It's made of toasters," and shit like that. So any technology you go up against this guy with, he might take you down because he's Nikola Technus or whatever his name is.
I mean, I guess it's a step down.
My thing is that it's just like Plankton wasn't even the founder of the Syndicate. Like Calamitous was the founder, and at some point this becomes a cover band. I've been listening to "Where in the World is San Diego."
Yeah,
Carmen San Diego. Where in the World is Carmen San Diego? The band that did that theme song, they're still touring, but it's none of the same people.
Yeah.
It's just one by one they cycled out, and it's like, well, what's the point? Well, I'm just going to see some different guys.
Ship of Theseus. I mean, what I don't get is, why not just make it Vicky? That seems like the obvious choice. If you're going to take,
Well, that's the big thing, is that this is the first game that doesn't have the Fairly Odd Parents.
Oh.
So the politics of why the Fairly Odd Parents aren't in this game is basically, eventually somebody figured out that Nickelodeon does not own the international rights of distribution for the Fairly Odd Parents. Nelvana. I think it's called Nelvana. It's an animation group, and I think they have the international rights to the Fairly Odd Parents. So I think there's some countries where Fairly Odd Parents is like on the Disney Channel. If it's not like a region-locked app game, if it's a video game they're selling internationally, they will not put the Fairly Odd Parents in it. But it's okay, because, Tack and the Power of Juju is an equally strong brand.
The Jibber Jabbers.
For all I know, it is by this point. I don't know what, like iPad kids are into. Like, this could be like a huge.
You think there's been a rebound? Like, iPad kids are just watching cut up episodes of Attack and the Power of Juju.
You have to ask them.
But they can't talk on account of being iPad babies.
Does she have like? Is she like?
She's like
Eastern
black
European or something?
I don't know. I feel like so.
Does she have an accent or?
I can't remember. I know she has like a Black Widow thing going on. So yeah, this has been a great Pinboard segment. We don't remember anything about this shit, but we're gonna rock this, and we're gonna defeat the new Syndicate. Apparently, are you ready, Wyatt? Are you excited?
Yeah.
Are you ready? This is the most epic collaboration. Let's get into it. You see that? Those must be the globs.
The glob, yeah.
This is Nickelodeon SpongeBob SquarePants featuring Nicktoons, Globs of Doom. So you can tell that the Nicktoons brand was doing well. Okay, so this is what we're looking at. I guess in the plot of this one...
Oh, it's got Invader Zim, too.
It does have Invader Zim. Are we teaming up with the Syndicate? Is it...
Yeah, they're fighting the globs.
Is it Heroes plus the Syndicate versus the Globs of Doom? This is the vibe I'm getting from this opening title card. Did I misread this one entirely?
That's really what it looks like.
We'll have to check it out. Oh, it just started on its own. Those will be the... Oh! Those are the globs. Wow.
What's this rated? E?
M for mature, I assume.
Oh, him.
Oh, that's Bubble Bass. Holy shit, that's a deep cut. Alright, I'm gonna skip this. I feel like we're getting spoilers. I didn't think we needed to play the game before we did the Pinboard. Now it's seeming like I was missing some crucial information. Nikola Technus is on our side against these globs of doom.
I wasn't really thinking about having to cooperate with Technus.
Yeah, scratch the mic. Scratch exactly where the mic is. In the deepest reaches of space, a great flash emanates from the stars, scattering dozens of energy units directly towards the Earth. Meanwhile, in Bikini Bottom, SpongeBob and Squidward walk through the city on their way to the Krusty Krab.
What a life!
It would be if I didn't have to go to work.
But just as all seems normal, the globs descend.
Oh. Squidward immediately killed.
SpongeBob runs into Patrick, who is freaking out over the globs falling from the sky. He asks SpongeBob what they are going to do.
Oh.
Oh shit, he's here.
Jimble.
Through the portal!
Wait, what about Squidward?
You can only help by coming with me to Volcano Island. Now!
Oh shit, they're going to Volcano Island. Volcano Island's their base. Oh shit. With all of their worlds being invaded by aliens, the group are forced to use the Magu's evil lair as their home base. Their desperation is obvious, but only becomes more clear from here.
We're all under attack. Jimmy's home in Retroville, mine in Amity Park,
even Poo-Poo Nunu.
Poo-Poo
It's called
Nunu.
Poo-Poo Nunu, yeah.
Technus. Beautiful, gorgeous.
Beautiful, gorgeous! Damn,
Yes, you know.
he's read up on the lore. There's a reason I call her Uncanny Botox.
Syndicate here for a reason.
But they're evil.
How could you be so sure the evil syndicate are evil?
That's good.
Skeptic.
But the surprises aren't over yet. The 8 are soon joined by characters from Invader Zim, with Zim joining the heroes and Dib joining the Syndicate.
You're joining our side?
I am a superior life form from the planet Urk. I'm not evil, just, curious.
You're joining our side?
I fight aliens. If Zim's over there, then I'm over here.
Okay, so we're all working together to stop this stuff. What do you got?
We've been tracking them for a while now. They're called Morphoids.
The group are then joined by another familiar face, the wise old crab, who begins coaching Jimmy on how to get the old Magu technology up and running. Meanwhile, Beautiful Gorgeous flirts with a child.
So, what do you do when you're not being a hero?
On my off time, I practice the ancient art of juju.
But he never said that he wasn't 18, meaning she isn't culpable for her actions. Or at least that's what people in the comments section like to tell me. The Magu's machine starts working, giving SpongeBob a gun, because that's what SpongeBob has always needed. A gun. It turns out that the Magu's machine scans your molecular makeup and creates a device that appeals to your deepest desires. Again, why the Magu never used any of this stuff when he was attempting to take over Volcano Island and drain energy from the multiverse, I couldn't tell ya. Don't you ever order something online, set it in the corner, and then forget that you have it? So to start off, we're off to save Bikini Bottom. But first, we're led through the tutorial section by the wise old crab. Incidentally, I should point out that the old crab is one of the few obvious recasts in this game. In Battle for Volcano Island, the crab was performed by voice acting legend Bill Farmer. But in this game, D. Bradley Baker takes over the role, which is pretty distracting at first because now the crab sounds suspiciously like Old Man Jenkins.
Oh, visitors. I didn't hear the doorbell. You don't know how this thing works, do you?
So how's SpongeBob surviving on dry land?
They established that in the first game.
So I was about to say, like,
oh, there we go.
Sure hope someone got fired.
No, in the first game, Jimmy invents a spray that makes SpongeBob, like, he keeps all his moisture so he doesn't need water. I don't think that's how that works, but...
And I'm supposed to just assume they've reapplied the spray.
Every time he joins one of these games, you just have to assume that off-screen Jimmy's pulling that shit out. He's got that thing loaded. I'm so good at video games. The thing is, the logic of these games is, it's so weird because so much of it was established by the Fairly Oddparents being included.
Because they're magic.
Well, yeah, so in the last 2 games, I think it was implied and then stated that the reason that we survive when we, like, fall off a cliff is that the fairies are like using their magic to like, and there's a little poof effect, but now that's gone.
Yeah, it's like, it's not clear what you're supposed to be doing, just moving through this. Oh my gosh.
Wait, does it cost me money to die? Oh, I was gonna be pissed off.
Oh, it does. It does. Look, it's going down.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Wait, so without the fairies, you have to... It's coming straight out of your wallet, buddy. 200 coins every time you die.
After that, we head through our first Bikini Bottom portal, establishing a new pattern. To start off, we're sent down a purple slide going through a vortex, with franchise iconography all around us as the player rides down the path. This part is very clearly designed for SpongeBob to ride down on his tongue, which is a very thoroughly established mechanic in SpongeBob games. So whenever another character has to do one of these, it just ends up feeling like a joke.
What is this? This river thing you're on? Is this just the?
Well, you don't remember this
portal
episode? I remember this episode because I've watched every SpongeBob episode ever made, like a good Nickelodeon fan.
Is it still on?
It is still on.
Wow, pathetic.
It's supposed to be pretty good now. And there's a spin-off, 2 spin-offs. So one of them is actually good.
After the slide, each world opens with a cutscene setting up the world's final boss. In this case, we see Bubble Bass eating a Krabby Patty, which is hit by a glob just as he finishes it. This mutates Bubble Bass as he grows in size and heads towards the Krusty Krab.
Patrick's Rock.
No camera control. Well, that's what I get for buying the Wii version.
Destroying Patrick's mailbox.
Yeah.
Gets you.
That's a felony. I just committed
federal.
an I crime.
Now, if we stop here and attack Patrick's Rock, it'll open up and we'll be given a special trophy for finding this hidden area. These are sprinkled throughout the game, with 2 to be found in every non-boss level. Once you find every trophy in a world, you unlock a cheat code that you can enter into the main menu. For instance, upon finding all the trophies in Zim's world, the new code allows you to fall off cliffs and die without losing any money. So there's a big incentive to really hunt around these worlds and try to find all these little secrets. Of course, you could just Google them, or pause this video and write down the cheat codes that I found, but I don't know, I didn't end up doing this because it just didn't feel in the spirit of things.
Well, I can unlock cheat codes, but that seems like it defeats the purpose.
Yeah, they give you cheat codes. The game gives you the cheat codes.
Yeah, if you play every level and do everything the right way, you can unlock cheat codes. Like, no, I want cheat codes right now. I want to unlock the boss right now, and I want you to give me the insta-kill button. I want to instantly kill the boss, and that's all I'm going to do on this game. I'm just going to load it in, insta-kill the boss, and then...
What is this orb?
I'm done. What orb?
The purple thing.
I don't know.
Under Patrick's Rock, we can also find Patrick, who, despite being saved in the opening cutscene, has decided to go back home. I guess he couldn't miss that Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy rerun. Well, buddy, that's fine. Just don't call us if you need saved again.
You cannot jump or move quickly.
You know, this goo seems like it's
some kind of slime.
I thought it was established we can't touch this specific goo.
You can walk through it. They remind me of Minions.
Oh yeah, these guys are Minion-like.
You think that's where they came up with the idea from this game?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like Minions are like 2010.
Yeah.
So this Minions actually stole from.
Yeah, Minions are nothing more than more voids or more fours. I couldn't understand what he said.
You interviewed the guy that made that movie, and you said, "Were you influenced by the Morgoids?" What, SpongeBob? What are you doing? Oh, this is the hospital. Look at that.
Among Us. It's another. Remember that?
I do remember Among Us. I think Among Us is very much present tense.
Remember that game from?
I do remember Among Us.
A few years ago.
Yeah.
Amogid. Okay.
I think that Globs of Doom has my absolute favorite battle mechanics out of any game in this series. The controls feel totally fresh, yet also influenced by previous titles in this continuity. Do you remember in the original Nicktoons Unite when I accidentally found that power that Tommy has, where by shooting a big star, we turn the bad guys into toys and then they can be killed with one hit? Well, the special attacks in this game are pretty much just like that. Each Magu weapon does some kind of special stun, which then allows the bad guys to be killed off with one hit if attacked fast enough. This makes combat fast and fun, but only when you have enough energy to keep up the pace. To upgrade your meter, you need coins, and to have coins, you have to get good at the game. And as you cycle through the 10 playable characters, it becomes a fun experience slowly discovering each character's special ability. SpongeBob turns Morphoids into bubbles, Uncanny Botox hypnotizes them with her voice, Dib turns them into balloons, Tack turns them into either sheep or weird monsters, and so on. To stop Bubble Bass, we first have to voyage through Bikini Bottom, making minor stops along the way at places like Mrs. Puff's boating school, which doesn't seem up to code if you ask me.
You see, this game is already doing a much better job of depicting Bikini Bottom than
really looks
than the first game did, because I thought the first game's Bikini Bottom was awful.
There's some depth here, right? This is like downtown.
Yeah.
You don't really see much of this part of town
Exactly.
in the show.
But there's
get on the bus.
Oh, that's a good bit.
The bus
look
drops
at that.
off. Well,
because look, I'm almost dead right here, and I don't know.
Just focus on gathering coins. I think that's more important.
Yeah. Thing is, I don't know what happens when you properly die. Like not I fell off a cliff.
It puts you back to the first cutscene.
The AI is. Have you seen what the AI has been doing with people in the goo that aren't you? They're like skating around and it's so strange.
It's goofy.
What is that?
What's that?
What was that?
Was that beautiful, gorgeous, just
no, what the hell
glitched out? I think it was her megaphone.
Yeah, you're right. I think
you're right.
Yeah. That's so strange. Were you, when you were a kid and you played video games, were you the kind of kid to stop and kill all the bad guys? Because I was not. I mean, this game kind of makes it fun, but there you go.
Just try to go through it as quickly as possible. But I did collect all the coins. That was my thing.
You were a coin chaser. A purse pusher.
I don't know. I was too dumb to play video games, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I would just get something, I would just get lost. Or I would just give up.
I have kind of felt that way. I feel like I've gotten better as a smarter adult at video games.
Yeah, I can now play this child's game.
Yeah.
That was a big coin.
Bitcoin. This entire game is a crypto mining scheme. It's like Ender's Game. We find out this is real. We were just collecting crypto coins for some billionaire.
After a long voyage through the tunnels below Bikini Bottom, we enter the Chum Bucket, as it appeared in Season 2, down to the science calendar on the wall. Here, we free Gary, our first victim held in the Morphoid goo. Freeing Gary opens a portal, allowing us to return to Volcano Island. Back at the base, Plankton is disappointed when the Magu enhancer only gives him a lowly hammer.
The Magu enhancement means that you've got something you always wanted.
But this isn't the Krabby Patty secret recipe!
No! Size!
Yes! Now I can crush my enemies and take over the world! Hey, what gives?
So important Jimmy Neutron is to this brand, this universe, that years after the show was no longer in production, he's still one of the main guys. Because if you think about it, how would you do one of these games without Jimmy? I've thought about this a lot, okay? I've thought about if I had to do it with 4 different characters, who would I do? And it's so hard to come up with a good replacement for Jimmy.
Jimmy, yeah. Because
anytime you got to explain that lore, who are you going to go to? It's not a rhetorical question. Who are you going to go to, Wyatt? So I figure either it's going to be Jimmy Neutron, or you could have like Jenny and her mom.
Jenny?
My Life as a Teenage Robot.
Oh, yeah, I remember that show.
I refuse to dead name her.
Ginger from As Told by Ginger.
Why in God's name?
She's supposed to be smart, right? She's smart, right? Or
yeah, you go to As Told by Ginger and you say, hey, how do we make SpongeBob breathe?
Doug.
You gotta, how do we make SpongeBob breathe above water? Who are we gonna go to about this? I know. I'm gonna go to Doug.
Doug could ask Skeeter or someone. Patty Mayonnaise.
Patty Mayonnaise. Well, I think by this point she was Disney.
Oh, they moved Doug. Yeah, that's right. They moved Doug around or something.
All right, it's time to figure out what my special attack is, and I turn him into an atom. Apparently, is that what that was? Was that the Neutron? Did I?
Maybe Rocco.
I feel like it wants me to jump in here. Is this a secret?
What is that? What would that be? What could that possibly be?
I think this is like a thing from SpongeBob. Is this like a secret level?
Oh, now you're on.
Oh, great.
Are they going to rock bottom here? On the bus. Look how huge this bus is. Wow.
This is a well-sized bus. Yeah. Bikini Bottom, if it has anything, it has public transport. I was thinking about it the other day, and I legitimately think, do you know what these old kids games are? They're walkable city simulators. Because every time it's just a completely walkable, like...
Yeah, SpongeBob's house is less than a 1 minute walk from a major hospital. And then
in like most games, it's like a 2-minute walk from the Krusty Krab, and then of course the Chum Bucket is always right across the street.
Yeah, I mean, SpongeBob walks to work, or he runs.
Exactly.
To work.
So you want to simulate that feeling of being like, oh yeah, walkable community. They did a great job here. This is such an underrated game.
I mean, he could afford a house. He's a fry cook. Seems a pretty functional society, right?
Yeah.
He's like a 10-year-old boy who lives in his own house.
Yeah. And he's also like 45 at the same time. Oh shit. Yeah, look at this. It's so fun. Bikini Bottom is great. Like you could build a really good like Bikini Bottom. Oh, this is smart.
You have to cross. You're going to try to hit the... Does that work?
That's exactly how that works. Oh, look at this guy. Uh-oh. I think we're in a time.
They're mad.
Because I think...
Oh,
yeah, look at that. Yeah.
There's just no way to see that coming, though.
That's exactly how it works in real life, too. Yeah. But you see this guy? He's all ready to go. He doesn't blink at all.
Oh.
That's what commuters are like. There's another plankton over here. Oh. They must be showing Madam Web. I'll clip that, and I'll just edit it to sound like I thought of that right away.
Madam Web.
Einstein would be proud.
Einstein. Oppenheimer would be proud.
Jimmy's favorite scientist is Oppenheimer. Well, what do you think, Jimmy? Do you think
Jimmy's going for body count? That's what.
Yeah, he's like, that's what I like about it. That's what science is. We're pushing the boundaries. I hope I can have a bigger number. I think he didn't go far enough.
We get to the end of the theater, and what do you know? Patrick needs rescuing again. In this game, we save Patrick twice, and Squidward 0 times. Finally, we're able to go through our third Bikini Bottom portal, which takes us to the Krusty Krab, currently being attacked by a Morphoid-possessed Bubble Bass. I want to quickly point out that Bubble Bass being in this game is pretty cool, because this was back when he was an obscure side character from Season 1, and not someone they used in every other episode of the show and 2 other spin-offs. In the Krusty Krab, we cook Krabby Patties and throw them into Bubble Bass's mouth. This overpowers the Morphoid control, as Bubble Bass vomits the goo all over SpongeBob. However, SpongeBob is unaffected, with Jimmy theorizing that his sponge-like anatomy makes him impervious to Morphoid mutation. Back at Volcano Island, the group detect a massive force headed for the Earth. A booming voice begins transmitting evil messages through SpongeBob's body, before the square creature regains control. The old hermit crab tells the group that he has something to show them, as he opens a hidden panel in the Magoo lair. This reveals a massive robot, the Vessel of Portentia. The crab thinks that the heroes can use this to defeat the oncoming threat if they find all of the Operation board pieces missing from its circuitry. Now, I have no idea where this thing came from. Given that this was the Magoo's alleged lair, but that countless people are now recklessly appropriating his technology, I can't tell you if this is something he built in his free time, or if the crab people are just using this place as a storage locker. The thing I can't figure out is why the Magoo, a gigantic magical monster made out of goo, would need a robot piloted by Micronians which can be used to beat up giant monsters. What would make more sense is if this was something that the crab people were building in anticipation of the Magoo being freed, or better yet, if this was the very robot built in ancient times to defeat the Magoo and trap him in the volcano centuries ago. And perhaps they store it here now that the Magoo is gone, or perhaps, just perhaps, after being freed, the first thing the Magoo did was find this robot, take it apart, and scatter its internal circuitry across the many worlds. But as I said before, I cannot overstate that I do not understand why the Magoo, a giant magical creature, would build any single part of this normal person-sized complex. I'm not complaining, by the way. Solving continuity screw-ups gives me dopamine release. My best guess is that as the Magoo did have the ability to control the minds of others with his ooze, this entire complex was probably built to be used by his slaves, with the wide open center being where he would watch over everything as it happened.
This character design of Nicola back here, it seems like something from DeviantArt, doesn't it? Like this looks like the 16th member of Organization 13 or something. Like it doesn't look like a legitimate like Nicktoons character at all.
So we next head off to the iconic city of Zim's Town, where we find one of the missing operation pieces, a taco-shaped device. Naturally, Gurr wants this for himself, and as he is possessed by the Morphoids, he runs off with it. We have to traverse the city, starting off with Zim's school, where we save Miss Bitters. This is the first stage so far where we've been able to play as Nicola Technis, and something funny happened as we went through this level. At the start, I still thought it was absolutely stupid that Technis was allowed to be in the Syndicate or in this game at all. But by the end, I think he became my favorite character, and I can pinpoint the exact moment this change took place. Yeah, something about every little detail of how this guy moves just cracks me up. The way he jumps up like a little kid who wants uppies, it's genius. It's truly, truly cinematic perfection.
This is my OC. This is the 16th member of Organization 13. He's my original character. His name is Zob.
Zob,
That's spelled Xobb. His original name is unknown, and his superpowers are root beer and Mentos. He can that foamy stuff that happens with root beer and Mentos. That's his special power. That's his weapon. Is he can make that come just out of his arms.
Oh.
So he's my OC. Yeah. This is completely real. I'm not making this up on the spot. This is an actual OC I had when I was like 12.
Well, You should, write to Mr. Nickelodeon and see it.
I'd say, hello,
Yeah.
Mr. Nickelodeon. In your next Kingdom Hearts game, please use my original character, Zob.
I'll be candid here, my memories of Invader Zim are just about as thin as my hairline. By the time I was watching cartoons outside of Nick Jr., I think Zim had been cancelled, so I mainly remember seeing it very rarely in reruns. I rewatched a few random episodes when the sequel film came out, and I consider it to be one of the best aged shows ever made. You could put this out on Adult Swim tomorrow, and people would still call it ahead of its time. But I haven't recently rewatched the entire show, meaning the whimsy of exploring these areas is certainly kinda lost on me. So I'll admit the commentary I have here is pretty limited.
Dude, it's so stressful, like, trying to be funny with another person. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm so bad at it. And then you can't show weakness, because as soon as you show weakness, that's what we're making fun of now. You show
I don't
weakness.
follow.
So if you're like, oh man, I feel like I'm not being funny, then they're making fun of you.
I just shit my pants. What are we supposed to do? We need to stop so I can clean the shit out of my pants. I don't know what to do here.
Jake, I don't fully understand why you said that.
I was showing weakness there. So I guess alright.
After traveling through some underground tunnels, we end up downtown, outside of the morbidly obese Baby Dolls factory. Here, we head off to rescue one last human before ending the level.
How about Mandark?
Mandark?
From
the Cartoon Network show? Isn't that
He's from Dexter's Lab.
I know shows. He does sound like Mandark.
No.
No,
he doesn't. Does he?
Oh, yeah, I thought that's what you were saying.
Oh, no.
What are you saying?
I was just thinking of another
science
cartoon character. What about Dr. Frank?
The therapist?
No, he's the scientist.
Oh, I thought he was the squiggly therapist.
Oh, that's Dr. Marvin something. Monroe. They kill him off.
Do they?
Pretty early.
Is he too squiggly? I think we're talking about different shows.
I'm talking about The Simpsons.
Oh, I'm talking about the Dr. Katz.
Oh, yeah.
The squiggly therapist.
That's a good show.
This is what I'm talking about. Walkable city generator. Even when the entire city is covered in ooze, you still got
buses,
some level of public transportation.
Well, yeah, 3 or 4 buses deep for some reason. They're just
if you were in that bus, you're making it to at least here, and that's pretty good for when the city's covered in ooze or goo or globs or whatever it is. Technus is such a character.
Yeah. I'm enjoying Technus.
I actually quite like Technus. Technus is growing on me. That's the dad. That's the dad of the guy who's helping us. I don't think he knows that Zim is an alien. Zim's walking around in the nude, basically. Because doesn't he have a disguise?
She got me. Wow. I'm just getting blown the fuck out of here. This game is too hard for me.
And... we got it. Yeah, that's crazy.
After we save Dib's dad, we head back to the Magu lair. Now, one thing I find annoying about this place is that it's so easy to accidentally wander back into the tutorial area. And once you do this, there's no way to leave without just redoing the entire stage.
It's all worth it just to see tag.
Can't wait to hear when it attacks famous lines. I'm studying Juju.
They got the Juju.
Watch out for the big
Now that's
snake.
what I call Juju. Is that what he said earlier? Or something?
This is some powerful juju. Whoa!
Magu Juju.
It was written like the person that made this game also doesn't really know what his deal is.
It was like Beautiful Gorgeous was hitting on this prepubescent boy like this.
Yeah, this like 8-year-old. So what do you do, Buster? She's like 35, just hitting on an 8-year-old.
That's her thing, dude.
Completely normal.
Gillian style. Well, no.
But replaying this level made me think about the intense amount of goo lore in this continuity. Think about it. Setting aside the first title, every game in the Nicktoons Unite continuity introduces some new type of goo or ooze or globs. First, in Battle for Volcano Island, you've got the Magu and his personal ooze. He uses his evil ooze to infect the island and take over the minds of its people. Then, in Attack of the Toybots, we're introduced to a kind of good guy goo, as picking up canisters of goo hidden throughout the game gives us a temporary goo gun. Now, in Globs, we've got a new kind of ooze infecting all the worlds and creating these goo monsters. That's 3 kinds of goo in 4 games released across 4 years from a company already pretty famous for pouring goo on people. The reason I found myself thinking about this is that in the tutorial section of the Magu lair, there's this purple goo that we see everywhere that has to be the Magu ooze that we encountered in Volcano Island. And look over here, some normal-sized people mining tools. Looks like someone was
mining the ooze, all right.
But hold on a second. Before, we all agreed that the Magu ooze is bad, right? That it was this toxic chemical that brainwashes and mutates the people that are exposed to it. But now we have to stop the morphoid goo, which is a toxic chemical that brainwashes and mutates people. And I guess since now the Magu is either dead, trapped outside of the reaches of time and space, or a contestant on a game show, it's suddenly fine to constantly be around his goo, because it's better we focus on stopping this ooze, you know what I mean? It just seems like a red flag to me that the more we use this Magu technology and the more we're around the Magu ooze, the less everyone seems disturbed by the fact that we're doing this. Like, by the end, we're just praising how cool the Magu's lair and technology is. Like, hey, this stuff is sick, and that can't be a good thing. That's all I'm saying.
Do you think you were a Nickelodeon kid, or do you think...
Yeah, I definitely watched it more than Cartoon Network, yeah. I never watched the Disney Channel, really.
Really?
Yeah. This is girl stuff, dude.
Girl stuff?
Was that like the vibe, or
I don't know.
I just don't remember any Disney cartoons.
The Disney cartoons. Well, Phineas and Ferb, of course, was.
But
that was very late. That was like when we were... I think the first season of Phineas and Ferb was when we were in middle school. And I remember because everyone acted like they didn't watch kids shows anymore. They were like, I'm grown up. I'm 14. I'm an adult. And so, but then like everyone I know remembers Phineas and Ferb. And so it's just nice to know that we were all just collectively lying.
I wasn't. I was watching just hardcore porn, you know.
We soon enter our second level based on the world of Invader Zim. This area is pretty fun and well designed, but there was one brief moment of platforming that I found seriously unfair and aggravating.
Damn it.
Oh.
This is a hard jump, okay?
I'm sure I wouldn't be doing any better with this jump here.
Look at this. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Close.
Because I have to, look at this. I have to move it to the left, and then as the camera moves, I have to transition to moving forward. So I have to change the angle I'm pushing the joystick because the camera is moving, even though tack is supposed to be going in the same direction. So I have to pivot.
I see.
So I have to push to the right, double jump, camera moves, push forward. It's ridiculous. Oh my god.
This is the kind of thing that as a kid, you know, I would just
rock, you know. Don't even think about it.
The opposite. I would actually get upset.
Yeah, like,
and turn the game off or just never play it again.
Yeah.
Well,
I did it, and then
the sinking barrel.
I'm gonna find out there's a bridge on the other side or something.
Oh.
Nope. SpongeBob, protect me.
Oh.
Oh well, SpongeBob may or may not be dead. Well, you know, maybe it would help, Tack, if you actually grabbed the lever instead of just putting your hand next to it.
All right.
We should never let him into the club, honestly. I mean,
it would have been better with Doug, I think.
Hey, yeah. I'd much rather have Doug on the team than
Ren or Stimpy. I don't know. Was that a Nickelodeon card?
That was.
Yeah.
You are correct. Your memories does not deceive you. Oh, God.
I mean, you know, Ginger.
As
she
saved
talks
by
about
Ginger.
As told
by Ginger.
That was about real tween issues.
Yeah,
I think is what that show was about. But
she wouldn't be much enamored with this glob stuff.
No.
After getting to the end of the level, we save Dib's sister before returning to the Magoo lair to take on the final boss of this world, the possessed Gur. In his controlled state, Gur has taken control of Zim's house and is using its systems to try and eliminate Gorgeous and Technus.
I've been thinking about taking up walking again. I miss walking every day.
Nice, yeah.
I just love that feeling of like you just walk around, you get lost, you go, where the hell am I? Never been here before. There's the taco. Oh, is this it? This is the dog, whatever his name is. What's the
Snoopy?
Well, this is the little robot from Zim. What's that? What's his name?
Is that Gur?
Gur, it's Gur. Yeah, this is Gur. Yeah, Gur's really branched out. He's our boss. He's the boss battle. But anyways, what I was saying is, I really want to take up walking again because I feel like it'll be good for me. And I just
nice.
I love the
to
idea
walk.
for like 3 months in a row, just kind of doing nothing but like walking around and just kind of having that be my thing. I think that'd be good for me. Make me figure some stuff out.
Have at it. Walking is good for that. No, didn't you just do this? What's going on here?
I think it kicks us to the lawn, then we have to come back inside and wait for my Wii to freeze up.
Very nice. You think that's the disc or the? Wow, bummer, dude.
That is a bummer. I mean.
So we restart the level, and after a few boss cycles, we're able to free Gur from the Morphoid control, causing him to excise the alien goo, which once again lands on SpongeBob. Back at the Magoo lair, SpongeBob again is possessed by the being controlling the Morphoids. Patrick snaps him out of the trance again, but if this continues, there's this feeling that SpongeBob might be contaminated by the evil of these aliens. The group next head to Amity Park, still under fire from the Morphoid invasion. One glob rains down and takes control of a
ghost dog,
who quickly runs into a specific yard and digs up a cylindrical device.
My juju powers are telling me something. That you're not wearing a shirt? That thing in the dog's mouth is the missing piece we need.
Zim volunteers to chase after the alien-possessed ghost dog, while Uncanny Botox develops a crush on him.
Aw, you're so brave and cute for such a green guy.
Careful, lady. Zim is canonically 11 Erkin years old. You're way too young for him. So Zim ends up heading out with Danny, with the pair traveling through the city. This is the best interpretation of Amity Park in this series so far. It is streets ahead of the Toybots version, and Unite is so dinky and uncinematic when compared to Globs that the comparison feels unfair. As we travel through the town, we follow a river of ooze spilling through the concrete, eventually leading us to Voyage Through a Home subsection by the disaster. I like to think this framed photo of a wolf is like one of the game developers' forum icon or something. We eventually make it to Danny's school, where we defeat a morphoid monster and rescue Danny's bully, Dash Baxter, although he's borderline unrecognizable in his football gear. Oh hey, Tucker. Bye, Tucker.
Wait, what did I do to deserve this?
After this, we load into our second Amity Park portal, playing as Dib and that one bad guy with no name. Here, we explore the rooftops of the downtown district of Amity Park. So, I remember Amity Park having a skyline with a bunch of big buildings. I don't remember them ever going to that part of town. Keep in mind, I haven't properly watched this show in the better part of 2 decades, but yeah, these are city rooftops. Oh look, a billboard for the mayor. This is almost recognizable as Danny Phantom World. This section is pretty fun and creative, with moments like us climbing down a crane to jump from one building to another, and then there's this one bit where we're gliding up a building on window washer scaffolding and we get to look into all these different apartments and rooms and stuff. But creative and fun doesn't always mean memorable. But you know what, it's fine for what it is. Eventually, we find an industrial complex that the Morphoids have taken control of. And once we find and free Danny's sister, it's time to confront the
Ghost Dog!
After we go through the final portal with Tack and Uncanny Botox, we find the
Ghost Dog!
Set loose in a generic Amity Park science testing room. By tricking the dog into knocking down these pillars, we can press 4 buttons to activate lasers around the room, which hurt the
Ghost Dog!
When he runs into them.
Oh man, these are my favorite shoes.
Ladies love their shoes.
Women
right?
be shopping.
Yeah.
Once we do this enough, the hound's health drains and diminishes until he runs into a wall, freeing him from the Morphoid control.
I'm no shaman, but I can guess what's gonna happen next.
Somewhere in the world, a true crime TikToker is making a video about this cutscene. Once again, the leader of the Morphoids speaks through SpongeBob. While Patrick is able to snap him back to reality, this time we learn the name of the intelligence.
Sounds like the sponge has a story to tell, and I guess we can't stop him.
I sought evil, and his name is Globulus Maximus, older than time itself. A giant ball of goo. It absorbs everything in its path and it's headed our way. It is doom, but I sense too that it is gloom. It is evil. It is doomy and gloomy and evil.
That's not good.
Patrick begins speculating that Globulus must be planning to destroy the Earth, insisting that defeating him is extremely important. When Dib inquires why Patrick hasn't joined the battle, Patrick reveals that when he was scanned by the Magu computer, it gave him a chocolate bar. This is a great time to stop and talk about glitches. While playing this game, I encountered a good amount of oddities that clearly weren't intended. Characters got soft-locked into very odd positions, certain places easily reached with glitchy platforming have odd collision, and sometimes if you backtrack, you'll find entire areas have deloaded behind you. Alright, so technically all those clips were from the same level, but still, the game's just jank enough for it to be funny or annoying, depending on if you're trying to beat the game or if you're just backtracking. But one of the least intrusive glitches happened to me in the main hub world. Maybe you can figure it out just by watching yourself. So if you haven't deduced it yet, it's the crab. The old hermit crab is designed to move around the room as you play more of the game, often seeming to teleport in real time. However, sometimes if you play a certain level, the old hermit crab will not despawn in his original location. So it's pretty common to see 2 and even 3 versions of the old hermit crab hanging around various parts of the Magu's evil lair. Maybe this is time travel, or cloning, or the branches of the multiverse collapsing in on themselves. Or maybe the old crab's wacky cousins are stopping by for a visit. All I know is that you can fix it by reloading your save file. The glitch doesn't stop you from beating the game or anything, but it's one of those minor mistakes that breaks the immersion that is so important to a good hub world. So next, the group head to Retroville, where they encounter Jimmy's girl-eating plant, last seen in the original Jimmy Neutron feature. The plant has been mutated and expanded by the Morphoid goo, with Sydney taken hostage. The plant swallows a piece of the Vessel of Portentia, then vanishes off screen somehow. So from here, Dib and Jimmy have to hunt for the plant.
Retroville is in bad shape!
Yeah, Jimmy, but that's not your fault. That's just the recession for you. So we start by traveling through Retroland, easily one of the most inspired sections of the game, with us climbing a Ferris wheel and walking through a broken coaster track. And I personally cannot wait to see the Bright Sun Films documentary about this place. Another glitch around here is that there's this little hidden petting zoo with sheep, and there's actually a trophy in this area once you find it. But I didn't know this despite finding this place several times, because apparently on my save file, the trophy was invisible? Eventually, we get to the end and save Carl Wheezer.
Thank you very much. You are so brave.
We next travel through the main town with Danny and Plankton, and after all this time pining for a full console Retroville level in one of these games, I'll admit I was disappointed. Yes, Retroland is fun, but as for the rest, I forgot how boring this town seems to be. When you look at places like Bikini Bottom, Amity Park, and even Zimstown, they seem fun to explore because they have all these odd pieces of unique architecture. There's clearly no such thing as zoning laws in these universes. The streets are vibrant and borderline dangerous, and that feels fun. Meanwhile, Retroville is meant to be this hyper-polished suburban utopia. Everything is designed to look 40 years old despite being brand new, and every fence line and hedge comes right out of a ring-bound binder. It is a dull place to visit, no matter how many orange Volkswagens you hide in the platforming sections. I mean, this place is so boring that even the slide that we take in between universes to get to Retroville looks like it was designed by an HOA. It is a dull looking place because everything is hedges and fence lines and all this other boring crap. So somewhere in the midst of this hyper-gentrified nightmare, we save Sheen.
That was awesome! Those aliens were gonna suck my brain like in Ultralord episode 35!
We soon have to make it to Jimmy's house, where we enter his secret underground lab. This is where things start picking up again, with Jimmy's lab being a vibrant and familiar place. We shoot one of Jimmy's rockets to Candy's bar, where we defeat another giant Morphoid monster, and then reluctantly free Cindy.
I guess I'm supposed to thank you now?
After this, SpongeBob and Technus finally make it to the Retroville Mall, which has been taken over by the girl-eating plant. This is easily the most inspired boss in the game, and perhaps my favorite level. We're first shown several clear paths we could use to reach the monster, which are quickly covered up by the plant's many limbs. So before we can use these, we have to weaken the boss. The way we do this is by turning on this air conditioner to move us to the second level as we run into a dress shop, and then...
Does this dress make me look fat?
Once we're inside the plant, we attack this central pit until it spits us back out. From here, we repeat the process in another dress shop.
Oh, this is humiliating.
The implication here that every business in this mall is a dress shop is very funny to me, because that is what every mall in the 21st century is actually like. The plan is defeated, we collect the third piece of the Vessel of Portentia, and SpongeBob has another vision, announcing with visual aid that Globulus Maximus is nearing Earth's orbit.
SpongeBob's right. Here comes the jelly and we're the toast.
Not quite. By my calculations, we have just enough time to get to Poo Poo Nunu and find the last piece.
Money, 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 money. Ah, da, 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 da. What's your best Nicktoon impersonation, Wyatt?
Oh. Probably Doug.
Give me your Doug.
Jeez. I don't remember what Doug sounds like. Patty. Does he sound normal?
And I don't think so. I think he does have like a little. Oh, Patty! Patty Mayonnaise! We got a problem, Patty Mayonnaise!
I don't know,
Patty Mayonnaise, we got a problem!
Does he even like hang out with Patty Mayonnaise?
I don't know.
I don't
know. He's kind of a bit of an incel, isn't he? A bit of a shut-in.
Well,
Patty, my dog is a superhero.
Doug, original incel, and he's dangerous.
What? You live here? That beats living in a bucket.
So Tak says that we have to find Jabulba, his wise mentor who might know where the final piece of Portentia is hidden. After traveling through several areas, Plankton and Tak are able to free Jabulba and get the information they need.
Thank you. The object you seek is hidden in an ancient temple.
From here, SpongeBob and Zim explore some ancient ruins. Poopa Nunu is great. Again, I haven't watched the show, but if the games are half as charming as these 3 levels, I get why people remember them. Having just this little Indiana Jones side section to wrap up the main platforming is such a little treat. And I really didn't expect that, because going into this, I thought ending on Tak and the Power of Juju was a stupid idea. I will say at one point, I got bored trying to solve a very easy puzzle, so I did this instead. Pretty fun! There's also a weird part in this section where this happens.
SpongeBob, help!
And yeah, you'd think that was part of the gameplay and we'd have to avoid that ball or save Patrick a third time, but nope. The game devs just thought that cutscene was funny. There are also parts of this section where you can find these little buttons that shoot up spikes, and this was my favorite way to kill enemies in this entire game. I would linger around and force enemies to stand on this path just because I found it so fun to press the button and kill people this way. As you can tell, I did end up having a lot of fun in this section, but I do have one piece of constructive criticism. Because I was really hoping that we would get to meet
the Jibba Jabbas, riding high and riding tough.
Once we clear the temple and lower the pole, we gain access to the final piece of Portentia, which naturally coats SpongeBob in more goo. It's here that we are introduced to the biggest twist in the game, which turns this title from a good story to a great one. This entire time, we've been anticipating that the mental link that Globulus has to SpongeBob will begin to influence our hero, slowly turning him evil. But instead, we learn here that the opposite has happened. Globulus's mind has in fact been tainted by his connection to SpongeBob.
Square yellow creature of happiness. You are unlike anyone I have met before.
How true.
I like you. You are good. You are happy. You are wholesome. Like homemade bread.
Globulus announces that he no longer wants to destroy the Earth. He wants to be SpongeBob. But SpongeBob says there's enough of him in the world and they rush off in the robot to kick his ass anyways. If you're playing the game single player, from here you cycle around Globulus, destroying his minions with bolts firing out of the robot's hands. But if you play this level with 2 players, player 2 controls the targeting system, using motion controls pointed at the screen, while player 1 focuses on flying around and doing hand-to-hand combat. In either playstyle, the name of the game is to eliminate Globulus's protective rings, and to then attack him until he loses his helmet and his health. With Globulus defeated and powerless, things suddenly take a turn.
Hey, Sparky. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Depends. If you're thinking evil thoughts.
That we can capture Globulus Maximus?
And use him for our own future evil plans?
Now that's awfully tempting.
So the Syndicate turn on the other 5, throwing them into the vacuum of space with no protection. The first time I saw this clip, I thought I had somehow unlocked the bad ending, because I forgot that under Jimmy Neutron logic, everyone can breathe in space. So the heroes and Globulus get to talking while they wait for the villains to return. Globulus says he doesn't want to be used for evil and recounts his origin story.
I was created along with the beginning of the universe.
You mean during the Big Bang?
No, during the big sneeze.
We then see a massive cosmic head letting out a sneeze, bringing Globulus into existence and beginning time itself. Globulus has only been invading the many worlds out of insecurity for being born as a lump of cosmic snot. SpongeBob says that he should be proud of who he is and embrace his gooiness. Globulus says that he wants to change, but he's out of time and energy. So the group throw Krabby Patties into his mouth, giving him just enough energy to keep going. He then makes his final transformation, turning into a massive duplicate of SpongeBob. Now here's where the game really changes depending on how you experience it. If you're playing the game by yourself, the Vessel of Portentia is the final boss, as you beat it recklessly to a pulp while playing as Globulus. But if you play the game multiplayer, it's technically not a boss level. Here, player 1 is Globulus, and player 2 is the Vessel of Portentia. It's then a direct battle over who can win in hand-to-hand combat. Each character also has their own special ability. Globulus can summon his energy pods to collide with the Vessel, while the Vessel can summon Earth satellites to rain down on Globby. But the most important thing is that from here, there is indeed a good and bad ending. If the Vessel of Portentia wins, we see Globulus being held against his will in an electrified container, looking down helplessly on the Syndicate, planning how to use him for evil. It's a very short scene with no dialogue, and then the credits play directly after this. But the good ending has a much happier tone. As Globulus defeats the Vessel and it shatters into pieces, the Syndicate are left stranded in space.
I know what happens now.
Yeah, this is where all you evildoers retreat with your tails between your legs.
Deb, what the fuck are you talking about? I just saw the bad ending. You clearly stick with the Syndicate in the timeline where their plan works out. Fuck you, dude. You don't get to knowingly join the Syndicate under the motivation of hating aliens, choose to stay in the Syndicate in the timeline where they let you torture a benevolent alien for evil, and then the moment the evil Syndicate gets caught or disadvantaged in any way, you go, ooh, you guys are in trouble. This is an anti-Dib household. Fake ass motherfucker. As the Syndicate remains stranded in the vacuum of space, the heroes and Zim are rushed back to Volcano Island, where the former menace announces that he is taking up a new name.
My friends, you have taught me to be proud of who I am, and that is Spongebob.
Spongebob?
I will right the wrongs of my past and make amends throughout the universe. Goodbye.
There's some kind of accidental subtext here about identity and body dysmorphia and changing your name or something like that. I don't know. These days, if I do a bunch of analysis, people say I go on too many tangents, and when I do less analysis and focus on witty jokes, people say I only do plot recaps with no substance. I don't know how to make people happy anymore. SpongeBob begins to thank the old hermit crab for his help before he sneezes up goo onto everyone else. Patrick wonders if this is what it was like when time began, at the very beginning. But the old crab says,
No, Patrick. Feels more like the end.
I feel like we should go to dinner.
Oh, yeah.
You want to get some Waffle Hut?
Yeah, sounds good.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Okay, so we have now finished the 4 main console releases in the Nicktoons Unite series. So before we go a single step further, I just want to stop real quick and send out a big thanks to everyone who has made this video possible so far, but especially our 4 main collaborators, Keyan Carlile, Billiam, Oddheader, and Wyatt. Now, I want to build up an atmosphere of supporting my peers, so the people who put in all this time and energy to help me make this stuff feel like it was worth it at the end of the day. And so on my second channel, I have made a playlist of a bunch of my favorite videos from all of the collaborators in this video. And you'll be able to find said playlist on my second channel, in the pinned comment down below, in the description down below, and in the end slate of this very video. Now, I am not just telling you to blindly go and subscribe to everybody who was in this video, except for the fact that that's absolutely what I'm doing. Go do that right now. But more generally, if you're like me and you struggle to find new YouTube content organically to watch and enjoy for the first time, this playlist is going to be a great chance for you to discover some really cool new people. However, this is not the end to our discussions about these series, because it is now time to tackle a complicated nuance as we move past what I call the vanilla timeline. Because what are we supposed to do when one game is actually 3 games? So since the earliest days of gaming, it has been a common practice for multiple developers to produce different games for different hardware and to then release those under one title. This is different from a simple remake or port, like when arcade games were first moved to home console. This is when 2 versions of a game are created at the same time with minimal communication between the 2 teams. One classic example I always like to bring up is E.T. by Atari. You likely know the story of the home console release of the game and its great infamy, but what you might not know is that E.T. came out just when home computers were becoming popular and affordable.
Atari may make the typewriter obsolete.
What's a typewriter?
So one team developed the infamous E.T. for the Atari 2600, and the other team created E.T. for Atari personal computers. These have almost nothing to do with each other, but all promotions treated them as the same game on 2 different platforms. This became common again with the boom of handheld releases, and especially by the time of the Game Boy Advance and the Nintendo DS. And this means that there are not just 1, not just 2, but 3 versions of Nicktoons Unite released in 2005 and 2006. And each version has completely different gameplay mechanics. Nicktoons Unite for consoles is a 3D platformer with 4 characters on screen at once, with 4-player support and the necessity to make sure even non-playable characters stay alive. While Nicktoons Unite for Game Boy Advance is a 2D platformer with 2 characters on screen at once, with puzzles having to be solved by swapping characters with a device called a control pad. And Nicktoons Unite for the Nintendo DS is a 3D platformer with only 1 character on screen at a time, who can be swapped out with the touch of the bottom screen. Now from here on out, things get a little bit confusing. Because in all of the previous Pinboard segments we've gone through so far, we have been operating under the misconception that there can only be one proper Nicktoons Unite timeline. When in actuality, I don't just believe in the Nicktoons multiverse. I believe in the Nicktoons multiverse. I believe in a branching series of paths of different collected universes which form parallel cross-universe events in several different realities. Look, let me try and explain this. Okay, so does this make sense to everybody? So this is my basic thesis for how I think the Nicktoons multiverse works. Now, a lot of people operate under the incorrect assumption that throughout the Nicktoons multiverse, there is one universe for every single show. So there's one SpongeBob universe, one Danny Phantom universe, one Fairly OddParents universe, and so on. But in actuality, I think that there are these branches, right? These splintering branches, and in each and every single one of these branches, there are multi-universe crossover events which are exclusive to each branch, but often these different crossover events just end up appearing very similar from an outside point of view. And I've decided that the heart and core of the branching, splintering Nicktoons multiverse is the Scottish cat from Cat Scratch that has it bad for his 9-year-old human neighbor. Man, that show was weird. So if you don't know exactly what you're looking at here, this first branch, this is the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour 2 and 3. I strongly stand by the fact that I do not believe that any of the Nicktoons Unite crossovers are compatible with the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour 2 and 3. So that's where that is. And then this second branch, that is the Nicktoons Unite console series. This third branch, that is Nicktoons Unite Game Boy Advance. And this final branch, that is Nicktoons Unite for the Nintendo DS. Now, I know that a lot of you might look at this and think, Quinton, I think you're taking this a little more seriously than the creators ever intended. Yep. That's the joke. That's the whole channel. You figured it out. Congratulations. Also, I forgot to say this when I was actually recording the segment, but I do believe that there are more branches to the multiverse than just, these 4, obviously. So if I had more room down here, there'd be a 5th branch for Nicktoon Flash Frame Frenzy, and then I'd have another branch for Nicktoons Android Invasion, except for the fact that I think that's all just one universe. But in my opinion, this is a very good way to reconcile some of the massive discrepancies between all of these crossovers. So let's go ahead and quickly go through all of these handheld titles and talk about the eccentricities. Starting off with Nicktoons Unite for the Game Boy Advance. So Game Boy Jimmy Neutron has invented the Neutronic Reality Projector, or NRP, I keep wanting to say NPR, which allows him to open portals to other dimensions. Little does he know that Game Boy Calamitous has been spying on him, stealing his technology to recruit the worst supervillains in the multiverse. The Syndicate of Evil begins building a doomsday machine that will allow them to take over the multiverse, with particular energy being stolen from each world. Sound familiar? So Jimmy recruits the other heroes to fight the Syndicate of Evil from universe to universe. In each reality, they have to destroy ghost portals to stop all the ghosts from coming through, and collect nanochips to activate the end of the level. Each level is a different, samey feeling platforming section, which just has different backgrounds and details to make them all feel different. Each character also has different powers. Danny can go through walls, Jimmy has a jetpack, Tommy has Fairly balloons, and SpongeBob can do this. Yeah, that's SpongeBob's power. He can crouch. It is very annoying in this game that Danny can walk through walls, disappear, but not fly. But it's one of those things where the team wouldn't need anybody else if they didn't, completely nerf Danny. So the reason that I have brought up this whole branching multiverse thing is not just because the events of this game are different from the events of the console version. It's also because this game gets details about these characters so incredibly wrong that the only possible explanation is that the versions of the characters in this game are from entirely different universes than the versions of the characters that we see on TV. And the biggest example of this can be found when we reach the very first boss level. Little do the heroes know, Vlad has transported his castle to Amity. Okay, so, you know, I'm not a scholar of Danny Phantom, but I think that Vlad's castle is always in Amity Park. I don't think it's ever in the Ghost Zone, you know, permanently. I think that doesn't really make sense.
Who challenges the Syndicate of Evil?
That guy doesn't look too happy. What do you mean, that guy? So am I just supposed to assume here that for this version of Danny, this is the first time he's ever met Vlad? So I have 3 different theories about this. The first one's just a real world theory. I'm guessing that this was supposed to be like a Jimmy line or a Tommy line, and they just flubbed it up and accidentally gave that line to Danny. Here's my second theory. What if in this universe, after his accident, Vlad became so reclusive that he decided to just live in the Ghost Zone full time, to move his castle to the Ghost Zone? And that's why Danny doesn't know him, because Vlad hasn't been present in his life, because he hasn't kept up any kind of semblance of a human side of his existence. Theory number 3, adding on to theory number 2, what if the reason that Vlad lives in the Ghost Zone full time is that instead of the accident turning him into a ghost-human hybrid, it just turned him into a ghost? Because he's fucking dead? Anyway, so we go out and we kick Vlad's ass. That's the short of it.
Curse you, Danny Phantom. I will return to defeat you.
What a loser. Who was that? Who was that guy? Does anybody know who that was? I was thinking about Vlad the other day because I was looking at clips of Danny Phantom for this video. And I remembered whenever Danny goes ghost, all his clothes, in human form, they don't transition to ghost form because his ghost form looks like how he was dressed in his near-death experience. So it looks like his jumpsuit, but inverted. And when they go back in time and they make him wear the sticker on his chest, that changes his look because then, they change the accident, so the logo changes. Remember that? Why does Vlad look like a vampire? The only possible explanation is that after getting hit in the face with ectoplasm, he went home sick and the first thing he did was dress up like a vampire. And right now I'm thinking about it. What if those were like his pajamas? What if he was such a weirdo that he would dress like a vampire to go to bed? And it just happens to be good luck that, when he turned into a ghost human hybrid at that exact moment, he was dressed really cool. Just random shit I think about instead of working on self-improvement. In SpongeBob's universe, Plankton has recruited an army of thugfish who might actually just be gimps. Our heroes seek to shut down Plankton's jellyfish extractor, but they don't think they can get into the chum bucket without alerting the guards. This is until Jimmy suggests they use their shrink ray to travel through hidden passages. When Jimmy later uses his ray to enlarge them all, Plankton jumps in the way, meaning he is now bigger than they are. This is one of the more creative ways to turn Plankton into a boss level. We then go to Tommy's dimension, clear Calamitus's robots out of his home, take a shortcut through the Dimsdale dump, and we make it to his school. I wish I knew who was responsible for all this.
Your wish is our command!
Mr. Crocker, I should have known he'd be behind this. Yeah, Tommy, you should have known. Because it's literally been mentioned several times. And now he's teamed up with... Anti-Tommy. Hey, wasn't the Anti-Tommy distinctly not a different person, but just regular Tommy after accidentally wishing that he was evil?
Apparently not in this universe.
So we start the boss battle, and we have to avoid the Anti-Tommy as he causes damage to us if he stands too close. And Crocker... Yeah, the rest of the game is brand new when compared to the console. As we make it back to Jimmy's lab, we are faced with Calamitous, who has turned Jimmy's inventions against him. We must defeat Jimmy's sentient pants before we move on to the subterranean caves. There, Jimmy announces that he has used the technology in the pants to track Calamitous' signal. If only Game Boy Calamitous had installed NordVPN when turning Jimmy's pants against him. This would have made it virtually impossible for Jimmy to use his blue jeans to... Well, he took the blue jeans and the evil blue jeans, and so God, this one's hard. NordVPN sponsor, NordVPN good, nordvpn.com/Quinton. So we make it to the evil lair in Retroville, where we have to battle Calamitous, Vlad, a still giant Plankton, a sliding Crocker, and even the anti-Tommy. But even as they're all defeated, the Doomsday Machine is still active. But Jimmy deduces where the stop button is, and Calamitous wishes he hadn't installed that part. Because if there's one thing Calamitous is known for, it's having too many redundancies. Jimmy gives the heroes neutronic recallers and sends everyone home. Now, the Nintendo DS version of this game is interesting. It's essentially a remake of the Game Boy Advance game released a few months later, with the exact same opening cutscene and everything. Except this game was made by someone who understood these shows and could point out obvious mistakes. Like on the GBA, each character has special abilities that lets them do certain platforming, and you often have to collect objects to move on to the next stage. The game even takes some notes from the console version, giving the characters extra abilities like Jimmy's Shrink Ray. There are also mini-games on the second screen that feature hacking and other brief tasks like clearing the ghost zone or saving a side character from one of the bad guys. This game easily has the most impressive visuals out of the 3 versions of Nicktoons Unite, which is shocking considering how limited the hardware is. I think the depictions of the Fenton Works building and Danny's school get you so immediately immersed in a way that the other versions just don't pull off. This time around, Vlad has met Danny before, but the game still says that his castle is supposed to be in the ghost zone. But once we get into Vlad's castle, there is a big portrait of him in his human form, which is pretty rare for these games. Bikini Bottom is realized pretty well here, with stages inside SpongeBob's house, the Krusty Krab, and the Chum Bucket. This time, Plankton's boss is him riding a robot jellyfish, which I do think makes more sense than the crab. He had a crab robot in the console version. Remember that? When we eventually reach Fairy World, we're faced with a new kind of enemy, the Anti-Fairies, whom Crocker has released to distract us. Although technically, if this game is set before the Jimmy Tommy Power Hour 2, the Anti-Fairies should be invisible, but who really cares? But eventually we face Crocker in a boss battle where we essentially trick him into getting struck by lightning over and over again. It's just cruel. That's what it is. It's cruel. But the coolest change about this game is that there's a dedicated Retroville level. Not Retroville's caves, not Goddard's stomach, the proper Retroville. We then move on to finding Calamitous' base and stopping him, and it soon transpires that he is operating out of the old Retroland theme park. There's some colorful platforming around the amusement rides before we find the evil base. Jimmy hacks into the computer, shuts down the Doomsday Machine, and then it's the same ending as the other games. By the time of the second game, it's clear they had figured things out a little bit, because the plot of the handheld versions of Volcano Island are much closer to the console release. In fact, the Nintendo DS release of the game uses audio from the console cutscenes.
This doesn't look like Bikini Bottom.
I have summoned you here for a purpose.
The big differences are the execution, minor details, the ordering of it all, and how big the adventure is. The big thing you'll probably want to know is that while the console version features us talking to Jimmy through a screen, the Game Boy Advance version features him appearing as a hologram, which is much cooler. While the Nintendo DS version has Jimmy physically on the island, although he's not a playable character. Additionally, in the Game Boy Advance version, the 9 are actually the 5. Or the 7 if you count Cosmo and Wanda this time. Meanwhile, in the Nintendo DS version, they're either the 6 or the 8. I'm good at math. I've played the Digi Nicktoons game. I can count. Out of these three versions, I think the DS release is the most impressive in terms of the technology of the era. In certain parts of the game, the characters perform cross-screen platforming, often needing to jump from the bottom screen to the top. In this version, the Chosen Ones collect crystals to open cosmic gates. Like the ones from Star Trek, the way they did the Magoo boss is also really creative, as they essentially made his body the background and then made his hands and then his head what you need to avoid and attack. To finish up the boss, you, blow up the Magoo's head. So yeah, I don't think he's gonna be on any reality shows in the future. As the gang prepare to leave, Tucker notices that the island is truly beautiful now that the Magoo is defeated. And as a wise old crab once said, Associate Producer Manager Jason Kassar. Next up is the handheld versions of Attack of the Toybots, and this is the one I'm most excited to get to, as I'm very curious about what content these games will include that the console version had to leave out. So let's start off first with the Game Boy Advance release. Much is the same here. Calamitous is on a game show, he's kidnapped a bunch of heroes from different worlds, he's building evil toys. But this time, Cosmo and Wanda have just enough magic to free a single hero, who the player can pick out. Now, Attack of the Toybots was the final game in the series to have a Game Boy Advance adaptation, so I would love to tell you that this was the dramatic end to an entire branch of the multiverse. But it's not that simple, because the developers of this version didn't care to imply that any previous games were set in the same continuity. All of the characters who meet here react as if it's the first time they've seen each other. Specifically, Jimmy Neutron has never met Cosmo and Wanda before, implying that even the Jimmy Tommy Power Hour 1 doesn't take place in this reality. Whoever we pick up then has to go through all the various worlds of these shows. On occasion, you can find misplaced and totally static NPCs from other shows, such as Chucky from All Grown Up, Norbert from Angry Beavers, and Otis from Back at the Barnyard. I'm sitting here praying that no one remembers I promised to make a video about that show in 2020. That was an obscure subscriber stretch goal that no one managed to remember. Please don't make me do that. I don't want to spend 4 years of my life talking about Otis from Back at the Barnyard. Having the player character go through different areas based on the shows totally changes how the game comes across. There are also several big boss battles featuring robot duplicates of the heroes, a detail often shown in consoles but rarely properly implemented. And the more you play the game, the more keys you get, and that means you can unlock more heroes from these cages. In the end, there is a final boss in this version, as we take out Calamitus's robot with one of the tanks. In the final cutscene, Calamitus's plan is stopped, and he loses the game show when it's revealed that all of the judges are the heroes. Next, let's move on to the Nintendo DS version of Toybots. Now, this is a very interesting one because I can honestly say that this isn't really a platformer because it's much more of an RPG. The story is also somewhat different. Instead of the heroes being kidnapped, the citizens of each world are disappearing and Jimmy teleports everyone in to investigate, which makes me assume that this is one of the only times we see him use the Neutronic recallers. A speaker begins taunting them in the toy factory, inspiring everyone to start calling the bad guy the Metal Box. Of course, we eventually find out that the box is Professor Calamitous. Each world the characters visit features 3D backgrounds with 2D characters, and the entire point is that we're going through these areas defeating bad guys and recruiting more heroes.
Thanks a lot. You've done me a big favor. Anytime you're in the neighborhood, drop by. I've got a bath full of root beer you can look at. Thanks, Mr. Blick, but we're on a mission to save our worlds from the evil Professor Calamitous. Yeah, good luck with that.
Tommy, I'm a cat. This version also indeed features a few exclusive characters: El Tigre, Zim, and Mr. Blick. Unlike the console version, these characters influence the plot. So when you unlock Jenny, she actually interacts with the team and isn't just part of the gameplay. Sometimes characters won't want to join the team, but can be convinced later. The game also features several secondary versions of the characters, including SpongeGar and Evil Future Danny. These aren't skins like in the console version, because you can actually play these alongside the original characters. And just being able to play as evil, bad-ending Danny Phantom is such a power move to me. Also, if you have a link cable and a friend with a DS and a second copy, you can both play together on the same team, making it a 2-player Nintendo DS game. The mech suits in this version are also pretty thoroughly implemented and explored, often being used to defeat boss battles against the robot duplicates. And another weirdly satisfying thing is that they're not just mecha, they're transforming mecha. So you go back and forth between driving around in the car and running around as a robot. Look at this mecha Timmy uses here. That's Jetfire. They just put Jetfire in this game. That's so cool, it makes me want to throw up. There's a really great character bit right before the final boss, where Calamitous is struggling to finish an evil speech, and El Tigre gets really pissed off because he views being evil as something to perfect, like an art form, and he thinks that Calamitous is terrible at being evil. You defeat the robot duplicate of Calamitous.
Now that's an odd head.
At the end, as a twist reveal, we find out that he's been doing this all for the biggest genius. And as Calamitous has been defeated and humiliated on national television, the host gives the title of Biggest Genius to Jimmy Neutron. And Calamitous ends up in prison, sharing a room with Plankton in a Fairly Oddparents fishbowl. So if it wasn't obvious, I didn't have the time or the energy to personally play and beat all of these games, so most of this footage that you've seen here was completely outsourced. For instance, what you're looking at right now was recorded for me by a guy called Double KA. The point I'm trying to get to is that I actually feel kind of jealous that this wasn't the version of the game that I got to play, because it is such a feat and is truly, truly impressive. Finally, let's tackle Spongebob Squarepants featuring Nicktoons Globs of Doom for the Nintendo DS. At the start of the title, the wise old crab of Volcano Island finds a new prophecy for the end of the world. He tries to contact Jimmy Neutron, who reports that meteors are already landing in Retroville. From here, the plot is very familiar. The heroes are summoned, followed by the Syndicate, and then Dib and Zim. Zim joins the heroes, and Dib joins the bad guys. The two teams join forces to defeat the invading aliens. The broad strokes are the same, but the smaller details are very different. You play with two characters at a time, with the pair often being separated during levels, meaning you have to switch back and forth along two different paths to get the complex platforming done. There are also entirely new boss levels, although some are against generic monsters. In the Danny Phantom level, the boss is Vlad Plasmius, being controlled by the goo. The same can be said for Poopa Nunu, where the final boss is the Vendor Juju from the TV series, also possessed. The group discovered that a single meteoroid and a space station remain in space, and Zim and the nameless bad guy head off to investigate. Upon arrival, Zim comments that the massive station feels very familiar. As we search through the complex innards of the Super Dimension Fortress, we find a tallest robot being controlled by the goo. It turns out that this is the tallest command center, and they explain that they were on their way to a species-wide vacation when they were attacked by the strange goo, which forced them to travel to Earth. Outside the station, Globulus Maximus looms, ordering the tiny creatures to bring him the absorbent yellow one. However, the tallest accidentally shrink Globulus, beginning the final boss. The player can choose from any previous pairings to battle Globulus. Defeating his planetary form reduces him to a grumpy humanoid who resembles some specific famous orange cat. After the boss is defeated, Globulus cries and says that he just wanted to meet the absorbent yellow one. As SpongeBob answers his request, Globulus asks how SpongeBob can be so happy and cheerful. SpongeBob says that he just takes in the rays of the sun and tries to think happy thoughts. And as Globulus follows these directions, he becomes SpongeGlob. As Gur finds a big red button to press out of curiosity, self-destruct is initiated on the tallest space station. As the heroes, the Syndicate, and the Tallest rest on Volcano Island, the old crab says he has found another prophecy. Everyone tries to make up an excuse to leave before he says he was just kidding.
I'm joking.
We then see SpongeGlob rocketing off into the deepest reaches of the universe for more adventures as the credits roll. When it comes to the 4 titles that I call the Nicktoons Unite series, the final 3 Nintendo DS games live up to their console counterparts. And the key factor, I think, is the consistency of the series, with all 3 of these being made by the Natsume Company, known today as Natsume Atari Company. Because of that, you feel the appreciation in keeping this series going, developing a style of presenting an original story and original characters, and then sticking with it to keep the audience invested. And sure, to many, the console versions will always be definitive. But looking back with a more enlightened mindset, were there some cases where the handheld versions of these games were superior? Well, let's find out. Okay, I did it somehow. Okay, so now that we've discussed these excursions into the various branches of the multiverse, I think it's best for us to stop right here and to try and, assess all the information that we have learned in the past few hours. And I can't think of a better way to do this than to take all these games and rank them from best to Attack of the Toybots for home console. So I think the best way to do this is to kind of start with the mainline console releases and then move forwards from there onto some of the more obscure stuff. Starting off with Nicktoons Unite for the PlayStation 2 and GameCube. So I'm gonna go ahead and place this one in the middle of B tier. This game works. It obviously works. It inspired a long series. We wouldn't be standing here if this game didn't work. But I think it's very clear that the developers could have used a few more months just to get things quite right. And sure, they managed to get it out by the holidays. I'm sure that boosted sales. It was very important. But the immersion and quality that you feel in the Danny Phantom levels, those are totally absent once you get to Bikini Bottom. And Dimsdale and Retroville pretty much aren't in the game. But I do think that when it comes to the gameplay mechanics of all these different worlds coming together, this game gets that the most right. Giving each character a different special ability that you have to use to solve various puzzles and platforming, meaning you have to switch back and forth between the characters, that is such an inspired idea, even if I had to look up Let's Plays half the time to figure out any of these puzzles. And when you get to the rest of these games, you really end up missing that mechanic because it is really fun and stimulating. Speaking of fun and stimulating, let's discuss Battle for Volcano Island. This is the game that I definitely remember the most from my childhood. I don't recall any of the lore or any of the plot or anything like that, but I definitely remember having friends over and us just playing this game and exploring the island. I thought it was really fun and really interesting to see these characters together like that. Volcano Island is the most talented at creating new material that is different from the source material, but is still kind of worth getting invested in. Sure, at first glance it's kind of stupid, there's some crabs or something, but once you actually kind of stop and pay attention, I think the atmosphere really pays off. I don't think people would remember or talk about this series if it wasn't for Volcano Island. It's the one game in the series that really sells this idea that these characters are actually like really good friends and can have a little banter. And it's a really important game in the series because it sold well and they finished it. You know, it's kind of polished and there's enough to do to kind of spend a good amount of time on. If they remastered these games and put them out on the PlayStation Store or something, I think Volcano Island is the only game that I'd probably regularly replay, because I do sometimes do that with old games depending on, the quality and the accessibility, and I do think Volcano Island is a fun enough platformer to justify coming back to it once or twice a year. And because of that, this is an A-tier game. If the original Nicktoons Unite is a good game that they got 50% done, Attack of the Toybots is an ambitious masterpiece that they got 10% done. When you look at this game and you compare it to the handheld versions, it is so very obvious that this was a game where they had a plan, they knew what they wanted to do, then they suddenly realized they weren't going to be able to finish it, and they started rushing to make the gameplay longer without delaying it. I think if they hadn't made the platforming so hard and they hadn't filled up so many areas with so many bad guys that you get overwhelmed, and they hadn't forced you to go around and collect NFTs for Chad GPT, this game's like an hour long. I think the D tier is too good for this game, so I've invented a new tier. It's called, Who Made This? I Just Want to Talk. The reason I've been so harsh on this game is that sometimes I feel after I've experienced a piece of media, I become defensive of it, and I'm like, I don't want to be mean to this, bad movie or this bad show anymore. And I think that's even happened while I was making this video to some extent, but every person I played this game with hated it, and specifically, Hippie made me promise, after I had him help me out with a bunch of the levels, to get footage of it, Hippie made me promise that I would not pretend that I liked this game, because it is truly an awful game. And that's rough, because I know a lot of people out there had this game, you remember having it, you remember all the unlockable characters, and a lot of people told me, well, that's the best one, that's the best one. But it's not though, it's not, it's shit, it's an unfinished shit game. It's embarrassing, it's aggravating. They shouldn't have gotten away with releasing it. I think it's that bad. And finally, we have the most controversial opinion of this segment. Spongebob Squarepants featuring Nicktoons in Globs of Doom is an S-tier game. The reason this is going to be controversial is that people's fondness for Nicktoons Unite is based entirely on nostalgia and vague memories of having these games when you were a kid. So your favorite Nicktoons Unite game is just the one you had as a kid, be that Volcano Island or Attack of the Toybots. Your favorite one is the one you had. And it seems to me that Globs of Doom must have been the worst selling in the series, and it's also the odd one out because it wasn't produced by Blue Tongue Entertainment, and it's kind of doing its own thing. But god damn it, it's a finished game. They finished the game. And some of you might be saying, well, Volcano Island, you never said that was an unfinished game, so why is it higher than Volcano Island? Well, I just think that there's things about Volcano Island that I'm not always going to be in the mood for. And it all comes down to that classic argument. When you're playing a game in the series, do you want to be going up against bad guys who are original characters, or do you want to be battling characters from the franchises in the game? And as much as I love Volcano Island, and I think it's great that it's doing its own thing and it has its own characters, there were times when I was playing it where I was just thinking to myself, god damn, I would so much rather be fighting the Syndicate right now. Sometimes you want to explore a brand new place with intricate lore that the game developers just made up. But sometimes you want to walk around Bikini Bottom, or Amity Park, or Poo Poo Noo. And the thing is, with Globs of Doom, you get the best of both worlds. Yes, you get to see these classic bad guys from all these different shows, but you also get the original antagonists who are new pieces of lore that the game developers are just making up. And on top of everything else, you get to play as the classic bad guys from these iconic franchises. And also, Tak and the Power of Juju is there too. Look, you might disagree with this, but it's just my opinion, okay? And I'm an adult. I'm allowed to have my own opinions. If I wasn't an adult, would I dress like this? I sometimes wonder if Attack of the Toybots and Globs of Doom might have been greenlit at the same time, and if that might explain some of the interesting details about those two titles. We know that Globs of Doom was outsourced. It was not developed by the same people as all the other games, and I think it's interesting that Globs of Doom references Nicktoons Unite, it references Volcano Island, but I don't think there's a direct Attack of the Toybots reference. I don't think there's a cameo by Mr. Huggles or, any reference to the Toybot scheme. In Globs of Doom, a bunch of characters appear together for the first time, but they don't react to each other as if this is their first time meeting. So it's like the people making Globs of Doom had no idea what the Attack of the Toybots team were gonna do with this new element of expanding that game's roster, and they just assumed that by the end of the game, all the characters would have a complete knowledge of like the Nickelodeon multiverse and every single franchise in it, but then they wouldn't have been able to like directly reference any of the plot elements in Toybots because the production was so hectic. But that's just a theory. A game theory. But it's just such a specific thing that Globs of Doom has so much more content than Attack of the Toybots that it's kind of hard for me to believe that they had the exact same amount of time to develop those two games. At the end of the day, I think that all of these games work because of the franchises they picked out. And I think that's also why they didn't really make any more of these after 2008. Because by the end of 2008, Jimmy Neutron was long gone, Danny Phantom had just ended, Invader Zim was a dinosaur, and the Fairly Oddparents was still ongoing and trying new things, but apparently that was off the table in terms of getting licensing for a spin-off. And SpongeBob was still going, but even then, the world of Nickelodeon licensed kids games was quickly going to move off of the toy shelves and into the App Store. So this is my final official ranking of these specific mainline games. Globs, Island, Unite, Toybots. Okay, so next up, Nicktoons Android Invasion. Now this is 1000% not part of the series, it's not part of the timeline in any way, I definitely shouldn't be including it, but I played it, I got Let's Play footage of it, so I feel like I should include it just for the fun of it. So this game is definitely like low B tier with a kind of a footnote that the game is as good as it could possibly have been. The platforming's pretty fun, you know, it's got some fun game mechanics, you get to learn math, you get validation for doing like elementary school addition and subtraction. I think this game would be more popular if it wasn't on the Digi, meaning that it's just a complete obscurity. With that, it's handheld time, starting off with Nicktoons Unite for the Game Boy Advance. This game is a joke. It's a bad game, but I don't even hate it because it's just too goofy to get mad at. It's that kind of bad. They get the show's lore wrong, the platforming is glitchy and half the time doesn't even work. The art style just looks so weird. There are so many issues with this game. And because of that, I feel like I have to give this title a very low C rating. Because it's not good enough to be B tier, but it's too pathetic to be D tier. This game tried as hard as it could. It did kinda bad, but maybe that's the best the game can achieve. And that's what the C letter grade is for. Now, as our first major twist of this segment, I think that the Nintendo DS version of Nicktoons Unite is the best version of the game. Out of those three versions of this one release, the Nintendo DS version is my favorite. It has the most fleshed out worlds, the best uses of these franchises, and the best atmosphere. In my opinion, it is the only version of the original Nicktoons Unite that fully lives up to the potential of the title. However, I'm still going to give it the B tier, but it's going to be higher than the console release of Nicktoons Unite. Both of the handheld versions of Volcano Island are really impressive in my opinion. Specifically, the only thing I didn't mention before is I think they both have really impressive art style. The graphics in these games have aged so much better than the graphics in the console version. However, I do think the version released for PlayStation 2 and GameCube is the ultimate version of Volcano Island, so I'm going to put the DS version right below that, and the Game Boy Advance version I'm going to put just above Android Invasion. The Game Boy Advance version of Attack of the Toybots is obviously better than the console version, because it is a finished game. But I think it kind of flies under the radar. It isn't the most impressive game in the world, but it's cute and fun. So I definitely think it belongs somewhere in the C tier ranking. Now, this is going to be the most surprising twist of this segment and probably one of the biggest upsets of this video. Attack of the Toybots for Nintendo DS is not only an S tier game, I am putting it at the very top of the list.
Whoa!
I don't even know what to say here. Did you guys see the gameplay footage we looked at earlier? Isn't it obvious that this game should be number one? I mean, you know, it's got a fun story. It's got a creative energy. It puts these brands together in a way that feels natural and accurate to the characters. You get to fly around in Jetfire, but most importantly, when you've played enough of the game and you've unlocked everything, you get to play as SpongeGar and Evil Danny Phantom on the same team. These are two versions of our classic protagonists, both displaced in time, and they are also best friends. Even when Danny is evil, even when SpongeBob is a caveman named SpongeGar, they're still best friends and they still work together on a team. Doesn't that detail alone automatically make this the number one Nicktoons Unite game? Oh, also, SpongeBob SquarePants featuring Nicktoons in Globs of Doom. Yeah, it's fine. High C tier, I guess. I don't care. So, if I manage to do this in one go without drastically messing up all of this, this is my list of all these games from best to worst. So this goes: Nicktoons Attack the Toybots for the Nintendo DS, SpongeBob SquarePants featuring Nicktoons Globs of Doom for home consoles, Nicktoons Battle for Volcano Island for home consoles, Nicktoons Battle for Volcano Island for Nintendo DS, Nicktoons Unite for Nintendo DS, Nicktoons Unite for home console, Nicktoons Battle for Volcano Island for the Game Boy Advance, Nicktoons Android Invasion for the Didya. Did you know? SpongeBob SquarePants featuring Nicktoons Globs of Doom, Nicktoons Attack the Toybots for the Game Boy Advance, Nicktoons Unite for the Game Boy Advance, and then way down here at the bottom in its own special tier, Nicktoons Attack the Toybots for home consoles. As a reminder, these are all just, you know, my opinions about all this, and you do have to keep in mind that I didn't really play most of these handheld games. I outsourced the Let's Play footage, and then I used that to stitch it all together, you know. Oh, what? Oh, does that bother you? Does that bother you that I ranked all these games, but I didn't actually play them all? Does that piss you off? Are you bothered about that? Are you worried about gaming journalist integrity? Because I ranked the Nicktoons Unite crossover games, but I didn't play all the handhelds. That you're mad about that? Uh-huh. Oh yeah, well I'm sorry, man. I tried my best, you know this is my life passion over here. Uh-huh, why don't you get like me and grow up, okay? Because do you think this is what I want to be doing? Do you think this is what I want to be standing here talking about? Talking about which of the Nicktoons Unite games are the best put together or the most fun? You think I want to be standing here pacing around my apartment, sporadically waiting for my neighbor's dog to start barking all day so I can come in here and stand in here and just start telling you about all these games and all these franchises and oh, this game's a little better than this game and hey, yeah, man, this game's a little worse than this game, man. No, that's not what I want to be doing right now. The reason I'm doing this is because this is the hell that I've made for myself. Because I've learned to read the algorithm, to read the culture, to read the spindling machine that I am myself churning at all times to try and keep myself gainfully employed. And I'm only talking about this bullshit because I know that this is the right moment for me to talk about this bullshit, and then if I put it out right now and I can make a little money, I can buy myself a fine, succulent Chinese meal. So I don't want to be standing here ranking all these games based on gameplay, plot, and lore. If you want to know what I want to talk about, what I really want to talk about,
I want to talk about boxes!
in these previous Pinboard segments, I have looked at this series from the perspective of lore, from the perspective of gameplay, and the perspective of synchronicities and timelines and multiverses and all that other stuff, but I don't care. I don't care, because all we should need to know is what are the best boxes in the Nicktoons Unite series. Look, I'm a simple man, and I have a concise list of things that happen to make me happy. The leaves in the fall, the sound of a vintage air-cooled engine, tall women with bob cuts who wear a blue jumpsuit and have a massive uniboob. Just one honking cyclops of a breast. And I also like square things. Boxes. They're great. They're awesome. We love them. We all appreciate them, but we never talk about it. And that's why I want to stop here and just briefly talk about all of the boxes in this series as we rank them from best to worst. So let's start off with the Hypercube. The Hypercube is an invention of Jimmy Neutron in the original series. It is kind of a storage device he brings around where he can put anything he wants into the cube, and it's bigger on the inside. At the end of Nicktoons Unite, Tommy uses this as a temporary prison to get Cocker home to Dimsdale. As an established piece of original franchise box lore implemented into the series, I think this is easily an A-tier box. Now, what's interesting is that in the console version of Attack of the Toybots, we collect these little cubes just about everywhere that are used as in-game currency. Now, I originally had assumed that these were Jimmy's Hypercubes, but when I looked back at the footage and I studied it all, I realized they're actually not. They are just generic computer chips that you can use as currency. Nevertheless, using a box as in-game currency is genius, so these are an A-tier box to me. Our next box that we've seen in the series is Keyan Carlile's head, and that is an A-tier box. Since we were just discussing Attack of the Toybots, one of the first enemies we face in that game is a bunch of block toys for children, and these block toys can combine into various shapes. Some of them walk around as people, and some of them combine into a gun. And a bunch of boxes that turn into a gun, that's gotta be an A-tier box. Next up are the nano chips from the Game Boy Advance version of Nicktoons Unite, D-tier box. Look at that. Look at that. They were so close to perfection. They had the perfect box shape, and they had to go and ruin it by adding all these weird little spindly metal computery parts sticking out of it. It ruins a perfectly good box. Next up, we have the Crystal Platforming box from Nicktoons Unite. S tier. Immediate S tier. No question about it. The moment I saw this thing, I knew I was in love. And not only did we carry this to Cocker's head, we got this thing to the end of the level. And that might have been our limit. But if it was possible, I would have taken this thing to the final boss. I would have done it. I would have brought this to the Doomsday Machine and back. And in some ways, I still think I'm carrying this box in my heart. And since we've included this guy, we might as well throw in his little brother. This was the smaller box that we had to phase through the wall with as Danny in order to get the bigger box in the room in the first place. This guy is really important to the whole story of how this was possible, and he is a solid B-tier box. Now, I have a theory that if we were to have Tommy pick up the big box, and we were to have Danny pick up the smaller box, and we were to have a third player on the team helping us get through, we can actually bring both of these boxes to the end of the level, because Tommy could bring the big box, Danny could bring the small box, and then either Jimmy or SpongeBob could press the button, which in theory would teleport both boxes to the end of that level. And I will test that experiment as soon as I get two of my friends to hang out with me at the same time. For another missed opportunity, let's look at the telephone booths from Android Invasion. Now, this one's a little bit sad because it's not quite box-shaped. It's mostly box-shaped, but then there's this slope at the top that is curved, you know, not box-like at all, so it's not the best box-shaped item. And that means it's hard to put it very high on the tier list of boxes, which is sad because I love a good telephone box, especially if it's square-shaped. So we are going to have to go ahead and give this thing the D tier. What? I can't have a snack? Do you know how long this video's been going on for? I haven't ate all day. Like you haven't had a snack while you've been watching this. Get off your fucking high horse, man. I also have some Peeps. I was gonna have some of these later, because, well, I am dead right now, technically. Or to be politically correct, from another dimension, but I am dead. But it is also like Easter, so I was kind of hoping if I just give it a few days, I'll be alright. Speaking of Easter, I'm actually really glad we're doing this segment, because one of these games that we talked about has a really weird Easter egg that I somehow completely neglected to put in my actual review of the game. And I could easily go back and edit it in post, you know, but I've gotten to this point in my career where when a segment is done, I want it to be done. So I'd much rather discuss it here. And this is all about the video game Nicktoons Attack of the Toybots. One of the most recognizable enemies in this game is Mr. Snuggles, a pink teddy bear who seems in no way inappropriate for a Nickelodeon game. This is, unless we use the free look tool included with the Dolphin emulator, so we can unlock the camera and get a closer look at Mr. Snuggles' box. While the image here is actually oriented upside down, as they never expected anybody to actually see this, what it actually says is, "I'll hug you and kill you. You'll never sleep again. I'll kill your parents." Always fun knowing there's all kinds of traumatizing stuff hidden just out of view in kids' games. Anyways, that's a solid box. That's an S-tier box if I've ever seen one. Moving on to Volcano Island, let's talk about the classic microwave. This is one of the pieces of technology we had to collect together to build the Rip Zipper, which we then used to defeat the Magu and close the space-time rift. And because of that, this right here is an S-tier box. Let's give some love to canceled boxes, like the Cosmo and Wanda platforming boxes from Nicktoons Snapshot, the canceled Nicktoons crossover that predated Nicktoons Unite. Here, Tommy would have used Cosmo and Wanda to summon magic platforms that only he could use, making him a very important member of the Snapshot team. Rest in peace, Cosmo and Wanda platforming boxes. You would have loved Poopa Nunu. Anyways, B tier, I don't know. Now, I'm pretty much obligated to mention one of the only characters in the series who has the word box in his name. That being the mysterious Metal Box from Nicktoons Attack of the Toybots. This is a D tier box. There is a difference between something that is a box and something that is box-shaped. And a lot of things that are box-shaped aren't really box-shaped. The metal box, you know, it's not super box-shaped. It has this uneven structure and it's hollow on the inside and one side's opened up and it's a speaker. But everybody calls it the metal box, so we gotta include it on the list. And I think it's pretty damn low in terms of ranking everything. Incidentally, for those of you who have forgotten already, the Metal Box is secretly calamitous. The opening cutscene to Attack of the Toybots console is the ending cutscene to Attack of the Toybots Nintendo DS. Next up, we have the Dimsdale Elementary lockers from Nicktoons Unite Game Boy Advance. Typically, I'd say that a locker is a pretty lazy box. It'd probably be C or D tier. But this box is especially cool because sometimes this happens. And yeah, a magic series of connected boxes that Cocker may or may not jump out of, that's gotta be an S-tier box in my opinion. Now, I've given Attack of the Toybots for consoles a lot of shit, okay? I have ragged on it a lot, but one thing I'm willing to admit, and I have admitted, is that opening level where you're in the factory in Bikini Bottom, that is an extremely pleasant portion. It is one of the best and most memorable levels in any of these Nicktoons games. And right here, we have one of my favorite boxes from any of the games, and it comes from this level. In this part of the game, Patrick has been trapped in the Toybot factory, and SpongeBob is disguised as a robot and is trying to follow him along through the factory to try and save him. And at one point, we see a bunch of boxes that have Krabby Patties in them, and every once in a while, one of these boxes will have Patrick inside. And it's one of those really cool things where you get to follow along and experience, seeing Patrick in all these places. And this is that box right here. I love this moment. It's one of the most magical moments in any of these games. It's such a funny little quirky thing to do. And it's a box with Patrick in it. How can you not love it? And so, of course, we have to make this an S-tier box. Let's hop back over really quickly to Android Invasion. What we have right here is one of the terminals that you can use to hack into Invader Zim's computer systems, which is controlling the Android duplicate factory. I made fun of this part of the game in the intermission, but the more I played, the more I kind of liked it and the more it made sense, because it's really funny to me that, you know, to introduce this idea that Zim thinks so lowly of the human race that his security system is literally just elementary school math questions. And he did that knowing that there are humans that would get trapped in the factory who would not know how to do any of those questions, and they'd just be stumped. These also act as checkpoints, so whenever you die or reload your last save, you go back to one of these. How you feel about this will depend how close or far away the last one of these was when you die. In my opinion, this is a pretty solid B-tier box. Next up is the only box that I picked out from any version of Globs of Doom, and that is this guy, which is a box you can find sitting around the hub world where you hang out in between the actual levels. Most people would look at this box, shrug, and walk away, and that's what I did the first few times, but I eventually realized this is an A-tier box. And why is that? Because it's a box that only has meaning if you know the lore. You have to remember, this base that we're operating out of, this hub world, it's not Jimmy's lab. It's not built by Danny's parents. It's not even the lair of the crab people. This is the home turf of the Magu. We're only using this lair out of circumstance because we don't have any other options. And that means that everything in this hub world was owned and potentially created by the Magu. And that means that these areas where we're running around and learning new things, these weren't tutorial areas, they were torture chambers. And these boxes, who knows what evil use these boxes once had. I've been told this is very Portal 1, you know, just the vibe of this box. I wouldn't know. I haven't played Portal 1. I have been told it's an interesting experience for box lovers, but I just haven't had the time. Haven't played Portal 1 or Portal 2, but I have played the third game. Oh yeah, Lego Dimensions. God, I could use a drink. Shout out to box-shaped robots, gotta be one of my favorite genders. These arguably appear in every version of Nicktoons Attack of the Toybots, but I'd say they're most box-shaped in the Game Boy Advance version. In the Nintendo DS version, they actually shoot boxes, and there's also a box-crushing mini-game. I didn't include those boxes because they're pretty damn vanilla boxes. Pretty standard open source, no DLC ass boxes. So yeah, I put these robots in C tier because honestly, they could be more box shaped if they tried. Now, as we know, in the original Nicktoons Unite, Tommy has a special power that turns enemies into various toys, and one version of this is a stack of block toys. So this is something that you can turn all the bad guys into. Now, it doesn't transform into a gun. So at the end of the day, it's a solid C tier box. There is a very similar mechanic in the Game Boy Advance version of Attack of the Toybots, where Cosmo and Wanda can turn various bad guys into a sentient television which can cause Tommy no harm. At one point in the gameplay footage that was captured, we accidentally somehow managed to make one of these appear completely out of bounds, and I don't know how this happened. But I do think this sense of mystery elevates this guy to a B tier box, a high standard boob tube. So a few weeks ago, I was having a really hard time getting to sleep. This happens quite often. It's really annoying. And that night I pulled out all the stops. I took some melatonin, got out one of my heavier blankets. I put on one device, I put on rain sounds. And on another device, I put on an old episode of Unsolved Mysteries, just loud enough that I had to concentrate to listen to what they were saying. And so I laid there as all this was going on around me, and I tried to focus just on the noise, just to imagine the noise in my head as an image. And it was starting to work. And I was starting to drift off into my great escape. And when I was just about there, when it was just about to happen, when I was just about to phase out into my own mind, I had a thought. And I jumped up. And I got out of bed. And I ran over to my phone. And I made a note, because I knew it was a very important thought. And I knew that if I didn't stop to write it down, it would just be lost. It would be lost in the great lake that is my mind. So, let me just open up my notes app. This was the note that I so desperately penned down that night. SpongeBob is a box this changes everything. You have to give SpongeBob the top pick S tier ranking. He is the box. He is that motherfucker. In fact, I consider demoting everybody else down a row just so SpongeBob could have the top row all to himself, just so everybody knew that he was the king. But I thought about it a lot, and the truth is, all these boxes are valid, and everybody that was picked for the S tier ranking, everybody deserves it, but SpongeBob is playing a different game. Breaking character for a second, okay, just breaking character just for an instant here. Why did I have to come up with this? Okay, back in the day, apparently Nickelodeon just did like 200 crossovers between SpongeBob SquarePants and Danny Phantom, and not once was anyone like, oh yeah, we'll do a brief little gag where the box ghost like kidnaps SpongeBob because he wants to add SpongeBob to his box collection, and everybody has to go save SpongeBob. No, because they didn't think of that. I had to think of that 20 years after they stopped doing crossovers between these two brands. It's such an obvious thing, and I don't know why they didn't do that in any of these games. And once we add SpongeBob to the Pinboard, we have a couple other SpongeBob adjacent things that we now have to consider. Starting off, we have to go with all of the SpongeBob robots from all the various games that we've talked about today, because it seems like this always is coming up. And we're just going to combine all these into one topic and say that this is a B tier box.
Next up, we have SpongeGlob.
I'm going to have to say this is a C tier box because he is a little rough around the edges. So this is our official tier list of all of these boxes from all these different games. SpongeBob Squarepants, the box that Patrick is in with all the Krabby Patties, the locker that Cocker is hiding in, the microwave we use to build the Rip Zipper, the box with the big crystal that we carry around in the game, the box that has the parent murder thread on the side. Did I tell you guys about that? Remind me later and I'll tell you about that. The Hypercube, the computer chips we use as currency, Keyan Carlile's head, the boxes that form a gun, the box in the Magu's lair, the sentient TV, the small box we use to get to the big box, the cancelled Cosmo platforming from that one game, the interface we use to access Sim's computer, the robot based on SpongeBob, another generic robot that's kinda square, the box toys we can turn bad guys into in the original Nicktoons Unite,
SpongeGlob,
the nanocubes, the phone booth, and at the very bottom, the metal box. So, why have I done this? Is my intention here really to just come here and talk about my love for boxes and all my favorite boxes? Well, yes and no. The truth is that there are two very important lessons that I need you to take home from this segment. The first lesson is this. There are two kinds of opinions. Subjective opinions and objective opinions. My box science is not a subjective opinion. It is a very measured and precise objective fact. And this is why it's important that we did this, because we had to get through all the bullshit to get down to what really matters. And what really matters is the objective truth, which is that the best Nicktoons Unite game is Attack of the Toybots, because it has the most boxes. I mean, there are boxes in this game that I didn't include because I was trying to be concise and I was trying to be fair to the inferior titles put up next to this one. And the best version of Attack of the Toybots? It's clearly the Game Boy Advance version. Because the Game Boy Advance version comes in a box, and not just any box, a cardboard box, which is objectively the best kind of box. The other lesson I want you to take home is that it is important for video games to have boxes, because video games should appeal to reality, and video games should appeal to the world that we live in. I know this has been a roundabout way of saying it, but this is the core of what I've really been trying to get at. So I am what you might call a cubed earth truther. Since I was a boy, I've always been told by adults and other pompous people that the Earth is a sphere, that we rotate around the sun, that there is gravity, and taxes. But I've always known that this is a total lie and a sham, because the truth is that the Earth is flat. Flat on 6 sides, with pointed edges, 24 right angles, and no wrong answers. And you might say I'm crazy, but it's because you're blocking the evidence out of your mind. You're blocking the evidence out of your mind, because answer me this. If the world isn't a cube, then why are there so many boxes in Nicktoons Unite and its many sequels and spin-offs and unrelated titles I cherry-picked? And if the Earth isn't a cube, that means I've been wrong about something very, very easy to understand my entire life. And that would be really embarrassing for me. So the Earth is a cube. And I don't want you to go out there and let the globalists lie to you about the reality that we live in. Don't let the globalists take control of your lives. And when I say the globalists, you know exactly who I'm talking about. Hello. Anarchy Productions would like to thoroughly apologize for the previous segment. It was not fit for broadcast and should not have been allowed to be released. I just hope you can find space in your hearts to forgive me. Now, some of you might be out there saying, well, Quinton, it's all one video. You could just delete that segment. It's best not to get caught in the past. It is ideal for us to accept this, to find closure, and to move on. And once again, we are so very, very sorry that you had to live through this. So when you study the timeline, Globs of Doom didn't just end the Nicktoons Unite continuity. It was also, arguably, the last big Nicktoons game. After this, only 2 more titles were released under this branding. Nicktoons Nitro in late 2008, and Nicktoons Major League Baseball, or MLB, in 2011. There's a good number of reasons for this, the biggest we'll discuss in just a few minutes. But another important cause was the release of the iPhone and other smart devices. This caused many in gaming to shift away from home console and to focus on home applications. This inevitably led to a lot of mindless, repetitive swiping games that don't have the dedication of something like Unite. Over on TV, there were also fewer animated crossovers in the 2010s. One exception to this was the show Bunsen is a Beast, a rarely remembered creation of Butch Hartman. The series crossed over with Butch's other work 3 times, on TV, in an animated short, and in a convention-exclusive comic. In this era, I think one person who should be credited for keeping the love for Nicktoons Unite alive is a Malaysian-based artist named Izzy Bubbles, who has for years created fan art showing the characters still friends after becoming teenagers. For a brief moment, I remember that she had a human Sona version of SpongeBob, and then she immediately went back to drawing him like a cartoon character because it's so much funnier. But yeah, half the time if I've caught myself thinking about this series in the past few years, it's been because of Izzy. Her artwork not only keeps the memory of these games alive, it also keeps a lot of these characters in people's minds as well. So be sure to give her a follow once you're done with this video. I think that the magic of Nicktoons Unite was recaptured a little bit in 2021. With the release of Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. You could tell there was a lot of love behind this title, and while it took a few patches for them to get it quite right, I think there's a lot of appreciation out there for a new crossover title that properly appeals to the characters and franchises that fans want to see. And last November, when we got the sequel, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2, this seemed to bring us even closer to the Nicktoons Unite standard, as the game included a fully scripted story mode. Here, we find out that Vlad Plasmius has gained the ability to control the minds of others. He begins kidnapping heroes from across all worlds, forcing them to battle in an arena and stripping them of all free thought. Another Danny Phantom character, Clockwork, seeks to intervene in this plan. To do this, he summons even more mighty heroes to help battle Vlad and set things right.
You've done well making it this far. Color me mildly impressed. But this is the end of the line. You can't stop me. Not now, when I'm so close to my goal.
If he destroys the universe, that means no more lasagna.
Now, I won't be covering the full plot to this game. Partially because there are some branching variables, partially because it's a 6-month-old game and I hate to rob people of the reason to buy it, and partially because there may or may not be another video that I am working on right now where it would totally make sense to cover this. The short of all this is, the children yearn for non-canonical crossover platforming adventures. And every year, it feels like we're a little closer to another game like this being made. So one has to wonder, is it time for Nicktoons Unite to return? And would it even work in today's world? To answer that question, I'd like to begin our final Pinboard segment of Current Day, March the 31st. 2024. Last time we were here, we were talking about, I don't know, probably Volcano Island. Statistically speaking, that's apparently almost always the last thing I was talking about. So the entire time that I've been working on this video, I have had a theoretical playing on a loop in the back of my mind. Now, every time I played one of these games, I almost always pitched this theoretical to the people I was playing with. But the answers never ended up being that entertaining, so right now I'm not sure if any clips of this are actually gonna end up in the video. So let me pitch this on a standalone basis. If you were put in charge of directing a brand new Nicktoons Unite game, a 5th title in the original vanilla timeline, who would you pick as the playable characters if you were specifically banned from choosing Jimmy Neutron, Danny Phantom, Tommy Turner, or Spongebob Squarepants? I've studied this a lot in the back of my mind, and the conclusion I've come up with is that this is way harder than you initially think. When you look at the original Nicktoons Unite, the reason that it works far more than it has any right to is that when you study these 4 franchises, they're all known for doing big event stories, specials, movies, etc. where the main characters have to save the world. And the big thing that really sticks out to me is that I think for each of these shows, you can very easily imagine there being some kind of special event story that deals with the multiverse in some way. You know, obviously SpongeBob would handle it differently from the rest of them, but yeah, you can imagine the characters accessing a wide continuum of different universes and it kind of just making sense in that storytelling format. And that's why I don't think you can really come in here and just start plugging in stuff like The Loud House or All Grown Up or As Told by Ginger, because those shows don't really fit that criteria. A really funny example of this being done badly is that in 2015, Cartoon Network actually released an official crossover comic series called Super Secret Crisis War. And this crossover event included Ben 10, Samurai Jack, the Powerpuff Girls, Dexter's Laboratory, Ed, Edd and Eddy. Nope, you lost me. Before anybody jumps down my throat, I do think I can imagine Ed, Edd and Eddy doing a multiverse story, but it wouldn't be action-adventure. It wouldn't be fun. It would be a surrealist nightmare, and it would haunt your dreams for the rest of your life. And I've just never been able to take this thing seriously because every time I see a panel, I'm just like, oh, what are the Eds gonna do here? Run a crypto scam on the bad guys? And once we identify that what we're looking for in a character is that energy of, I'll save the world if I have to, I think it's really easy to build a story like this for literally any brand. For instance, if I wanted to do the Disney Channel version of this, I'd probably pick Phineas and Ferb, American Dragon Jake Long, Kim Possible, and probably Dave the Barbarian, because that's another important thing. You gotta have somebody on the team who's completely out of their element. A fish out of water, you might say. Okay, so let's get into it. This is my 4 picks for my Nicktoons Unite revival. So I'm gonna start off on Jenny from My Life as a Teenage Robot. Now, the reason I'm starting with Jenny is, yes, because she's awesome and badass and underrated, but also because I think it is especially hard to replace Jimmy Neutron on the team because of how important he is. From my vantage point, Jimmy Neutron's main role in this series is whenever you think of a weird, nitpicky reason that the crossover shouldn't make sense, Jimmy just invents something. He just makes something up, and because he's a boy genius and he's a scientist, he can just do that, and then you don't think about it ever again. And that's his job, making stuff up to explain the plot holes. Without Jimmy, you don't got the neutronic moisture sealant, you don't got the neutronic air gum, and you don't even have the universal portal machine, or UPM. And so originally the plan I had was to basically cheat, and my idea was that I wouldn't make Jimmy Neutron a playable character, but I'd make him like a Nick Fury type that's kind of collecting this team together. But then I realized that the next best option is to simply put Jenny on the team. Because as soon as you put Jenny on the team, we can assume that the team has access to Jenny's mom. So now anytime there's a plot hole in the game, anytime you need a new piece of technology, just roll out Jenny's mom and she'll go, "Oh, team, I've built you a machine that lets SpongeBob breathe." I think that's actually what Jenny's mom sounds like. And you know, I gotta brag a little bit. I think once I was able to really meditate on it, I found the perfect pick for this position. Because I don't think you can think of a better option for replacing Jimmy Neutron than Jenny and her mom. Now, the next 2 spots I really struggled with. And one of these I'm actually very proud of, and the other, I think it's up in the air. But, you know, let's get into this and see what I came up with. Who's got the chalk? Rudy's got the chalk. Except that's Snap. So my next pick was Snap from Chalk Zone. I think Chalk Zone is one of those all-time great, underrated Nicktoons that's very memorable show, but people don't think about it a lot. There's not a lot of merchandise of it. People aren't putting Chalk Zone on t-shirts, but for people who were there, I think, you know, everybody's got positive, you know, memories of this show. I also think that if you were making a brand new Nicktoons Unite, there probably would be considerable effort on actually emulating the art style of all these different shows and having, such a unique art style of a character literally made out of chalk. I just think that would be a grand slam witch for everyone. Snap was apparently supposed to be one of the unlockable characters in the console version of Attack of the Toybots, but I guess he was cut because of the time crunch. Now, a lot of you might argue that Chalk Zone doesn't really fit the Save the World event episode prerequisite we talked about before, but I still think there's a case to be made that it fits with Nicktoons Unite, partially because it's already a show about hopping between universes, because you have these two worlds. You have the real world, where people make chalk drawings and then erase them, and then you have Chalk World. And that's where all the chalk people who are erased from chalkboards, they go and they live forever. And, you can make these portals between the real world and Chalk World, and all the characters are always traveling between them. Humans go to Chalk World. Sometimes I think chalk characters go to the real world. So it would feel totally natural to have a level set in Chalk Zone and have all the characters running around, and to also have Rudy on our team, hopping between all these different universes and visiting Jenny's world and all that kind of stuff. Now for my third pick, I really, really wanted to go with like a legitimate superhero archetype. I know that a lot of you out there are probably going to pick one of the avatars for your roster, but I think that Avatar: The Last Airbender is too much of a real show to be featured in Nicktoons Unite. It already melts my brain that canonically, Calamitous managed to kidnap the Avatar. He kidnapped Aang, brought him to a toy factory in Bikini Bottom, scanned his body to make a master model toy duplicate, sent Aang back to his origin universe, and then Calamitous didn't even use the Avatar to build any robots. He just had the blueprints, if he got around to it. Like, that's already too much of a role that Avatar canonically has in this universe. I hate it. I think it's a bad idea. We're not going down that route. I ended up Googling like a bunch of Nickelodeon shows, and I really, really wanted to pick a modern one, and we'll talk about this in a second. I really wanted to pick a modern one. If I knew a lot about Monster High, I might pick one of those girls, maybe, but I don't know anything about that brand. So in the end, the best option I was able to come up with is El Tigre. They'd never let me do this, like Nickelodeon in a million years would not let me do this, but I think this is just probably one of the nicest picks just for the proper synergy of the team, because I remember this being a great show. I remember really liking it for the 2 weeks they aired it on the real network. And, it's a superhero show that people are nostalgic for that is not completely oversaturated in like merchandise and people talking about it and all that kind of stuff. And for our fourth pick, you are never gonna guess. It's Garfield. Garfield is now officially owned by Nickelodeon and the artist formerly known as Viacom, so he is absolutely a contender for Nicktoons Unite, and he will be an even further contender once they actually make him a show on Nickelodeon. Now, in order for this to fit my prerequisites, I have decided that I am specifically thinking about the incarnation of Garfield from those weird direct-to-DVD movies from the late noughts. This is the version of Garfield from Garfield's Pet Force, the Garfield DVD movie where he fights supervillains, and in the final act, they give him a gun. And as a bonus, my surprise fifth member of the group is... that guy on Instagram who badly rotoscopes himself into old episodes of SpongeBob.
Come on, you guys know I was just kidding, right?
Way to go, Squidward. You ruined his favorite fucking holiday for him. And for what? Because he fucking bothered you at work? I thought you were fucking different. When we kissed that night, I thought there was magic. Now I wish we never even did it. And I wish we didn't do that other stuff either. Even though at the time it felt really right. And I've been thinking about it a lot. Now I wish we didn't do it. Jerk.
I specifically do not want him to be 3D animated, and in fact, he doesn't even need to be a playable character. I just think they should let him, like, green screen himself into every cutscene in the game as a fifth member of the group that's kind of giving emotional support to everyone. So yeah, that's my go at a completely new roster for a Nicktoons Unite reboot. Jenny, Snap, El Tigre, Garfield, that guy from Instagram. A final thing I want to say is that I would probably try and make Zim the bad guy of the game, and if for some reason that didn't work out, if we couldn't get away with making him the bad guy, if we decide to go down another route, I would probably try and add him to the main cast of heroes, because both of those dynamics really crack me up. Like, Zim trying to kill all the other Nicktoons, that's funny. Zim pretending that he's a hero to try and just infiltrate the heroes on the team with no one believing him, that's also really funny. And if I did add him to the main playable characters, I would probably give him El Tigre's spot, because come on, we gotta keep the Instagram guy. So to wrap things up here, this game series is special. And the reason is that it represents a certain kind of expanded universe media that I feel like we're getting less and less of these days. But I think what this thought exercise really made me realize is that we are really past the golden age of Nickelodeon original cartoons. Because when you forget about Garfield and the Instagram guy, every single character on this pinboard was introduced to the network before 2010. And like I said, I wanted to include some newer Nicktoons, you know, to try and make the roster feel really unique and vibrant. But I just really struggled to find anything that met the criteria because there are so few original Nicktoons these days. I mean, they did just put out a new show that looks good called Rock, Paper, Scissors, and sadly, that's the most original thing the network's done in a couple years. And it's weird when you look at like the Nicktoons network and it's just a channel for ongoing syndication of 3 or 4 different shows. And you remember when you were a kid and Nickelodeon had so many original cartoons that they were just throwing some out. You know what I mean? Like they just had these juggernauts come out right after each other, one by one by one. And then they'd have these other shows that would come out that would be good, but they wouldn't be giants. They wouldn't be monoliths. They wouldn't be titans. And so Nickelodeon would crumple them up and throw them in the bin. And it's funny to look back on all that because I think today Nickelodeon would kill to have a new show that's as popular as My Life as a Teenage Robot was, or as El Tigre was, or as Invader Zim was. But the sad thing is that that era, from 2003 to 2010, that represented a peak in Nickelodeon branding, viewership, and relevancy that they will never recapture again. And the sad thing is, as much as we can stand here and speculate, in order for Nicktoons Unite to work, you have to have a strong Nicktoons brand. And I don't believe that will ever happen again. Hey everyone, so I wanted to end this video off by really quickly having kind of a serious conversation with all of you. The last few years of my life have been insane, and the obvious reason for this is that in 2020, in a fit of desperation, I promised you guys that if we got to 400,000 subscribers, I would do a video about iCarly. And then once I did that, I of course committed to doing Sam and Cat, which meant that I had to commit to doing Victorious. That's a very simplified explanation, but you know, the rest is history for people that didn't have anything else going on around then. And as I've been making these videos, there's been this big expectation that everything has to get better and everything has to get bigger. So it's not good enough to make a 40-minute video, I have to make a 4-hour video. And it's not good enough to make a 4-hour video, I have to make an 8-hour video, and then a 9-hour video, and a 10-hour video, and you can feel the ball rolling and spiraling out of control. And from my experience, I think a lot of YouTube creators get really burnt out on the process specifically, you know? That whole thing where you're like, okay, now I have to write, and then I have to record, and then I have to edit, and then I have to coordinate with people, and then I have to promote the video, and then I have to write, and then I have to record, and then I have to edit, and I have to do that on a loop forever and ever and ever, always running up that hill because the journey is never complete. That has absolutely not happened to me. I still love that process. I love researching, I love writing, I love voice, recording the voices sometimes, and I still really love video editing. Being creative is just about the only thing I'm actually good at. I mean, I'm certainly not good at just being a person when there's nothing else going on, so I absolutely do not dread making content. I dread releasing content. I dread taking a file that's on my computer, uploading that to the internet, and then having people respond to the fact that I just did that. And the reason partially is that it feels like every time I do this, the response just gets bigger and bigger, and usually more and more angry and vitriolic and all these things. And I just, every time I finish something I've been working on, I have to anticipate that people are going to be angry in a very, very intense way. And the thing was, when it first started happening, it was funny. It was clearly a joke. People were joking around. They weren't serious. And then very quickly it became like, no, we're not joking. And people make these viral posts calling my work disgusting, calling me an evil person, implying that I'm a predator, comparing me to whatever viral person people hate that week. And every time I release content, I have to know that that's just going to happen. And I'm supposed to just be like, well, what are you going to do? People are going to call you a predator because you talk about old sitcoms. And then, it's so stressful because I go out there and I'm just trying to be out and about. And suddenly I have all these people who just found out about me. And they're saying, I just saw this screen grab of your work existing. Or I just saw this 20-second clip of your stuff out of context. And now I need you to justify the existence of your creativity. I need you to stand here and debate me on your right to exist in this way online. And it's the same fucking issue that I've constantly felt since I started this channel, Ever since I started doing this, for one reason or another, people don't want to talk about me like I'm a real person. And I mean, it's just so exhausting and frustrating. It just makes the lenses reappear in my glasses. You know what I mean? And I guess, the big thing I want to talk about here is that I feel like for the past few years, throughout basically the 2020s, there has been this kind of long video Cold War where all these creators are battling over who's gonna, be the next person to be the it person of long video YouTube. This person made a 3-hour video. Oh, this person made a 4-hour video. Now there's a 5-hour video and a 7-hour video and a 9-hour video. And it's this huge battle over who's going to be the next king of long video YouTube. And so I guess my point at the end of this whole spiel is that I would like to officially retire from the long video Cold War. Because it feels like these days, half the internet is waiting for me to make something new that's bigger than ever, that's impossible in scale and isn't even feasible. And the other half of the internet is waiting on me to do that so they can justify harassing me and even, maybe doxing me and doing all this stuff. And all because I made a video that they didn't want to watch. And I know that everyone is anticipating the next shocking thing. Everybody's waiting to see who's going to make the 38-hour sitcom retrospective with 75 mid-rolls, part 1 of 2. But all I have to say is, when that finally does happen, it won't be me. It won't be me. It won't be me sitting here in this chair doing that video. It just won't be me. I think I need a break. You know, I think I need some headspace to think about everything in my life over the last few years. And I'm not quitting YouTube like everyone else seems to be. I've told all my friends and family that I'm going to try and, book a flight, go on a trip. I just don't know where yet. I just hope that wherever I end up, I can find some place where I can escape all this baggage and this overwhelming feeling that I've had for ages, that I've just been wandering around and hoping I end up in the right place. With that, I've been Quinton Reviews, and that's all you...
Need. SpongeBob, Mr. Krabs, I hope you guys can still have a good April Fool's Day, but me, I've got a lot to think about.